Check one, two, check one, two. Let's go. Let's go. Prisa, welcome in. Welcome in. Thank y'all so much for joining the stream today. Brian is in the building. What's up, Brian? Welcome into the stream. Y'all, thank y'all so much for tapping into Track Talk today. If y'all are coming in for the first time, let me know, of course, where y'all are joining from. Let me know if you make music, the kind of music that you make. Envylicious, welcome in as well. I appreciate you being here. How you feeling today? We'll get rolling with some music here in the next couple minutes or so. Patty, welcome in. I appreciate you being here as well. Thank y'all for joining. I appreciate you being here. AAA, appreciate you diving in. Let me see. Let me get everything caught up over here on the other platforms really quick. And we'll get flowing here in a moment, y'all. Thank y'all for tapping in. I appreciate you joining. How y'all feeling today? What are y'all up to? And also let me know if you make music. Let me know the kind of music that you make. If you're joining for the first time, let me know where you're joining from. Is it, let me see, Astra, am I saying that correct? Thank you so much for hopping in. Ryan is in the building. Jake Hellscapes, welcome in. Marcus is in the building. Marcus, welcome in. Thank you so much for tapping into the stream today. Call me crazy, welcome in. How are y'all feeling today? How are y'all feeling? What's up, Marcus? Good to see you. Hope y'all are doing fantastic. Welcome into Track Talk, y'all. Nocturne's in the building. What's up, Nocturne? Welcome in. We're going to get flowing here in just a couple minutes, y'all. I'll explain the whole live stream like in the next, 3 or 4 minutes or something like that. I just want to chat for a little bit. We'll answer some questions. We'll chat a little bit before we get moving with the music. Of course, everything's at the link in my bio for those of you that already know. If you want to get yourself into the free line for the 2-minute listens, thank you for the heart me. Or if you want the full consultation, of course, you can get yourself in line there as well for the full breakdown, which I'll explain here in just the next couple minutes. We'll be answering some questions in between, different consultations and stuff that we do here on the live stream. Every couple songs, hopefully I'll be able to get to answering a few of y'all's questions. I know there's always questions that drop in over the course of the live. Envylicious, everything's at the link in my bio. If you want to get yourself in line for the quick listens, or if you want to get yourself in line for the consultations, everything is there. I'll explain the kind of the structure of the live stream in the next few minutes, but we'll get everything flowing in a second here. Gonna divvy a concept of a song tonight. A lovely day in the sun. Finish. I was like, hold on. I was trying to figure out. I was like, what is that? What could that possibly mean? Gonna finish a concept of a song. Sorry, the messages come in a little bit late sometimes. Okay, gonna finish a concept of a song tonight. Been a lovely day in the sun and you. It's been good, man. It's been good. This week's been very productive. I'm feeling good. Life is all right. It's crazy, but it's all right. I appreciate y'all joining in. Keep tapping the screen. Share out the live with a few people. Don't forget to send your heart me. It does really help out the live stream. Hiko, welcome in as well. I appreciate you tapping in. Welcome. Let's see. Let me double check a few things before we get rolling here. And I'll explain the whole structure of the live stream just in the next couple minutes. But let me just make sure that I'm up and running. Everything. I want to make sure everything on all the different platforms is good here. Just one second, y'all. What genres do you like? I listen to and am a part of a lot of different genres. It's really difficult for me, but like I love synths, hence these, and I think like 2 or 3 more synths coming into the studio this week. I love synths. I love keys. I played piano. I was a classically trained pianist from the ages of 6 through 19. So I played piano and keys and synths my entire life. One of the first instruments I ever bought for myself was an old microKORG. So I love synths, anything that has synths. So I like, synth wave, dark wave, vapor stuff. Think Kavinsky, maybe even into the world of like Adriatic with some of the dark house stuff. The Midnight Mike Dean, stuff like that. But I also love, like I said, I work in and work around and listen to a lot of different genres and stuff like that. Angelica, welcome in as well. Jer, appreciate you tapping in as well. Welcome into the stream. Thanks for joining. Y'all appreciate you being here. If y'all are coming in for the first time, I would love to know where you're joining from. I'd love to know if you make music, the kind of music that you make. JT Music Sweden, welcome into the live. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, I work in a lot of different spaces right now. My current client list is all over the place as far as like productions go and stuff like that. Let me see what's going on here. I'm running into some little technical things here. So let's see what's happening here. Homer J. Simpson in the building. In the building. Ton is in the building. Vyron, welcome in. I appreciate you being here, y'all. If y'all are coming in on TikTok, definitely let me know. what kind of music you make. Let me know if you make music. Let me know where you're coming from, so on and so on. I would absolutely love to hear from you. I'll chat a little bit, maybe answer some questions before we get into some music. If you want to submit your music, everything's at the link in my bio. I'll explain the whole live stream as far as like the consultation side goes here in just a minute. But everything is at the link in my bio. Grunge, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Written by me. I appreciate you tapping into the stream. Welcome in. I'm going to double check some things as we go here. So let me double check a few things real fast. Is it Savane? Thank you so much for hopping in. I see you. I just got your submission over there as well. Welcome in to the purple app over there. Appreciate you being here. Nick is in the building. What's up, Nick? Pop Rocks is in the building. Is it Savane? Am I saying that correctly? I want to make sure I get it right. Thanks for tapping in over on the purple app. I appreciate you so much. Slim, welcome in as well. Written by me. Listen to my last song, Emergency in the Mind. TikTok or YouTube. Written by me. Go to the link in my bio. Everything is right there. Do not spam the chat. Is it Nader? Don't spam the chat. If you spam the chat, you'll get muted. And I do not want you to get muted. I want you to be able to contribute. I want you to be able to be a part of the live structure. But if you do spam, I will mute you, or mod will. If anybody would like to submit your music or music that you're connected to, everything's at the link in my bio. Whether or not you want just a quick play, 2-minute listen, so on and so on. And then of course, if you want the full detailed breakdown, the full detailed consultation, all of that is at the link in my bio as well. You can, of course, submit for that as well. Absolutely, Omar, 100%. I would love to. Pop Rock is in the building. What's up, Pop Rock? Good to see you. I appreciate you tapping in. I'm ready to show my new stuff. It's just not ready yet. I can't wait till it is. Thank you so much for popping in for a little bit, Pop Rock. I appreciate you tapping in. Thank you so much for being here, man. I can't wait to hear it when it is. I can't wait. Yeah, I've got some submissions rolling in now. We're getting things flowing here. Bintang, thank you so much for tapping in as well. Yes. Okay. Sounds good. If I get it wrong, let me know. I'm talking to people on all the different platforms. If I get it wrong, please correct me. I don't want to, I want to make sure that I get y'all's names right, of course. Everything is at the link in my bio. So if you want to get into, of course, the free line with the up to 2-minute listen, some quick notes, or if you want the full detailed breakdown, the full consultation, of course, you can submit for that. But everything's at the link in my bio. Make sure y'all are tapping the screen. We're going to get rolling with the live here in just 2 minutes. I'm just updating a few things here, but we'll get rolling in the next, next 2 or 3 minutes. I'll explain the whole consultation side. I'll explain kind of the structure of the live stream and the way that it works here, because some of it is a little bit different. And let me see. And we will be getting to a handful of music today, a good chunk of music today. Let me just update it, or let me just update a few things here really quick. Sounds good, Nocturne. Let's go. I'm excited. Give me just 2 seconds. Let me update this over here, refresh a couple things. What do you think about Mario on the Cross by Ghostband? I have not heard it. I have not heard it. Razor is in the building. What's up, Razor? Welcome in. I appreciate you tapping into the stream. Welcome in. Yeah, I haven't heard it before. I have not heard it before, so I'm not familiar. Let's see. Okay, so Savane, I got you. Nocturne, of course, I got you. Cascades, Nick, written by me, I got you up on the board there as well. Let me refresh a few things, and I'll go ahead and explain the whole live stream, and then we'll get flowing here in just a moment. I'm just catching up on a few things before we get rolling. Razor's in the building. What's up, Razor? I appreciate you tapping in. Shockless, welcome in as well. I appreciate you joining the stream. I'm getting some things closed up from the last stream as well. I forgot to do as well. If y'all are wanting to submit, everything's at the link in my bio, and I'll explain. Like I said, I'll explain the whole live stream in just a couple minutes here. I'm just updating a few things here. I forgot to close up yesterday, so give me just a moment. Jono, welcome in as well. Let me see. Rovain, welcome into the live. If y'all are coming in for the first time, I would love to chat for a second too before we get the music rolling. Let me know where you're joining from. If you make music, let me know the kind of music that you make. Let's chat just for a little bit, and then we'll hopefully we'll answer some questions throughout the course of the live as well. If y'all have any questions as we kind of get into the details of the music. Ashton is in the building. What's up, Ashton? Welcome in. And if y'all are on TikTok, do me a huge favor. Make sure y'all are tapping the screen, like the live, repost the live, share out the live, so on and so on. Send your heart me. It does really help out the live stream quite a bit. You can listen to my friend's song. It's called Till Ulit by John Rowe. It's on YouTube. Everything's at the link in my bio. If you want to submit for just a quick spin, up to 2 minutes, or if you want a full consultation, then all of that is at the link in my bio. Bonfire's in the building. What's up, Bonfire? Written by me, song submit and tour. Oh, what do you mean written by me? I want to make sure that I'm aware of what you're referencing and what you're talking about. All right, let me see. Jer, I got you. Caesar, appreciate you as well. Thank you so much. Rovain, I got you as well. And I'm making a concept album for a musical. Let's go, Razor. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, man. I thought you were already follow. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. A concept album for a musical sounds super, super interesting. That sounds super, super interesting. Should I pay for feedback? And is it Anxcore? Anxcore? Correct me if I'm wrong. Totally up to you. There's no pressure to if you don't want to. The way that the consultations work, I'll explain in like 30 seconds. But there's the free line is up to 2-minute listen with a quick note on your song where we'll give it just a quick listen and a quick note. Anxcore, perfect. The consultations are they're long, they're detailed, they're super in depth. Give me 20 seconds to refresh over here, and then I'll explain the live stream. I'll explain kind of the full detailed breakdown because it is quite a bit different than those quick listens. They're long, they're detailed, and they're super, super nuanced. Dante, welcome in as well. All right, beautiful. I think we're good. All right, let's get into some music here. Let's get into some music. I'm just getting a couple things. I had some technical things happening earlier, so I'm hoping everything is kind of worked out now. If y'all experience any technical difficulties, let me know. I'll do my best to mitigate them. Trash Comedy, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. No, you're totally good, Anxcore. Don't worry about it. Never apologize, especially if it's just simple questions and stuff like that. Don't worry about it. For those of you coming in for the first time, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. I appreciate y'all being here. Thanks for tapping into the stream. For those of you who have never been here before, we got 2 lanes in here. One, if you want to get into the free line, that is an up to 2-minute listen with some quick notes. We're going to try to get to a couple of those over the course of the live stream today. Welcome from Germany. I appreciate you being here. I'll do some intermittently. Hopefully we can also do some giveaways to pull y'all out of that free line as well over the course of the live, if we can reach some goals as we go as well. But let me go ahead and explain the consultation side of it for anybody that's interested in that as well. Rovain, I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you so much for the love over there as well. Bulgaria, let's go. I appreciate you tapping in over on the purple app, on the red app. I appreciate y'all on TikTok. But for those of you who have never been here before, welcome to Track Talk. I really appreciate y'all spending some time with us today. What we do here at Track Talk, outside of the free line quick spin, is 20 to 30 minute multiple listen deep dive consultations on the structure of your music. Those are not quick reviews. There's no trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. It is a long form deep dive consultation on the structure of your mix and master, production elements, sound design choices, lyric and song formatting. We're going to dive into the nuances and the details of what you're doing both creatively and practically within the structure of your music. That, like I said before, those are not quick. They're about 20 to 30 minutes long. We go through the song usually 2 or 3 different times, whether it's a production, whether it's a full song, released, unreleased, mixed, unmixed. A lot of people send in unreleased stuff. Just because a lot of people over the course of the last 3.5 years doing these consultations use this as kind of like a last stop before they work on they send it to their engineer, they work through distribution, or they send it to their master, or whatever they're doing, or if they're even self-producing and self-engineering and stuff like that. It typically is gonna a lot of people use it as a last stop. But you can also of course send in released music if that's something you feel like would be valuable to you. But over these consultations, we really do go into some really long depth as far as the structure of your music. For those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That is what I do for a living. I've done that for the last 14 plus years. I'm also a classically trained pianist. So the whole structure and perspective of this live stream is from that perspective, using those tools, using that experience to hopefully offer you some professional, specific, and actionable feedback on the structure of your music. Hassan, don't spam the chat. If you spam the chat, I will mute you, or someone else will mute you. So please do not spam the chat. If you would like to submit your music for either one, free line or for the long form detailed consultations, everything is at the link in my bio. You can submit to both lines right there. Of course, you can pull yourself out of them. You can skip forward. You can go faster. That's all up to you. It's up to you as far as what you want to do with your time, what you want to do with your resources. If you would like to submit, it's at the link in the bio. You can also check the line there as well. I've got a handful of followers that just came in as well. Thank you so much for the follows. I really, really appreciate that. And we're going to dive into the music here in just a second. Really quick, if you're on the purple app that we're live on right now, you can type !submit right there in the chat. If you're on the red app that we're also live on right now, which is where all of our VODs are hosted, if you want to go back and reference the streams, if you would like to join over there, the Link for submitting is in the description for the live stream. Camo's in the building. What's up, Camo? Absolutely accept instrumentals. Like I mentioned before, I work full-time as a session musician and a producer, as well as being an audio engineer. So that I do a lot of work in that space. So a lot of people do submit specifically instrumentals and beats and productions and compositions, not just full songs. So we're going to get a huge variety of genres, of styles, of languages, of levels of quality and preparedness. It's going to be all over the place. You can absolutely submit instrumentals as well, if that's something that you're working on. Carolina's in the building. What's up, Carolina? Welcome in, Third Tree. I appreciate you tapping in. Absolutely, Nocturne, 100%. Yeah, if you want to get yourself out of the free line, if you want to move yourself forward, if you want to go from doing a free to a full consultation, completely up to you. You can do that at absolutely any point over the course of the live. Like I said, we'll bounce back and forth between a couple different things as we go. Hopefully, we can answer some questions as well over the course of the live. Just do me a huge favor. Make sure you're tapping the screen. Or you just add to it. Just go. It should just, when you go to your song, Nocturne, I'm pretty sure. I have it on the host end, so it's a little bit different, but you should just be able to go to your song and click something that tells you to add to it. I think Jared just did that actually. So Jared might be able to confirm that, but I think you just say, skip the line, click on it, and you can add to your free, and it'll just put you straight into the whatever spot you want to be in, 10, 15, whatever you feel like doing. But yeah, that's completely up to y'all. Completely up to y'all. Okay, let's get into it. Actually going to kick it off with the consultation here really quick. But once again, if you would like to submit your music, everything is at the link in my bio for either line. Yeah, it should just be click on your name, click, skip the line, add 10, whatever you want to do, and you'll be ready to go. So we're going to kick it off with Jer McKinnon right now, actually. So let me read through this real quick, and then we're going to get into it. Nocturne, I just got you as well. Yeah, see, you're ready to go. You're locked in. Made this song on GarageBand, only finished it 3 days ago. It comes out July 1st, 2026 on all streaming platforms. Life is too short. Live your life. And I'm going to say F for TikTok because they're sensitive. F the haters. I feel so cheesy. So because I got to self-censor for TikTok so they all of a sudden don't shut it down to 3 people. Okay, let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. Written by me if you want to submit, or anybody else here in the chat. Everything's at the link in my bio. I appreciate y'all tapping in. Keep tapping the screen. Don't forget to send your heart me. It does really help out the live stream as well. Let's get into it. This is Wait Another Day. Let me see. Made this on GarageBand, so I'm assuming you produced it. If not, give me details. Give me context. I would love to dig into the nuances. Let's go, Shockless. The nuances of what you're doing. So that question that I ask everybody is, what role do you play in what I'm hearing? Whether that's the producer, you're the mixing engineer, you're the artist, you're a combination of all these things. Maybe you're sending it to an engineer. Maybe you're self-producing, hiring session musicians, whatever it may be, right? So just let me know. Vocals were all done by yourself. Maybe BeatStars, least, whatever, YouTube, MP3, doesn't matter to me. There's no bias or judgment here as well. I bought the beat. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. 2 minutes. I need your advice about something. So you can text. So can you text me back on any social account? If you could have 2 minutes maximum. Yeah, I mean, you could shoot me a DM. I'll get to it as soon as I can. I get a lot, especially after the course of these live streams. I'm getting a ton of DMs, so I'll do my best to get back to it in a somewhat timely manner. But I don't. There's no way to know exactly how fast it is, because especially once I get off my work from the day and then hop on a stream, there is a lot of messages I'm getting back to. But yeah, feel free to shoot me a message. I'll do my best to get back to you in a timely manner. Or if it makes sense for you, can you can drop it in the chat as well. Mixed and mastered by myself. Let's go, Jer. Let's get it. Instagram's great. Same name. I'm the same name everywhere. So look up Torvik Music on Instagram, or it's at the link in my bio as well. Shoot me a DM. I'll do my best to get to it. My main DAWs are Logic and GarageBand. The instrumental I sent is for my music. That's funny. You have both in the same vertical, GarageBand, and then the supersized GarageBand that you're also using, which is that's funny. I'm curious as to why you're using both within the same. I know a lot of people that will produce on Ableton and then mix on Pro Tools or whatever it may be. They'll produce beats on FL Studio and they'll mix on Logic or Studio One or something like that. I don't know if I know too many people that use both the smaller. It's like someone that would have the free account of something and the paid account and use both. So I'm actually intrigued, musical, what the reason is that you use both GarageBand and Logic, being that Logic is pro GarageBand. The song is yeah, that's fine. As long as it's not as long as you're not saying something crazy. And if you, that's up to you to decide what your music entails. But as long as you're not saying something absolutely unhinged, you should be fine. Maybe we get people in here, they curse in their music or whatever. It doesn't matter. I personally don't care. As long as you're not saying some wild shit that's going to get me banned from TikTok. All right, let's get into it, man. We got Jared in the building. Let's dive in. I'll take my chance. I mean, if I start hearing some stuff and I'm like, Jesus, dude, chill. I might be, hey, do you have another song to send in, whatever, or something like that. But I think I've done that like twice in the last 3.5 years that we've done consultations. We're talking thousands of songs that I've heard over the last 3 years, 3.5 years. And so I've done that like twice where someone's like, dude, come on. Like they were kind of trolling and they just sent some crazy shit, but I'm not worried about it. Logic has more mixing capabilities and GarageBand has a lot of pre-installed sounds. I mean, but Logic has all of those pre-installed sounds plus many, many more. So I'm intrigued. Anyways, okay, let's get into it. Jer, let's dive in. Let's dive in. It's time for our first song. Try it on Instagram. I don't know. I don't know why it does that.
I can't wait another day. Just a morning.
You said you bought the beat, right?
Count the minutes on the clock, and the hours turn to mine.
Great voice. Got you. Just working off the 2-track.
Take away the feeling yesterday. Let it fly. Make the break. We got no time to waste, so let it shine. Let it shine.
What's up, Seb?
I can't wait another day. Then we sit here in the mud.
I like that the high arpeggio on the right side there. That's nice.
Way too fucking long to be left in the dark.
You get a great voice, man.
I just need a change. I just need a change. I just need a change. Take away the fear of yesterday. Let it fly. Let it fly. Make a break. We got no time to waste, so let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it
Cool dynamics in the production too. What are you recording your vocals with?
Every little thing you say and do is gonna come
Sweet.
right back and follow you. Take away the fear of your stay.
No worries, no worries.
Let it fly. Make a break. We got no time to waste, so let it shine.
Cool.
Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine.
Let's go. Y'all show some love to Jan McKinnon right here in the chat. Show them some love and support. Make sure that you follow every artist that gets on the stage, every producer, engineer, songwriter, vocalist that gets on the stage. Make sure that you follow them, show them some love and support. Now let's dive into it. Let's get into it, man. Let's run it from the top. We're going to dive into a couple details here. I know you have some great performances here, some great production structures, got good dynamics, so I'm excited about that. That gives you a lot of, wiggle room to add vocal structure and add some great dynamics and layers for your vocal. So I want to talk through a little bit of that, some mixing details that will just help polish this a little bit and create some space. You're working with the 2-track right now with the vocal on top, and you can kind of tell in some spaces where the vocal just gets lost in the background of the production structure. So I would love to create a little bit of space for that vocal to really shine and open up quite a bit. So let's get into it, man. Let's dive in from the top. Gil, appreciate you tapping in. Keith Urban, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that so much. I was like, the real Keith Urban in here on TikTok. TikTok. Let's go. Let's dive in. And then once again, if you want to submit your music, everything's at the link in my bio. If you would like to, Bing Tang, thank you so much for the follow as well. I appreciate it. If you want to submit, everything's at the link in my bio for either line. After we do 2 songs, we're going to dip into the free line and do a quick listen on whoever we have the top there, and then get back into the consultations. But if you would like to submit, that's where everything's at there. Catherine, thank you. Camo, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. This is Wait Another Day by Jer McKinnon. If you like what you hear, definitely follow the artist. All right, let's dive in. All done on GarageBand, by the way. Jer, thank you for the follow. Okay, just a quick note right here. You don't have to do anything here. I'm just going to put the ball in your court as far as this one little detail. Most of the major DSPs, most of the major streaming platforms have a 30-second threshold for where your stream counts as a stream, right? Someone has to listen for at least 30 seconds for it to register as a stream on your account and for you to get paid for said stream. That means that if 1 million people listen to your song for 27 seconds or 26 seconds or whatever it may be, you'll see zero. You'll see 0 streams and $0. You need to get past that threshold for it to count and register and for you to get paid. And on Spotify, it's even further than that. You have to get 1,000 streams before that even kicks in as well. But there's some limitations to and some thresholds to hit for what is counted as a stream, and you want as many of those counted as a stream as possible so you can reach your payment threshold of 1,000 streams on at least right now Spotify and maybe a couple other major DSPs. So there's some thresholds that are at least enticing to want to aim as far as structuring your music to meet those thresholds. The reason why I bring this up at all, what's up, Mossy Kid? Welcome in. The reason why I bring this up at all is because your song kind of starts at 25 seconds. There's a full 16 bar, it's like a full 4 section intro here, all the way through those progressions, fairly long without a lot of new information happening. I would recommend, the thing that I recommend for most people is that within the first earlier is better, but especially as a new artist, within the first, 10 to 15 seconds for sure, introduce your vocal as the artist. There's a million different ways to do this, depending on the genre, depending on what you're doing. If you're a rapper, it could be taking a deep breath. It could be saying, yeah. It could be lighting a lighter. It could be just saying some things at the beginning of your song. If you're on pop and R&B or whatever it may be, it could be sampling your hook and putting it in the intro. It could be starting the song with your hook and then going into the verse from there. There's a lot of different ways to do this. It could be ad-libs. It could be vocalizing. There's a lot of different ways to do this, but I usually recommend that people introduce themselves as the artist early on so that even the most random listener coming across your song on a playlist or on Spotify or on social media, they at least stick around to see if there's something they want to listen to. And if they hate it at 34 seconds, they're like, oh, this is terrible. I don't like whatever thing is happening here. At least you got paid and at least you got the stream from it. And if they enjoy it, of course, they're gonna keep going from that point on as well. But your replay value is gonna be higher. Your retention is gonna be higher. Your payouts as well as your registered streams are gonna be way higher. Because for a lot of people that don't do this at all and just don't care at all, they might get 12,000 impressions on their song and only get 800 conversions to a full stream, right? Just because people aren't sticking around. They hear there's 1 million songs a week getting put on platforms. In fact, I believe it's quite a bit more at this point. There's especially with AI and stuff like that. There's a ton of music. It's saturated that it's getting put on platforms. So if people are just hearing productions, they're just hearing music, and there's no charisma or character or person to kind of, attached to when it comes to early in the song. A lot of people just move on. They really do. Lala City, thank you for the follow. Shay, everything's at the link in my bio. Everything's at the link in my bio. So what I would recommend, especially in the rock genre, is working with a progressive metal artist not that long ago. We're working on some production stuff. What I'd recommend for a lot of these people is just vocalizing is the easiest way to do it with this. Yeah, where they're just high vocals, super reverbed, super reverbed, reflective way in the background of the mix. It can just be barely even there. It could be a high fry scream that you kind of tuck into the background of the mix. And then, from there, maybe you open it up a little bit more. But going straight into the verse. I would do that at the very least. If you have a full like 16 bar intro like you do here, maybe at 8 bars you introduce a lead vocal like that that's tucked into the background of the mix and just lets people know, oh, there's someone here, and it's someone with vocal chops, and it's someone kind of within the vocal, aesthetic that I want to gravitate. I want to listen to, I want to latch on to. Very different genre. Curious. Oh, 100%. Yeah, we're gonna go all over the place as far as genre goes here. We're gonna hear a ton of different genres and different styles. But yeah, for those of you asking about submission, everything's at the link in my bio. If you want to do what we're doing now, these are the full consultations. These are the deep dives. These are the multiple listen breakdowns that we're doing here, if that's what you're wanting to submit for. If you can't see the link in my bio, if you've gone all the way to my bio and it's not there, it's usually a regional thing for whatever reason. TikTok's kind of funny about that. Just find Torvik Music. It's at the link. Well, if you can't find the link, it doesn't matter. Find Torvik Music on Instagram. It's the same link over there. So if you look up Torvik Music, it's the same link. For whatever reason, sometimes regionally the link doesn't show up. I think like Germany's maybe, and a couple other places where for whatever reason it doesn't show up. Same link over on Instagram as well, though. All right, let's run it from the top again. We'll kind of work through some of the production structure here. But that's my like loose recommendation. It can be really, really beneficial for people grabbing onto your music, you getting more out of your music, paid more, streamed more, by just optimizing the intro, and it can be in the most subtle way possible. I don't mind long intros. A little bit of it's just kind of deciding what you want out of your song as well, and what you value and what you think is worthwhile. But typically, I recommend, especially earlier artists, that they optimize a little bit more. If you're already a huge artist, you can release pretty much anything and your core audience will stream it and they'll probably like it. You know what I mean? Because they like what you do. But if you're a new artist, it's more necessary that people are finding your music and sticking around for it. Hella Stitches, welcome in. Absolutely, you can over on the Purple app. I see you. If you're on the Purple app, you can type !submit right there in the chat. You'll see everything that you need. You'll be able to submit from there, of course, and see the line as well, if you would like to as well. Pineapple, I see you. Thank you so much for the submission. I appreciate you so much. Okay, let's get into it. I want to run it back from the top just really quick. You'll see the cue there too, Stitches. You could just, because it'll pop up for you as well. You can either see submit or see the cue, and you'll be able to tap in right there and see exactly where it is. All right, let's run it from the top here. So maybe keep it like here. Here's your first full move to here. Maybe have it. Yeah. Whatever. I'm making shit up there, just whatever. You could do that or something similar to that shade they give you the follow. And that way, as soon as you finish that vocal line on the next 8 bars right there, over that next 4 to 8 bars, the song starts and people are just, they're in it. They're intrigued. They're hearing your vocal. They're hearing your vocal range, which you obviously have. I'm hearing your vocal range through most of the, structure of the song. I think it'll just grab that many more people and you'll be locked in. Okay, let's keep it rolling. Absolutely. I would love to.
Can't wait another day, 'cause tomorrow never comes. Got a minute on the clock.
Great job on those ad-libs too. Just filling in some of those voids right there, since the production doesn't come in, since you don't have control over the production, it's not coming in with another counter melody or something in there outside of the arpeggio that's happening with the synth in the background, which I love. I think that sounds great. It's a good production. But I think, that having those ad-libs in the background or some kind of filtered or flanged or phased background vocals and ad-libs and auto pans and stuff like that can be really helpful to just kind of fill in those gaps right there as well.
And the hours turn to months. I just need a change.
No worries. It just comes, and again, I want to say this too, Jaxie boy, welcome in. Having a long intro is not a bad thing. You just have to decide what you want out of your song, right? And also just deal with the consequences of it, right? I've worked on songs with really long intros. There's some popular songs that have really long intros, right? So it's not specifically negative. I think what this comes down to is just being aware of what you do within your productions and what you do within your your vocal production and stuff like that affects how people encounter your music. That's really all it comes down to. You might say, I want a 90-second intro, I want a 60-second intro, and I want it to be I just want it to be free flowing and experimental, environmental, and be loose and free flowing and ethereal and whatever. And I am prioritizing that being a part of my creative process and a part of my creative expression here over optimizing for streaming and getting exposure. And that's perfectly valid. No one can say otherwise. Oh, and thanks for the follow. You know what I mean? Like, I think this just comes down to your decisions of like, is there a gap that we can bridge here a little bit of like, okay, I have a 60-second intro and it's super, super long and it's going to make it harder for more people to listen to it. And I either say, I'm okay with that. It's more authentic creatively and I just want to keep it as is. Or I say, you know what? The intro is not like an important piece of information in the song. The lyric structure and the main production is, let's chop it. Let's get it up to like 8 seconds. Let's lock in the vocals quickly. And then, more people will stream it and listen to it. You'll have better retention and replay value, so on and so on. Or you find a gap where you say, okay, I really like the sounds of this intro. I like the way, kind of like we were talking about earlier, where it's like the intro to the song is not bad. It's a cool production. It's heavy hitting. It's got a lot of energy to it. So how do we bridge the gap there and say like, okay, I like this intro. I'm fine that it's long, but I'm going to add some nuggets of information in here to get people to stay for the rest of the song, because I really value the rest of the song as well, while still honoring the original creative production, right? And the original creative thing. So that's what we're talking about, Bintang. Is like if you have a long intro, either just accept it and that live with the consequences of how it might affect your streaming, and or you cut it, and or you, I don't know, and or, but whatever, or you find a bridge between the two where you're like, okay, I'm going to optimize a little bit, but I'm going to still kind of respect the original record. Reed, welcome in. I appreciate you happening. Bailey, I have not heard. And Green Tongue, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, let's keep this one. I want to get into this hook here.
I just need a change. I just need a change. Take away the feeling of yesterday.
Okay, I love your voice. I love the power. I love the projection. You're doing a great job. It's honestly like early source stuff, I think, is really cool. Like you said, it's like a $500-ish, $500-ish condenser microphone. You're doing a great job. Source is really, really clean. You're getting great projection. I'm not hearing any like harsh digital clipping or anything like that. For the most part, your lead vocal mix, from what I hear, is really, really well structured. I'm not too mad at too many things. The thing I would just be aware of is right now, a lot of your production structure is stepping on the toes of that lead vocal. So you're working with the 2-track, which gives you some limitations. You're also working within a 2-track on GarageBand, which gives you some processing limitations, but nothing you can't address. Nothing you can't address. What am I saying? So what I would do is on the 2-track, if you have an EQ on there, what's happening is you have a lot of kind of like mid-forward energy in the song. I mean, it's double-tracked electric guitars with acoustics underneath. It's a whole, stereo mic setup for the entire, drum structure. We have like 2 or 3 lead synths and pads in the background as well. There's a lot of things that are kind of stepping on the toes of that lead vocal and just operating in a similar space. So what I would do is make sure on your production that you've created some space for that vocal to live in mono in the middle of the mix, in addition to the layers that are also pretty close to mono in the middle of the mix as well, since they kind of mirror back and forth right there. Where I would typically do that, depending on the structure and kind of depending on what you're trying to do, is where most of the fundamental vocal frequencies lie, which is between 600 and 1200 hertz-ish. Depends on the vocal, depends on the source, mic, room, stuff like that, but ish, between like 600 to 1200, soft bell curve right there. I know in your GarageBand, so typically I would do this with mid-side processing, or I do this with some more creative, maybe dynamic moves in there to just only allow that vocal to live there when it's active. When it's not, full mix comes back into play. But between 600 to 1200 hertz, 600 to 1000 hertz, I would just create a small bell curve right there, only on the production, carve some space in the middle of the mix for that vocal to live right at the front, and so it's not stepping on its toes as much. In the future, if you get access to mid-side, a good mid-side, I use FabFilter for this typically, but there's several other that do it. If you get access to a mid-side EQ, you can actually just carve that space in the EQ only in the center channel where the mono vocal lives, and reintroduce that energy back into wide, like back into the side profile of your mix, which keeps the mix feeling really wide, really vibrant, while the vocal somehow is, crystal clear in the middle of the mix, at least perception-wise. So that's the first thing that I would do, is just carve some of that space right there in the middle of the mix. Give yourself a little bit of room for that vocal to exist while still keeping a really powerful, vibrant, production on the outside right there. Again, in GarageBand, which what you're working with, it's going to be limited probably to just a pretty standard EQ. Nothing wrong with that. Just again, play with it a little bit, but between 600 and 1200 hertz, you can move that around a little bit depending on where you find your vocal is sitting, and then carve a little bit of space. That's one of the few things that I hear, because again, your vocal performance is great. You have some good layering in there, good consistent hook structure. It's a powerful production that you got. So a lot of the stuff that is that's happening in this production, I'm really enjoying. I think it sounds great. I just want to make sure I can still get that the clarity and the separation out of that lead vocal, and so it punches me in the chest when it comes in over these hooks, while still feeling a lot of the energy of the production here. I'm glad I found this. Blake, thank you for the follow. I appreciate Braxy, thank you for the follow as well. I really appreciate it. A musician from Alabama, just in my first pop punk song, still learning the mixing side. It's a different animal, Blake. You know what I mean? It's a little bit of just a different language. So for me, it's like when you just learn that language, when you can kind of understand the language and the functionality behind mixing, it really is not, I say this loosely, but it's really not too complex. I say that having done it for like 19 years. So I don't want to like glamorize it. It's really easy to learn, but if you can loosely understand like gain staging and your amplitude, your loudness levels, understand compression, EQ, ambiance, panning, and positioning, like those like 5 things of just like your loudness, like how you gain stage and how you control loudness, dynamics, compression, EQ, ambiance being a lot of those other elements in your panning and positioning. I think you can learn a lot, and you can do that with stock plugins. You can do that with free DAWs, and you can get fantastic mixes with just like those 5 things if you can just understand them loosely. So that to me is that to me is where I would start, especially if it feels like a new animal to you and it's something you're struggling with even loosely. Start with those 5 things, and you'll be good to go. I gotta go. Can you get mine? Real quick? Super curious new genre. I can't get to it really quick. I gotta go in the order of the line. So if you want to move forward in the line, that's completely up to you. There's no pressure. There's no rush. That's up to you to do. But I have to go in the order of the line of people that are submitting their songs. I can't just pop someone ahead randomly. Yeah, I have it in order on the queue in front of me. So I'm always gonna to keep it fair for everybody, go in the structure there. Andrew, appreciate you tapping him in. Yeah, everything's at the link in my bio. I appreciate you showing up. Sorry, I just missed a comment from, let me see. Yeah, link in my bio. If you want to just do, what we're doing right now is the consultation. So these are long, they're detailed, they're really nuanced. That's what we're diving into right now. So if you want a 2 to 3 listen, 20 to 30 minute deep dive on your music, that's what this is. Or if you want, we'll try to jump into the free line every once in a while over the course of the live here in just a little bit as well, if we can do a couple things right. Those are up to 2 minutes, really quick note at the end of your song. But if you want the deep dive, that's what we're looking at here. Okay, let's get a little deeper, but I just missed a comment from the artist, so I want to double check here. What are your thoughts on a stereo spread on the main track or like a spatial spread? You just have to be really careful depending on the spreader, depending on the kind of stereo optimizer and kind of what's happening there. You can run into a lot of phase issues with stuff like that, just the cohesion issues where you're going to get some things collapsing. If you over exaggerate kind of like timing, like Haas effect and stuff like that, you're going to get this hollowness, because a lot of like cheap or like very simple stereo spread plugins or things that are baked into whatever DAW you're using, in this case, GarageBand. I'm not super familiar with GarageBand. It's been years since I've used it, but a lot of times they're full spectrum. So what that means is that from, depending on the 20 to 20,000 hertz, it's taking the signal, it's splitting it, and it's pushing it to the outside, changing timing and maybe some timbre details in that effect, and pushing it to the outside. Usually the effect of this is some hollowness. If you go too far, it can be some phase collapse. It can be some issues that happen where the mix feels weird and phasey. It feels awkward. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't have any power. Worst case though, it also just creates this hollowness in the middle of the mix. So all of this sudden, like your kick, your sub frequencies, your snare, vocal structure, all of it's kind of split to the outside like this to create this exaggerated width. But then like the bass doesn't really hit, you know what I mean? All of a sudden, like the kick and the snare, I hear it, but I don't feel it anymore. Like it doesn't really hit in the center channel, which means when you're utilizing subs or multi-driver headphones or a car stereo, it just doesn't, it's not sending it to the right place. Sometimes it's starting to put it into, higher tweeters or higher, wider elements here, as opposed to going to a sub or a large, like a bass speaker, whatever it may be. And this is in all different environments. So I don't typically recommend it unless you have control over frequency and you can do it very, very tastefully. I'm talking about like starting with great positioning of your mix, like vocals and layers and the production itself. If you have stems or multi-track, positioning that as beautifully as you possibly can. And then from there, if you need to, and it for whatever reason, it feels like it would help to get a little bit more width out of it. 3%, you know what I mean? 2%, where we just like take it from a wide, powerful mix, a wide, powerful source, and we just push it just over the edge just a little bit to create some openness. Shia, thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate that a lot. But we're not over exaggerating it. If I ever need to do any widening of a particular element, sometimes I'll use this for like synths, right? I have a bunch of synths. I have like drone pads and arpeggiators or some stuff I really, really want to push wide. I will do a multi-band stereo width processor. I typically use Ozone for this. I know a lot of people use it for mastering, but I typically use it for like, really fine-tuned processing like this, where I can take particular frequencies and control where this block of frequencies is positioned in the mix. So I might take 0 to 250 hertz or something like that, a lot of like subharmonics and low end, and I'll keep it completely in mono. Then I'll take 250 to 600 and push it 2% or whatever it may be. And then maybe like 8,000 hertz and above, or 6,000 hertz and above, maybe I'll push nice and wide out in the mix, but it's only those high-end frequencies that are going out there. So if you have like a multi-band stereo optimizer, that can be beneficial to doing stuff like that, but a kind of standardized full spectrum stereo splitter oftentimes is going to create more issues, especially on the mastering side, especially on like the full 2-track or whatever it may be. It's almost always going to create more issues than it solves. So it's better on individual elements than it is on using it on a full spectrum. 100%. As long as I have like access to files, I mean, people send from all different places. As long as I have access to files and I can just easily download or hop into what I need to, 100%. Yeah, and if anybody, I still see comments in the chat. If you want to submit your music, everything's at the link in my bio. These are the full consultations that we're doing right now. There's of course a free line if you want to get in there as well, which we'll be pulling from a little bit later in the live as well. Okay, let's get into the last section of the song here. But I think we've addressed most of like the main things that I would focus on as far as just small polish of clarifying your production, giving space for that vocal to live in the middle of the mix, potentially optimizing production structure with your vocal to make sure the whole song has a little bit better structure so people actually stick around, because you have a great voice, you got a great great tone, great execution of your vocal production. I like it a lot. I really do. You have a great fry as well. So you're doing a lot of things really well, and I want people to stick around to get to that point. And that's kind of some of the things that I'm talking about. Chris, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you so much. Okay, let's get into the meat of it. What's up, Jenna? Welcome in. Love the chorusing here. That's nice. There's some really interesting swing in the production. It's kind of random. Most of it's pretty on the grid. It's pretty locked in. But there's all of a sudden within this kind of like acid bass that comes in, and there's some of these other elements that come in. There's all of a sudden this like huge swing that comes in the background. But it's nice. It's a nice little shift in energy right there. Nick, this is, let me see the name here, Jared McKinnon. They're up a couple chats up. Jared McKinnon. Yeah, solid track. All done in GarageBand, by the way, as well. That's a great fry scream. Kind of wish we added the low guttural stuff right underneath. I love that energy right underneath right there. I kind of wish that we still executed the higher fry scream over the top of it to give it that edge on the breakdown, and then you can settle into the hook after this. Wait another, and then just go into the high fry right there, while still having the guttural low rumbles underneath it to kind of give it this stack and give it this energy. Not necessary. Obviously, it's a creative decision you can make or not make. Yucko, welcome in. Good to see you. But for me, it kind of comes down to what you want to do in the song once again. But I think there is a little bit of a missed opportunity where the energy is really ramping up in the track, and then we pull back for a second, hitting a much lower register. And then going into the hook after that. Just tossing that there. Get your wheels spinning. GA 950, absolutely. Any genre, any style, any language, any level of quality and preparedness. That's fine. I have profanity, Andrew, so it's completely fine. As long as it's not like I told someone earlier. As long as I think this song actually has some f bombs in it. It's crazy. I think TikTok's sensitive sometimes. But yeah, it's as long as it's like not something insane that's like going to get me banned or something like that, which has only happened like twice in the 3.5 years we've listened to music on here and done these consultations. So I'm not worried about it. If you have a song with profanity, it's typically totally fine. Yeah, great structure. Y'all show some love to Jared McKinney. Show some love to Jared McKinney. It's called Wait Another Day. You can see them right there in the chat. Please show them some love and support. Thank you so much for sending this in, man. I can't wait to hear more from you. You're incredibly talented, man. Great intuition with your vocals, your layers, your ad-libs, the way that you approach layering over the production, I think is really intuitive, man. I think you're doing a fantastic job. Small details and just like polishing and connecting everything and making sure that it's really cohesive. But beyond that, man, I think you're doing a fantastic job. So definitely show some love. Show some love to Jared McKinnon right there in the chat. We're going to keep it rolling. If you would like to submit your music, everything is at the link in my bio. Whether you want to get in the free line for the up to 2-minute listen with a quick spin, or if you would like to submit for a full consultation, 20 to 30 minutes, multiple listen breakdown, all of that is at the link in the bio as well. You can decide which line you want to go into, depending on kind of what you value and what you want to dive into. After this next song, maybe we'll answer a couple questions. Maybe dive into the free line just for a song, and then we'll bring it right back. But let's keep it rolling. We got Nocturne Bloom in the building. This is a family. Nocturne, hop in the chat. Hop in the chat. Thank y'all so much for joining as well. I appreciate the follows. Thank y'all so much for hopping into the stream today. Y'all have been amazing. Tasha, welcome in as well. Y'all keep tapping the screen. Make sure y'all share out the live. Send in a heart me. It does really help out the live stream. Tasha, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Let me see if Nocturne's in the building. Yeah, if you want to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. Everything is at the link in my bio. Ravonda, welcome in. Or Ravanada, thank you for tapping in. I want to make sure I get the name right. There's Nocturne in the building. Sabrina, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you a lot. All right, this is Nocturne, a song about escaping a toxic relationship and the beauty and pain and the healing. Written and produced by me, and played the guitar and done all vocals, outsourced the mastering. Let's get that. You did that with your mouth? Yeah, pause. Yes, I did. It's the ADHD kicks in and sometimes just noises start happening. All right, this is Aching by Nocturne Bloom right here in the chat. Let's get it. This is all done by them outside of mastering. Let's go, Nocturne. I love it. Give me some details. What are you recording on? What DAW are you using? Stuff like that. Let's go. Fire. 2 back-to-back GarageBand songs.
Tearing at my clothes, tearing at my skin, tearing inside my body.
Let's go.
Again. Another trust broken. Are you all the same? It happened again. I go insane. Standing still.
Everything's at the link in my bio.
What are you thinking? I just lay here sinking into a spiral. No escaping. What have you done? My God, I'm aching.
Try it on Instagram. It usually works over there. Same Torvik music, same link. Good consistent hook. Oh, it's out on platforms? Released? Oh, I like that second. Some tension right there. Crunchy notes as we talk. Let's go.
Standing, staring, what are you thinking? The flashing of his face, the bashing of mine.
Welcome, Nocturne.
Standing, staring, what are you thinking? I just
What's up, Bryce? Welcome in.
here sinking to a spiral. No escaping, what have you done? My God, I'm aching. And
Love that high harmony. We can work through some of the structural stuff, but it's someone's first time producing. First time ever producing. Let's go, Tep. Let's go, man. I love it. You're active, man. I love it. 100%. Just on GarageBand, doing everything themselves for the first time. Show some love, show some love, show some love. That is Nocturne Bloom right there in the chat. Yep, first time producing their music. Crimson, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. First time producing, mixing their music. Yeah, shouts to you. I mean, I'm trying to think of like the first time I like opened a DAW and tried to produce for myself. I know that it wasn't a song. It was nothing. So I could appreciate what went into this happening. Apparently, I think they did say this is released now. They did just release it as well. So I think it is out on platforms. So if you like what you hear, I should send my own no, I mean, do the same. I've got some, I started working on Pro Tools when I was like 12. So I have 20 years of Pro Tools stuff that is horrible, terrible, absolutely terrible stuff. I'm proud of in the sense. What's up, Chance? I'm proud of in the sense that I did it. I decided I wanted to do something and I did it and I stuck with it for 20 years. So I think there's, there's something to that as well. It is out, Nocturne Bloom, Aching on all platforms. Go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist, all of that good stuff. Ty, if you want to submit, everything is at the link in my bio. Everything's at the link in my bio. Whether you want to get into the full consultations like we're doing right now, or if you want to or put yourself in the free line as well, you can. Okay, let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. And we're going to maybe answer a few questions after the song. Maybe pull one from the free line really quick if they're here, and give that a quick spin, and then we'll move on with the next couple tracks. And here's Pineapple Darrell. Or Daryl, let me know. I want to make sure I get it right. I got you in the chat here as well, of course. But let's run it back from the top, y'all. Please show some love. So obviously this song is it's already out. It's already on Spotify. So we're going to talk through some of the details here, some things that I want you to take into your future records that you're working on. But I love that you did this all yourself. So that's amazing. Let's dive into it. Indie bedroom alt R&B artist here. My name is Pineapple Daryl from Oslo, Norway. Shout out to Norway. If you couldn't tell, my name is Norwegian. If Torvik obviously is a very, very Norwegian after the fjords. So I've never been. I don't know the language or anything like that, but I would love to. I would love nothing more. I'm still cheering for them, partially at least in the World Cup because I need to. And they can use it right now. 118,000 followers, man. You're making down here. Who has 118? Who has 118? Pineapple? Oh, yeah, Pineapple does. Shout out to Pineapple. Dude, that's amazing, man. Amazing. Shouts to you. Okay, let's get into it. Nocturne Bloom. Let's dive in. I was like, who has that? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That takes work. All right, let's run it. Let's get it from the top. It happens, Tep. I know people that have gotten millions and millions of views on posts millions and millions of views on posts. They go viral. They have something happen that's crazy, and they have a sequence of posts that go crazy. They get I know someone that had hundreds of thousands of followers, and then that never happened again. That event kind of passed, and then no one cared anymore, and they kept posting, and they would get a couple hundred views or maybe a couple thousand views every once in a while. And then someone else that I knew someone that they got millions of views on something, got like 150,000 followers, and then they deleted that post because they didn't want that to be their whole thing. They wanted to do music, but then no one cared about the music. Like, dude, it happens. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. My Kit Kat brand partnership is at 130,000 views and growing so far. Man, that's great for brand partnerships. That's great for your translation right there. That's killer. But yeah, it happens. It happens. And a quick reminder as well, because people are talking about too. We're gonna pull some from the free, or I'll listen to a free here in just a second here. If you want to move out of that, you can. That's completely up to you. There's no pressure. There's no rush. But that is the up to 2 minute. Let me get a Kit Kat though. I know they give you a pallet of Kit Kats because that sounds fire. If you want to, those are up to 2 minute listen, quick spin, with just a note at the end. If you want the full 20 to 30 minute multiple listen breakdown, those are the consultations. Of course, you can submit for that as well. Or if you just want to go faster, of course, that gets you out of that line and bypasses those 20 people. That's up to you. Like I said, there's no pressure, but if you would like to, that does get you out of that space into the priorities. All right, let's get into it. Enough about Kit Kats and lines. Let's talk about the track. Getting a nice crispy mix out of that guitar. Okay, real quick. Excuse me, real quick. So one of the first things that I would suggest with a track like this, let me know really quick if I know you have the M7, the Shure. Are you miking the guitar, or are you just going direct? Let me know really quick as well. One quick thing is you have basically 3 elements to this song, right? 3 elements to the song. Verse, I got you. Thank you so much for your submission. 3 elements to the song, one being the guitar, one being the piano, and then one being your vocal, and like the layers to the vocal being a part of that 3rd element right there. Right now, what you have is a far stereo piano, tons of wide chorused reverberated vocals. So those are super stereo, those are super wide, going straight into the interface with the guitar. Okay, so we're going direct. Excuse me. What's happening then is you have a mono signal direct from the guitar into the interface, right? So the guitar, which is the main mover of this song, that's carrying this whole F sharp minor, right? This whole progression that we have here is really direct, and it's in mono, and it sounds a little bit smaller. Yeah, that's fine, Chance, 100%. That feels smaller in the mix, yet that is carrying the whole production. That's largely your rhythm, it's your chord progression, accented by the piano, filled in by the piano, but your main production, portion right here is that piano. I'm sorry, is the acoustic guitar, the single tracked acoustic guitar. What I would love to hear out of this acoustic guitar is to switch that a little bit and double track the acoustic guitar. Of course you can, Fizzy. Everything's at the link in my bio. Everything's at the link in the bio. Wow, sorry for the allergies, y'all. Just want to stop and say, hey, I started learning production after the review gave me, let's go, Reed, let's go. I love that. Might be the best thing I could hear. That makes me very, very happy. I'm so proud of you diving into that world. That's amazing. Props to you. What I would love for you to do is to switch this just a little bit and get a double track of the acoustic guitar, what that means. You're going to want to do this with a click track. You're going to want to do this really polished so you don't have weird timing changes and stuff like that. But I want you to track the acoustic guitar in that progression on the left side, and then I want you to track it again on the right side, and you're going to pan it out this way. How wide is up to you. But you can go 100% left and right if you want to, 60, 70, 80%, whatever feels right for the production here. But that's going to give you this wide, powerful, open stereo image from the main thing that's carrying your song and your progression. In this case, that's the acoustic guitar. I would love to open that up just a little bit. That way we can get some width out of that guitar, and then it'll feel more filled in by the piano and by your wider vocal layers and stuff like that. Let me go a little bit deeper into the song. What I would typically do, if you're going to pan it offset, obviously there's going to be small changes in timing. That's perfect. Did that with the vocals beautifully, and that's why it's like we have our main theme kind of small in the middle of the mix, and a lot of the layers and reverbs and piano and stuff like that all pushed really wide. And I would love to, I still want some width out of those other elements, but I definitely want the core of it to feel a little bit more vibrant, a little bit wider there. And of course you can still keep, like I said, you can still keep width and still keep those layers and stuff like that. Let me get a little deeper into it. And I'll address like a couple small things within that double track. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you, Reed. octave layers there too. Yeah, so what I would do, okay, just really briefly on the double track. You're gonna track one left and track one right. I can't talk. Track one right. And so you can open those up a little bit. And then what you're going to do is color one just a little bit differently. There should already be some changes in timing naturally, like small little things, just a hair. That you'll be able to mitigate a little bit just by double tracking instead of duplicating it. But you also might want to like compress it and EQ it slightly different. You want to change the form a little bit. That's going to give you a more exaggerated, open, like really wide feel to those acoustic guitars. I also don't like the sibilants. Asked the master guy to change it, but he didn't. That would be done on the mixing side. I mean, of course he like probably can, but you can't really control that as much on the mastering side because you're working off of a singular track. That's going to be done in the mixing side closer to the source. Do you ever give beats away? I do not. I've done some free work before. I've done some like, some free stuff before for different people because I was just really passionate about it. You know what I mean? Like I was really like, passionate about the artist and wanted to work with someone. And so we've worked together for points or like something like that. But I don't sell beats really. I do like custom production work and custom composing work and stuff like that. That is more like working with the artist. We're on calls. We're digging through the production, building structure from scratch. But yeah, I don't have the beat stars. I don't have, whatever. I pretty much do all custom work as far as like production structure goes and session work goes. But yeah, Nocturne on the sibilant side, that's going to be taken care of in your mix. So I want you to address that as early in your process as possible. If you're finding that you have a lot of sibilants, the way that you diffuse, your distance from the microphone, angle of the mic. I think you're setting an MV, so you're using a dynamic microphone that's a little bit different. But you're just probably going to want to have especially early on, keeping it really, really simple. You're going to want to have a de-esser on your vocal. Your vocal's also really, really bright, which is not inherently a negative thing, but you're overcompensating for some of the mellowness and the darkness of the M7. And just because of the fact that it's a little bit more mellow to listen to, so you're pushing 10K 11K really, really high to overcompensate for that a little bit. And then that's also introducing more sibilants and more of those like harsher textures and stuff like that in the mix, so the more resonant frequencies in the mix. Tons of great de-essers out there. Yeah, there's free ones. There's they're built into the DAW for most people. There might be some preset you can use as well. Right now there's some that you can recommend, but I try to get it as close to the source as possible. But your mastering engineer is typically not going to touch like sibilants. They're going to take that 2-track and optimize for balance and loudness and stuff like that, width maybe, but they're not necessarily going to change form in your mix because a de-esser is kind of just a dynamic EQ for a specific fine Q pocket of frequency. So it's going to take 4,500 hertz and suppress and limit that frequency there at a very, very fine-tuned Q in order to suppress that frequency so it doesn't jump out of the mix, whatever that might be for the individual artist. If you do that over the whole mix, that means it's going to do it on the percussion. It's going to do it in this case, the guitars. It's going to affect that frequency on the acoustics, on the piano, on everything, right? And so that's where you don't want that to happen on the master side, because that dynamic EQ or that compressor, that de-esser is going to affect everything that's happening, as opposed to just that sibilant structure in the vocal, those S's and T's and K's sometimes and stuff like that. Third album is actually dropping in an hour. Let's go, Daryl. That's amazing, dude. Congrats. So if you want to fix the sibilants, do it earlier. Do it earlier in your structure, especially if you're pushing the high end of your vocal as much as you are. For one, you can soften that a little bit. This doesn't need to be an incredibly bright, really, really, airy mix. You're not competing with that much. So I do think we can soften your vocal a little bit. We can warm up this mix a little bit because, again, you're not competing with 6 synths and a huge full-scale drum set and, quad-tracked electric guitars and stuff like that. It's acoustic, a light piano, and your vocal. So I do think we can soften this mix a little bit so it's not so bright and so brittle at the top. And that will help with some of that sibilance. But again, a de-esser after the high push of your vocal will help suppress that a little bit if you feel like it's necessary. Just don't rely on the mastering for that. Okay, let's keep it rolling here. Let's get a little bit deeper. Those were the couple of the main things I wanted to address. I sent you my new demo from last night, but the vocals are mostly mumbled. Hey, I've heard some crazy stuff. Is it Breloose? I think I'm saying that. I hope I'm saying that right. Please correct me. Thank you for the follow. I've heard some rough demos in here. Okay, let's push a little bit farther, but those are kind of the main things that I want to address there.
Standing, staring, what are you thinking? I just
Okay.
lay here sinking to a
also put, Adrian, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I would also put some emphasis on how you introduce and cut vocals as you go through phrasing certain things. Another thing that makes this feel noise, one of it is that they're all very bright. They're all very sibilant. So we're hearing those S's and T's and really bright vocals popping in and out of the mix a lot. I would probably pull them back by 2 or 3 dB, not have such a big high push on it, control the sibilance a little bit. That'll help warm up this whole thing, soften some of the vocal production so you're not hearing all those intricacies as much. The other thing is awesome. I'm going to back it up here just a little bit here. Is a bunch of different times in here where the start of the vocal, again, some of it is some of those other things that we were talking about, but the start of the vocal, as well as when the vocal ends and tails for layers, for ad-libs and stuff like that, are oftentimes starting and stopping at a bunch of different times. And so that makes the whole mix feel a little bit noisier, a little bit muddier. One, because of those high pushes and stuff that are a little bit more transient, a little bit more responsive that we're hearing in the mix. So that automatically feels a bit more, a bit more noisy and a bit more muddy. I think if we can start these a little bit more consistently and stop them a little bit more consistently, it'll help with some of that mud kind of in the background there. Super, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. 500, yeah, Tep's a beast. Tep is a monster when it comes to streams. He's the real deal. He's the real deal. Just got a bit frustrated. 100%, it happens. And again, if you have, like I think you said, you're on GarageBand, you're gonna have some frustrations. Sometimes you got to zoom in a whole bunch and create. When I say mud in this particular context, I'm talking about a lot of information in the mix that is removing or is creating a lack of clarity and separation. So if you have a phrase that you're saying in your song structure, right? Like you have a phrase that you're saying, a lyric that you're saying, and then that lyric that you're saying, you have 6 different vocals saying that lyric, but some of them start a little bit early, some of them start a little bit late, some are a little bit, out of tune, some have like you phrase it a little bit differently, you end one a little bit later, so on and so on. In this case, that's the mud, that's the lack of clarity that I'm talking about, like too many mid-frequency. Yeah, and then on the other side, we can also talk about frequency mud, EQ mud. A lot of times that's like between 100 and 400 hertz, where there's that boominess, there's that muddiness in the vocal, and you can carve, create some clarity there. In this case, we're talking about information that I am just like frequency there's a lot of things that are happening at different times that remove separation and clarity of like what the vocal is saying and kind of what it's doing. So anyways, that's kind of what I'm referencing here. Okay, let's get a little deeper in here. But that's one of the things, like you said, you got frustrated, so you just did and you put it out there. If you took this exact song structure here and it wasn't so exaggerated on the top end, right? It wasn't so, no, dude, you're totally good. Ask away. I'll hopefully answer some questions. We're going to do a free line really quick right after this one, and we're going to jump straight back in. Those will be really, really quick. But yeah, feel free to ask questions. Bexy, welcome in as well. If you take this exact kind of structure that you have here, but it's not nearly as brittle and bright, the vocals are timed better, they're balanced better, there's better sibilant control so that it's not as harsh and as brittle to listen to. At the same time, we have a nice wide, beautiful double-tracked acoustic with a really vibrant piano. If all of this just gets like rebalanced, we pull those vocal layers back by 2 or 3 dB, and we rebalance some of the layers as well on the vocal so they're not so forward, they're not interrupting each other. Those couple little things right there, it sounds like a lot, but those couple little things right there make this a way like softer, easier experience to interact with, right? Because right now there's some of that noise, there's some of that busyness, and you are a good writer and you do have a good voice. And I think that's kind of disguised right now behind over-exaggerated EQs, some sibilant harshness, some timing issues, some, background vocals kind of taking over the mix. So it gets, muddy, it gets noisy and stuff like that. But you are a good writer and you do have a good clean hook and you do have good structure for your vocals. They're just being disguised by some processing decisions that on the mastering side, and they could on the mastering side, it's, they didn't have to exaggerate the top end that much as well. And I don't know, necessarily what their process was like as well. They didn't have to, exaggerate much of that as well. They could have softened some of that, saturated maybe a little bit better. But to me, I would love, because like you have such good structure here. It's easy acoustic track. The more that you exaggerate these curves and exaggerate, the EQ side. I feel like the more that it's going to be harsher to listen to, and it's going to feel more like artificial. It's going to feel less like soft and easy to listen to. And based on what I've heard in your music and what I hear out of your vocal, I would love for this to feel like a warm blanket. It's an acoustic and a piano and a beautiful voice with layers. I would love for it to feel just soft and easy and mellow, and really just let that vocal with a little bit of saturation, a warmer EQ, just shine over the top of the mix. And I think you'd be ready to go with some writing polish and with some recording polish. Sure, 100%. We can all use that, but just from a structural standpoint, I think that'd be really helpful. Y'all, please show some love. Show some love. Let's go, Tep. Let's go. I love it, man. I love it. You listen to Suno Sister Records? Just curious. Yeah, people send in Suno. People send in some, Sister Records every once in a while. If you are, especially if you're in the consultation line, if you're doing the paid consultations, these are 20 to 30 minute multiple listen deep dive songs. So I want to be able to talk about and break down elements that you have control over. When people are using Suno, there's usually a little bit less of that. But what we can do is talk about songwriting. We can talk about production structure. We can talk about like songwriting structure, lyric formatting and stuff like that, phrasing, alignment. There's a lot of things we can still break down, but it's just, for the most part, it's easier to break down things that you have as much control over as possible. Do you have any places or somewhere I can pitch my music or tips how to get more streams? I mean, you can ask some questions in the chat as we go through some stuff. We'll answer some questions here in a second. But I don't pitch music. I'm not like a manager or an agency or anything like that. I'm just a producer, engineer, and a full-time session musician. Certified Tron, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Shout out to Nocturne Bloom one more time. The song you just heard is out on platforms, so please go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist, show it some love and support. 18 years of writing. Let's go, certified. Let's go. Let me see. I love your breakdowns. Man, that's the best. Thank you, Chance. I appreciate you so much. Den, it's good to see you, Den. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing fantastic. Thanks for stopping in, man. Thanks for stopping in. Let me see. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So I know I was catching up on something. Okay, let me refresh over here really quick. And actually, I want to go into, if you have some questions, you can, of course, feel free to drop it in the chat. We're going to dip into the free line. We're dipping into the free line. Then Tep, I see you. Pineapple, I see you. Adrian, I see you as well. Thank you so much, Adrian. Appreciate it. And of course, Versi, I see you in there as well. I appreciate y'all submissions. Really quick, Savain, let me know if you're in the chat. I'm going to give you about, there's a delay on Twitch. So I'm going to give it about 10 seconds for people to answer. If you're in here, let me know. If you're in here, let me know. We got about 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. We're not doing that. Let's see. Let's give it a moment. Let me know if Cascades is in the building. Libby, thank you for the heart me, and Nocturne, thank you for the roses. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for your generosity. That's you? That's Cascade? Wait, who is? Yep, 100%. That's Cascades. Okay, Cascades, let's go up to 2 minutes. Let's dive into it. We're going to give it a quick listen. This is on Spotify. This is called Make You Mine. So if you like what you hear, please go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist. But this is Make You Mine by Cascades. This is up to 2 minute listen, and we'll give it some quick notes, a quick reaction, then we'll move back into the other line. If you have questions, feel free to drop them in the chat as well. If you want to submit your music for either these really long form breakdowns, the consultations that we're doing, which is a lot of what y'all are hearing, then everything's at the link in my bio. You can submit for that spot, move forward, go faster if you want to, so on and so on. Or if you want to get into the free line, of course you can as well. And it's Bintang. Drop the information in the chat. Give your artist name and the song name in the chat so a mod can pin it to the top and show you some love and support. This is, I'm pulling it up right now, Make You Mine by absolutely Certified Tron. The skips, as you call them, those are the consultations. Those are 20 to 30 minutes. Those are 20 to 30 minutes long. We listen to the song multiple times to really dive into the details and the nuances of mix and master production, sound design choices, lyric and song formatting. We go deep. That when you get in the consultations, if you paid, we go nuts. We go crazy. The free line is up to 2 minute up to 2 minute listen and some quick notes at the end, and then we jump back. Out of curiosity, do you stream on anything other than TikTok and Twitch? We're on YouTube as well. Those are our 3 platforms. So we're live there currently right now. All right, let's get into it. This is Make You Mine by Cascades. Let's get into it. Any details, drop them in the chat. Appreciate you, Adrian. Smooth.
You came around
what you do in the song as well.
If you don't mind, will you go out with me and we can sip on some latte sometimes? Yeah, I know I'm not your typical guy. I'm not the one that you decide. Yeah, I know.
Everything's at the link in my bio.
But I'll try, I will try to change your mind, make you the happiest girls alive. Oh baby, I'll try, 'cause you've been on my mind all the time, 24 hours, 7 days a week. Just give me a chance to hold you, and I never let
Love is
you
fine.
go, 'cause I know that you are worth it. Can't you give me some time?
It's been Tang in the chat.
Oh, and maybe I'll make this right if you give me some time.
There they go.
And maybe I can make you mine.
Yo, show some love, man. Show some love, show some love. It's Bing Tang right in the chat. The song is called Make You Mine by Cascade. So if you like it, go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist, so on and so on. Really, the one thing, I mean, production structure, I think is fantastic. I think y'all are great musicians. The band seems really, really talented. The biggest thing that I want to hear is tighter vocal production. We need a little bit, we need another stage of compression on that vocal so that it doesn't fall back in the mix. We need a little bit of sibilant control as far as structure there. Your vocal cuts in and out, which is due to compression, right? It's due to a lack of dynamic control. So your vocal gets quiet, it dives in the mix, and then it gets really loud in the mix. Better control on those layers as well in order to make sure that they're not, again, taking over the mix and then coming out. They're very dry in the middle of the mix, and I think that's part of why. But y'all are obviously talented, great musicians, great structure so far, great lead melodies. But I think some of the lack of support in the mix that we're talking about is because that vocal kind of falls in it. I don't mind chill, I don't mind vibey, but it definitely needs support to make sure that it stays at the forefront and feels nice and clean and nice and transparent. So that's what I would focus on. But y'all are obviously talented, man. Please show some love. Show some love, show some love, show some love. That is Make You Mine by Cascades. Bing Tang right here in the chat. Y'all are obviously very talented, man. I'm excited to hear more from y'all as well. Keep doing your thing. Okay, let's keep it rolling, y'all. Let's keep it rolling. Definitely go stream it. It is out on all platforms. We got Versi in the building. Little Eyes, hop in the chat. Let me know where you're at. I'm going to refresh over here really quick. Quick reminder, if you would like to submit your music, go to my profile and then click on the link in my bio. You'll see everything that you need. Is that a Chance? Is that you? Is that Versi? As you know, I started back in January. I think sometimes I get confused on the name. I'm assuming it is based on you saying yo. As you know, I started back in January. The song is fully orchestrated by myself. I used Studio One for my DAW, and I used instrumental plugins for the instrumental vocals and mixing done by myself. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. If you got any other details, drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat. Let me wait a moment. I just want to confirm that it's that I'm hearing the right people here really quick. Perfect. All right, let's get into it, man. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the submission. This is Little Lies by Versi. Let's dive in. I got the link here too. I'm requesting access right now. So just make sure you give me access to the file. Let me know when you have, and I'll click it again. And until then, it's time. Thomas, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Adrian, thank you for the sub on YT. I appreciate it. If you want to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. You can hop into the free line for an up to 2 minute listen. And just a quick note at the end of the song, or if you would like a 20 to 30 minute deep dive in your music, that is on the consultation side. All right, let's see if we got it this time. Let's see if we got it this time. It's loading. It's loading. It's loading. I think it's working this time. I think it's working, Chance. Let's get it. Let's see. It is. Let's get it downloaded. Give it just one moment. If y'all are on TikTok as well, do me a huge favor. Make sure y'all are tapping the stream. Make sure you are liking the live, share out the live, repost the live. Don't forget to send a heart me. It does really help out the live stream. Also, when we get to 25,000, just tap the screen a little bit. When we get to 25,000 likes, I'm going to pull someone out of that free line. You got to be here for you to get pulled out of that free line. And we'll take you from a 2 minute listen, quick note to a full 20 to 30 minute consultation. So when we get to 25,000 likes, we'll pull someone out of the free line and get you up we'll get you up on the board for our consultation as well. So make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live. The more people in here, the more people liking, the more giveaways that we do as well. This is All Me by Chance right here in the chat. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it.
Running all around, just trying to get back home. Look at what I found, a place to sit alone. You don't let me drown, I'm shaking to the bone. And I don't really understand why.
I really like the filtering and the high piano sequence.
Stick by my side. I'm counting the stars in your eyes. 'Cause
Nice.
darling, you're glowing tonight. Need you in my life, I love your ways, I'll play a game. Loving these on me, just me and you, girl, that's the same. There's no need for blame, we'll work it out, let's keep it tame. I know it's what you want, let's see it through, come pick my brain. You made your rounds in my head. You left your scars
Interesting structure.
in my bed. Tell me why. Tell me
Well, I like this. That openness with the falsetto is beautiful. That's really nice.
What am I doing with this little life? Tell me, what could I do here with such little time? We keep telling ourselves these little lies. It's by design, we don't even have to try. Maybe we could fly anytime it's you.
What's up, son? Welcome in.
Need you in my life, without you I'm half the side. I'm counting the stars in your
No.
eyes.
Not at all.
'Cause darling, you're glowing tonight.
Caitlin, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you for the community heart. Lots of twists and turns. Kev, welcome in. Good to see you. Appreciate y'all tapping in today. like that sequence on the filtered piano. It's really nice. Vibey. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all, please show some love. Show some love. Show some love. That is Chance right here in the chat. That is called All Me. Or it says All Me, but I think it's Little Lies by Versi. I think Little Lies by Versi. But the Chance is who you're gonna see here in the chat. Show them some love and support. Show them some love and support. Let's get into the track here. Let's break it down a little bit. Quick reminder, if you want to submit your music, everything's at the link in my bio. If you want a 20 to 30 minute multiple listen consultation, you can submit there. If you want to get yourself in the free line, which we're pulling from every couple songs, then you can get yourself in the free line. That's up to 2-minute listen with a quick note at the end. But if you want to deep dive on your music, multiple listen, getting into the weeds, then that is what the consultation side is for. If you want to get yourself there, feel free to always, if you want to move faster, if you want to go forward, of course you can, but there's no pressure. We're going to pull from the free line probably after the next song and go back into there as well. So here's the biggest thing I want you to focus on, Chance. You have interesting production. Like, I really like your production. I like the introduction of the rhythmic elements with your toms. I really like the high sequence on the piano. It's filtered, it's crunchy. I like it a lot. The biggest thing, and you have some cool song structure to it. Again, like I said, lots of twists and turns with some familiar moments as well. The thing I want you to focus on, I think the most, is positioning, panning and positioning. Like, if you can focus on your stereo image as a whole and where things are and why they're there and how they're relating to each other, this mix is transformed just by like levels and positioning. Because once you change positioning, your levels will be perceived differently, right? If I take a vocal and pan it all the way to the side, it feels very distinct and very isolated. So your perceived loudness is different when you pan things out or change where they're structured in the mix as far as panning goes. So, but the biggest thing I want you to focus on is positioning. There's a lot happening in the center channel, and then you have like two elements, like I think like some strings and the toms that hit in stereo that feel really wide and feel really open. Love that. That's great. A lot of other elements that are hitting right down the middle and kind of stepping on the toes of that lead vocal. I think a couple piano tracks, there's some synths, there's some strings, there's the vocal and your defined vocal layer. So like a direct layer, direct double of your vocal right there in the middle as well. And I think they're right in front of each other, which is part of the reason why we're getting some phasing as well. Fizzy, thank you for the roses. I appreciate you. We're getting some phasing between those vocals. So you hear both doubles kick in, and then it just sounds kind of wobbly. We're getting some of that frequency rub right there. That's what's causing you to lose some power and some energy behind some of these performances, is they're just all kind of operating in the same space. So what I would love to hear is some of these elements start to be positioned outward, right? Get those, like, if you can, get your pad, especially like your drone pads and stuff like that, those like pedal tones, get those in stereo, get some, maybe even the piano in stereo. If you need to, maybe add a chorus to it to kind of open it up in stereo, get it nice and wide. Even just send some of your synths to a stereo aux or a stereo bus where you can add some nice wide reverbs to feed into it. You can create some openness here, but part of what I'm hearing is that everything's really, really consolidated here, which is causing some issues, and them again stepping on each other's toes, competing for the same space, as well as just making the mix and some of the production feel a little bit smaller, as opposed to nice and vibrant and alternative, and have it's set into a great environment, so on and so on. Do you know any good free synthesizers? If you're talking about plugins, I'm assuming. I'm assuming you're talking about plugins. Any good free synthesizers? Dude, of course, man. Let's run back into it. We're going to get back into it. Free. I mean, to be honest, there's some phenomenal synthesizers just come with your DAW. So it kind of depends on the DAW. There's a lot that you can do if you just understand synthesizers. Maybe you won't like the presets, but if you understand synthesis and you can understand like how to build some sound design from scratch, you can use the stock, use the stock one in Ableton, the stock one in Pro Tools, the stock one in FL Studio and whatever. Like you can absolutely do magic with those. The best free ones are probably the ones that just come with your DAW. I have a lot of paid ones and a lot of real ones. So I don't, because I have a lot of real synths and also a lot of synth plugins, I haven't had to dig into the world of free ones, so I'm not super familiar. Citrus. I used to use Citrus when I had it. Expand, and there's a couple other ones on Pro Tools that are awesome. They're awesome. They have a ton of options. I mean, if you have multiple oscillators and a modulation section and an envelope and a filter and an amp section, then you can create a crazy 80s bass. You can create some acid bass with a portamento. You can do a stack of saws, like add a chorus to them and a reverb, and it sounds like magic. Like you can do a lot with like a couple really simple things. You know what I mean? So yeah, start with your DAW. And it might not be the best answer, but start with your DAW, see what it has, and if you can, and then learn building sound design from scratch. You'll be way better off. Okay, let's run back through the song. I think I addressed most of the things I want you to target, so I shouldn't need to spend a ton of time going back through it. So we'll chop through a couple things here, but I think that to me are those like the main things I want you to target, where we're just losing some of your sounds behind each other. They're kind of disguising each other a little bit, and I want them to feel open and wide and energetic. And they just started this in January. I think it started producing in January, right? Am I remembering that correctly? That's crazy.
Just trying to get back home.
So like even here, da-da-da-da-da, when you get into these vocals right here, I would love, you don't have to do this, of course, but I would love for like those layers to be left and right? Have the lead vocal nice and punchy in the middle, going on around, da-da-da-da-da-da, your lower octave, I think, whatever, but then get the high octaves that you have, get them left and right, so when that vocal comes in, it pops. If you want them next to each other, just offset them slightly so they're and then color them a little bit differently. Those are the ways that you're going to mitigate some of that phasing and some of that frequency rub that you're getting as well. Valley, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Right now, they're right behind each other, and they're also just kind of sitting in the exact same space. So if you all of a sudden like kind of turn it out this way and put that the background vocal there, the double of the vocal, 2-3% to the left, EQ it slightly, maybe thin it out a little bit, maybe brighten it a little bit more than that other vocal, maybe DS smaller or a DS with a lower threshold or whatever it may be to control that vocal a little bit more. It'll really sit in its own space distinctly with less of that rub between the two vocals. So that's one way. Just again, working on panning and positioning here. I don't mind that this piano was in mono right here. We just got to be careful with it because it's operating a lot in the mids and high mids, which is where all the vocals are. So just something to keep in mind. But I would love to hear that vocal in stereo. I mean, I would love to hear that synth in stereo. It's a really, really nice synth.
Alone, you don't let me drown. I'm shaking to the bone. And I don't really
drums come in stereo, so that's great.
understand why you're choosing to stick by my side. I'm counting the stars in your eyes.
And then some of your processing is stereo, which sounds beautiful, right? I'm starting to hear this reverb kind of automated. It's coming into play there with the doubles on the outside. Those are beautiful. So it's going to be a lot of these other kind of internal elements here.
'Cause darling, you're glowing tonight. Need you in my light. I love your ways. I'll play a game. Loving these on me, just me and you, girl. Let's just sing. There's no need for blame. We'll work it out. Let's keep it tame. I know it's what you want. Let's see it through. Come pick my brain.
So one of the main things, I don't mind you having this. That little movement at the top, beautiful. I don't mind that. Keep that in mono if you want to, or offset it, add a chorus to it in stereo. That could be really nice. But one of your main, I really do love your voice. It's got a really cool feel to it. One of the other main things that I want you to address, Sigma, thank you for the follow, is the pad and synth that you have in the background. That's what's also coming in mono. That right there for sure. Those big washy ambient pads, they need to be set into space for them to actually have the ambiance that you want them to have and be the filler that you want them to have. What it's doing right now is just creating kind of a node of noise kind of in the middle of the mix right here, as opposed to giving you expanse and giving you all of this like beautiful reflection. So I don't know how you have that tracked. I don't know how it's added into, what you're working with, but what is happening is that it's all in mono. So make sure that if it's a stereo source or a stereo synth, then make sure you open up a stereo track for it or whatever it may be. If you're tracking on like an actual like piano, like a workstation piano or something like that, make sure that you're outputting in stereo if you can. And if you can't, then it could be beneficial to add like a stereo chorus or really tight doubler on it with some color changes to make sure that you can get a nice stereo image out of that. Because having this, this like openness, having that width and having that stereo image just adds so much vibrancy to the mix. So to me, that's a huge, part of what I want to hear. Slurv, got you, appreciate you. Those strings, same thing. Dun, 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 dun. I need those nice and wide. So a lot of your core elements, right? You have a lot of melody and percussion. Melody and percussion is moving in a space that's really nice, right? You get a little high, high little plucks at the top, wide percussion and stuff like that. Your main progression carriers being your strings and your pads. Those are like the main things carrying the progression of the song. Those are like thinned out and in mono. Make those a main stage element. Stereo, wide, big sounding. They should sound, cinematic and open. And then position around that. If you're like, oh, okay, now that I've done that, I need to reposition this piano or maybe carve some space in the mids for it, so on and so on. We can do that. We can reposition vocal layers like we already talked about, but make sure the main thing is the main thing, and that those synths and those pads and stuff are sitting in a space where they really, because they carry your progression. They carry a lot of the weight of the song. So I want to make sure they're in a place where they feel really vibrant. Catherine, I love it. I think it's so good. Amy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that.
Keep it tight. I know it's what you want. Let's see it through.
So So like here, like just as an example, I just want to give you like a quick example. So here's what I'm gonna add. I'm gonna add a stereo pad. So let me do this real quick, just so you can kind of hear what I'm imagining and the difference that it makes. I'm gonna add a Jupiter 20X. Everything is at the link in my bio. Everything's that right now we're doing a consultation. So you're hearing kind of the deep dive right now, if that's what you want. Otherwise you can place yourself in the free line if you like as well. Okay, let's go here. We're gonna go to a pad and I'm just gonna, let me open up this too, just so you can kind of hear what I'm hearing and kind of why I think it could be beneficial to have it there. Okay, hold on. Oh yeah. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Just, and this was the last thing, and then we'll move on to the next track here. But I want to kind of show you just as an example. If you don't see it in the bio, it's just a regional thing. Just try it on Instagram. It's the same name, Torvik Music. But yeah, it's usually just a regional reason why it does that. But I just want you to be able to kind of envision what it could potentially be like. So let me move this up. Whoa, don't do that. Jeez. Even just that. Okay, so just to kind of, just to see, let me bring down the volume here just a little bit. And let's also push this chorus a little bit so you can kind of get the idea of what I'm talking about as far as like the chorusing. There we go. Okay, here's what I'm kind of looking at here.
Maybe we could fly anytime it's you and I. Need you in my life, without you I'm at the side. I'm counting the stars in your eyes, 'cause darling you're glowing tonight. Need you in my life, I love your ways, I'll play a game. Loving these on there, just me and you, girl, that's the same. There's no need for blame, we'll work it out, let's keep it tame. I know it's what you want, let's see it through, come pick my brain. Need you in my life, I love your ways, I'll play
Without it. I'm gonna back it up. I'm gonna go one more time through it. I'm gonna push the volume a little bit more, and I'm gonna open up the filter because I want to hear. Sure.
life, without you I'm at the side. I'm counting the stars in your eyes, 'cause darling you're glowing tonight. Need you in my life, I love your ways, I'll play a game. Loving these on there, just me and you, girl, that's the same. There's no need for blame, we'll work it out, let's
Pull it
keep
out.
it tame. I know it's what you want, let's see it through, come pick my brain. Need you in my life, I love your ways, I'll play a game.
the difference in just energy around them. It might not even translate very well on TikTok because their audio is pretty compressed, but having this stereo image and having this openness gives you so much more space in the mix as opposed to a lot of that texture being kind of, like I said, collapsed back to mono right there. That's really what I want you to focus on. You also love to Chance. Chance, I love what you do. You know I love what you do, man. I think you're a talented producer. You've been doing this since January, which is crazy. You've been doing this since January, which to me is just nuts. That's pretty wild. And the fact that you have been doing this for the last, 6 months or so, and have already put this much time and effort into building like real song structures, real cohesive song structures, right? And that to me is massive. But the biggest thing I want you to focus on is, where are things positioned? Are they mono? Are they stereo? Are they left, right? Are they 30% this way? Are they 80%? Are they 100%? Are they right down the middle? And really understanding why they're there. And again, their relationship to each other. If you can do that, it's going to transform the way this song feels. It's going to sound so much wider, more dynamic, more interesting. I think it's going to be absolutely beautiful for you, man. Y'all please show some love. Chance, you're amazing. Absolutely amazing. Y'all definitely show some love and support to every artist that gets on the stage. I absolutely appreciate what you do. So y'all definitely show some love and support to Chance right here in the chat over on TikTok. We're going to keep it rolling. After the song, we'll pull from the free line. So definitely, if you would like to submit, definitely make sure that you go to the link in my bio. Everything is right there. Everything is right there. So if you want to submit for a full consultation like we're doing right now, 20 to 30 minutes, deep dive, multiple listen, get into the mix and master production, sound design, song structure, stuff like that, you can submit to the consultation side, skip forward if you would like to. If you want to go into the free line, of course you can as well. We're going to pull from that here in just a second. Those are up to a 2-minute listen with a quick note at the end. All right, let's get it. This is Adrian in the building. Adrian, hop in the chat. Just let me know that you're here. Let me know that you're here. Adrian is up next. Let me get back to my piano here and get out of the... Don't ignore the head mod. Do not. You will be gone. Mozart here. It's time. It's time. There's Adrian. I see Adrian. Current setup is a Warm Audio W8000 microphone into a Warm Audio 1073 and a Warm Audio LA two-way clone into an Apollo Twin. I'm here on YouTube. Beautiful. Gotcha. I see it. There's a little bit of a delay sometimes in the chat. Okay, let's get into it, man. All right, so we have like the Warm Audio version of the pop setup. Also, I'm a rapper. Let's get into it. We got the pop setup. We have the warm like pop R&B rap setup from Warm Audio. Let's get into it, man. I'm excited. This is Sun Goes Down. Adrian, give me all the... I think I've heard your stuff. I think. Maybe not. But I think I've heard your stuff before. If I haven't, give me all of the details. Talk to me about production. Talk to me about mix. Talk to me about the role that you play in the structure of your song. Can you take a free line after my song? I've been waiting for a free line after your song. Or, can you take a free line after my song? I've been waiting for an hour. These all take a while. These all take a while. The free lines are 2 minutes. Free lines are, and that's it. I know, we don't do the full 30-minute breakdown. So the free line is literally 2-minute spin. I'll give it a quick listen. A lot of the people aren't here too. So it'll be very, very fast. It'll be very, very fast. But yeah, people are, no, you're good. But yeah, everyone's waiting too. So I'll stick to the structure. I want to make sure that everybody's getting, everyone's getting their stuff in. All right, we got Adrian in the building. Let's run it.
Round here when the sun goes down, there's a spot across town in the backwoods. We roll up and we shoot that Crown Jack.
Yeah, give me the details, Adrian.
Bubba, that's good. So pull up, it's about to go down anytime. You see that bonfire lit. Gonna learn about love, whole lot about life, and where you gonna be standing when it comes to an end. My whole life I've been a rolling stone. And you ain't gonna stop me till I'm dead and gone. From scuffed shoes, broken hearts, and broken
AI production.
bones. I swear I feel like I done seen it all before.
But the vocals are real.
Nightmares with my eyes wide open, hoping one day that this will all stop. Got my heart from my mother, the music from my uncles, but this
Got you.
guy last mouth, I got that from my pops. If you talk shit, better bank it up. I ain't living life off in reverse. I'm leave here tonight in a pickup truck, or you put my body in a Cadillac hearse. I know I'ma die on rocket top. Don't put me off in the Tennessee dirt. When got ready for him another outlaw, I prayed that he called me first.
Round here when the sun goes down, there's a spot across town in the backwoods. We roll up and we shoot that Crown Jack D Jim Beam. Bubba, that's good. So pull up, it's about to go down anytime. You see that bonfire lit. Gonna learn about love, whole lot about life, and where you gonna be standing when it comes to an end.
Been in the bottom of the bottles, known to have a good time. Couple nights I should have died.
Production is, I'm not sure about the-
I'm
not sure about the double vocal. This one's not. This vocal's not.
Cause I bout my head and prayed. Met a few real ones in my lifetime, and a lot that turned out fake. Shaded folks all in the spotlight, they gon' do whatever it takes. Just smile for the pictures, yeah. Make sure that you shake the right hand. Son, don't fake the funk just to make it out the mud, cause that'll make you a man.
Yeah.
Round here when the sun goes down, there's a spot across town in the backwoods. We roll up and we shoot that Crown Jack D Jim Beam. Bubba, that's good. So pull up, it's about to go down anytime. You see that bonfire lit. Gonna learn about love, whole lot about life, and where you gonna be standing when it comes to an end.
Yeah. Production's AI, Adrian. At the very least, portions of it. At the very least, portions of it. You can hear. So you're going to hear some of the aliasing. You're going to hear some of the processing, the high frequency processing, and then you're going to hear some of the gating. You're like when the instrument kind of starts to duck and kind of pull out a little bit. Some of that is one of the most frustrating parts about like AI instrumental is when you hear the inconsistencies in processing or like limitations of processing happening right there. You hear it a couple times, and I think one of the acoustic layers in there, and maybe a couple other little parts that are happening in there. The last chorus is me and my friend doing gang vocals in the beginning part of the chorus. Yeah, so it sounds like a wide double track of the lead. It's just like really finely tuned. I'm pretty sure, and then the verses obviously are all you. And Nate, all genres, 100%. I mean, we've literally gone from like metal to pop to hip hop to country rap all over the place. But I'm pretty sure there's decent portions of the production at the very least that are AI. And again, that's up to you to decide if that's like something that you are fine with or you're mad at and you want to get money back. I mean, that's up to you to kind of decide what you're looking for. And if you're like, man, I paid a couple $100 for this and was wanting to support a musician or whatever, that's up to you. That's up to you to kind of figure out. But I just want to bring it to your attention. It happened the other day too, or the same thing happened. They're like, dang it. They thought they were paying for something specific and something that they'd have control over, something that they would be able to get like revisions on, and then they couldn't. And then the guy deleted their account so that they couldn't get revisions on it because there's nothing they could do about it. And so anyways, that's just, that's something for you to kind of, to think about. But let's run it from the top, man. Yo, hold on. Oops, hold on. But yeah, show some love, man. Show some love. That is Sun Goes Down by Adrian Raps. Let's dive in. Let's dive in. I love submit a DIY metal track, my guitarist mix, recorded and mastered. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, if you want to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. What we're doing now is the consultations. If you want to go deep, if you want to get into the nuances of it, you want to break down that mix and master, then that's in the consultation side. If you want to just go to a free spin with like a note at the end, then that's in the free line. All right, let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. I'll listen really intently this time as well and see if there's anything that we can kind of hone in on.
Round here when the sun goes down, there's a spot across town in the backwoods. We roll up and we shoot that Crown Jack D Jim Beam. Bubba, that's good. So pull up, it's about to go down anytime.
Yeah, at the very least, large portions of that production. Large portions of the production. So, again, that's, what that means to you. People paid it. I think a lot of people, to be honest, Tep, I think a lot of people don't know. I think a lot of people don't know. It happened yesterday. It happened about a week ago as well. Someone came in, and they were just, I mean, someone that I know personally, and I've worked with many times. Like I've done a lot of consultations. I've heard tons of their music. I've heard probably 20 songs from them. And they randomly sent in a song that they bought, $100 beat or whatever off BeatStars and thought everything was whatever clean and clear. Whole thing was, whole production was AI. And I know his voice wasn't. I know him very well. But the whole production was. And so, that's, and they had no idea. They're like, oh man, I've been buying from this guy for a while. It was another country song, to be honest. And they thought they were doing the same thing they always do. And I was like, dude, all of the guitars were like fuzzy and auto-tuned and perfectly it was like steel slides that were like perfectly tuned and quantized and all, the whole fuzzy, like nasty, aliasing at the top and so on and so on. Anyways, so it's kind of whatever. But let me back it up here.
Goes down, there's a spot across town in the backwoods.
I don't think it might be overcompressed on TikTok as well. I don't think that this chorus is. It is a lot of layering. The layers are really loud, they're really wide, and they're really bright. But I'm listening to pitch discrepancies in the middle vocal that's executed right there. It's very, very subtle, especially if the stereo image isn't as accurate on TikTok. But there's some movement right there that makes me feel like it's not, and it's a little bit sharper as well. I paid $250 for an exclusive on it. Yeah, I mean, $250 for an exclusive for something that was most likely, pumped out in a very, very short amount of time, at least largely speaking. The other day, what happened as well, is people are supporting by it, right? So maybe they did, I don't think so, but maybe they did the bass and they did this other thing and whatever. But just the drums or just the flute or just the steel slide was generated or whatever it may be. $250. What's up, Aiton? Welcome in. Good to see you. $250 for an exclusive for something generated to me is. That to me is like, even if you're like forward about it, if you're like, hey, I'm an AI producer and I'm putting AI music on BeatStars, the fact that you can just pump that out should not be worth much at all, right? Like it's just from a that's supply and demand. So anyways, that to me is it's very interesting to charge a whole bunch of money for something that's so easy to make.
We roll up and
I sang the chorus on my house before I sent it to the session to the mix. Sent it to the section of the mix and mastering. I was gonna say most of that just sounds like it's nice and sharp. The line is the same place you submit. You can go check the queue there at any point. If you want to move forward, you can. If you want to stay where you're at and chill, you can. But you can see where you're at in the line anytime that you want to.
shoot that crown, Jack D, Jim Beam, Bubba, that's good. So pull up, it's about to go down anytime. You see that bonfire lit, gonna learn about love, whole lot about life, and where you gonna be standing when it comes to an end.
Vocals not. The vocals not.
My whole life I've been a rolling stone, and you ain't gonna stop me till I'm dead and gone. From scuffed shoes.
I to be honest with you, I think Adrian, unfortunately for you, if that's not what you thought you were paying for, I think the whole production is generated, man.
Broken hearts and broken bones. I swear I feel like I done seen it all before. Nightmares with my eyes wide open, hoping one day that this will all stop. Got my heart from my mother, the music from my uncles, but this foul ass mouth, I got that from my pops. If you talk shit, better back it up. I ain't living life off in reverse. I'm leave here tonight in a pickup truck, or you put my body.
Yeah. The production is Tep. The production is. It's just the vocal. It's the vocal that's not. I mean, yeah. It's like I'd be interested to see the stems, Adrian, because again, I mean, to each their own. What you're okay with, what you're fine with, what you're mad at is up to you. I think it's pretty crazy for anyone to spend $250 for an exclusive that can be generated and then separated in 20 minutes. You know what I mean? If they're trying to be good with it, you know what I mean? Like they're trying to separate everything out. Like that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate to spend $250 where what they're probably doing is just generating it and then using stem separation within Suno or something like that to split it out. So you still get all of your stems. You still get all of the, all of the interesting information right there. I'm sure you take to do something. I mean, yeah, I won't produce for $250, baseline. But like, yeah, I mean, 250, you can do something. I mean, I'm not going to track live, I'm not going to mic up and track live drums and slides and electric guitars and whatever. Yeah, 250 is low, maybe 1,000, but like 1,000 to 1,500 for a full studio production, session musician stuff, whatever is probably more like it. Yeah, I wouldn't use, like you said, they got you on that one. I wouldn't use that producer anymore. I'll say this, like the overall like production, I'll see if I can get the stems from the producer. Yeah, see if you can. I mean, if you have the exclusive, you should have the stems. There's no way you should have the exclusive without the stems. If you don't have stems on the exclusive, that's already a red flag. That's already a red flag if you don't have access to what the whole song is. The overall like balance of the mix that I think has happened in the mastering and so that you did, I think is fine, right? But you're hearing again some of those limitations. You're hearing some of like the gating. You're hearing some of the aliasing. You're hearing the fuzzy drums. And like Tep said, some of the people on TikTok are talking about it too. Like no publisher is going to touch it. Most labels are not going to touch it either, unless there's massive movement behind what you're doing already. Then maybe they'll give you single deals just in order to see if they can recoup something. But most publishers aren't going to touch it at all. They're not even going to mess with it. I mean, you could have gone straight to Suno and made the beat for much. Exactly. Yeah, Aiton. Aiton on TikTok made a great point where it's like you could just save spend $20 if you just want to spend $20 a month and just do it yourself, right? And that's the unfortunate side. That's the unfortunate side. So anyways, I don't want to harp on that too much because we can kind of we get it at this point, but it's definitely just something for you to keep in mind. Something for you to keep in mind. You got to be on your toes. Got to be on your toes these days, man. And it's a tough world out there. I know multiple people. It's not you. You're not alone. I know multiple people that have been taken advantage of by shady engineers and shady producers that are paying them big money. I'm talking about someone that is paying $500 for a mix on Fiverr, and they got sent an AI version of their own vocals back in a mix. And they were like, dude, this doesn't even sound like me. I'm like, yeah, they ran it through Suno and sent it back to you for $500 and then got their account banned and ghosted with the money and just created a new one. Like, it happens, man. You're not alone, but I'm telling you, you got to stay on your toes. If you're on BeatStars, if you're on Fiverr, if you're not working directly with who you know as real engineers and real musicians, then you got to be on your toes. You got to be on your toes to make sure that you're getting your money's worth. If it's only $250, it's not bad, but when it's $2,500, I mean, but $250 for an exclusive is hot for a lot of producers on BeatStars. I know people that have Billboard charts that are charged $300 for an exclusive on BeatStars for unlimited, leasing or like, I'm sorry, unlimited streams and stuff like that. So anyways, I'm not going to harp on that too much. The better balance, I think, is fine. But yeah, you're definitely just going to run into those quality issues, those restraints of like the drums don't quite do what you want them to do. It's kind of boomy down here, fuzzy and artificial up here. You don't get this punch out of those guitars when they cut into the middle of the mix. You know what I mean? Like, I want those lead slides to come in and those guitars to come in and then punch right into the middle of the mix and feel vibrant and feel energetic. And it just, everything's kind of gated and suppressed by the quality limitations of what you got in the production, which is unfortunate. I'm sorry that happened to you, man. I mean, I think the potential of the song is there, having like a cool, rap country song. I mean, I think it could do, great in a lot of different ways. It has some cool attitude to it and some cool feel to it. I think you've executed pretty well in the vocal too. Like the energy, the energy behind the song, I think is you're doing some things right. You're doing some things right, but you're definitely going to be limited in your exposure. You're going to be limited in the quality, and you're going to be limited on how you can get this placed and actually put in front of people professionally. That I think is going to be frustrating for you to deal with. Which is where I would just stay on your toes, man, and just do a deep dive, with whatever producer and make sure that they're on their stuff before you're working with them. Especially if you're going to go in and buy the exclusive as well. So let's keep it rolling. We'll listen a little bit farther if there's anything else, but for the most part, I mean, the biggest control over mix, the biggest control over quality is something you don't have control over, which is unfortunate.
Cadillac hurt. I know I'ma die on rocket top. Go put me off in the Tennessee dirt. When got ready for him another outlaw, I pray.
Source quality, you were asking about source quality in the vocals. Source quality is fine on the vocals. I mean, it's clean, it's punchy. In my personal opinion, every engineer is a little bit different in the way that they approach it. In my personal opinion, the vocals are a little thin and mid forward. I wish they had a little bit more. I wish they weren't so kind of 1 to 2K forward and thinned out underneath that. I wish there was a little bit more energy behind, especially lead. Now, doubles I think are fine. So like the doubles on the outside, they're wide, they're bright, they're really, really open. I don't mind that one bit. On the lead vocal, I wish it was a little bit a little bit more tastefully done in the mids and had a little bit more low mid presence. But the actual execution of the vocal, the actual energy behind it, the actual like balance of it in the mix, I think is fine. I don't mind it. But as far as EQ goes, there's parts of it that sound a little thin, a little direct on the mids, and I wish that was a little bit changed as far as energy goes.
Then he called me first. Round here when the sun goes down, there's a son, don't make the funk just to make it out the mud, 'cause that'll make you a man.
Because you're really just getting that slice. Now, smooth compression, it's balanced in that case really well. Smooth compression, multiple layers right there, so it feels really tight dynamically, but you're missing a lot of those low mids that give it weight, give it body, give it some punch and some presence in the song right there. So that to me is like the biggest control that you have in order to, give this a little bit more energy and a little bit more punch. I think it's just on the EQ side. It's like saturated well. Most layers and stuff are positioned pretty well, stuff like that. So for the most part, I think you're doing a really good job, especially as far as your quality of execution, quality of vocal tracking. Like I said, biggest lack of control is going to be on the production side. That's where you're going to run into the most frustrations. Yeah, I mean, the thing is like a good quality, well-tracked country record with real instrumentation is very expensive. And so you're either going to run to a lot of times, just because I know a lot of artists that kind of work in that genre, you're either going to run into a couple things. One, where you're on this line of trying to spend between like $150 and $300, where you might start getting some generated stuff that you didn't ask for, that you weren't wanting. And on the other side, you might then start getting some really cheap sounding productions where it's like a lot of like cheap VST and they're not putting a lot of effort into song structure. When you start hiring out, I think that the base thing for you that I would start doing is maybe if you're going to be like purchasing or leasing, or I wouldn't lease necessarily. Easily. I mean, I know like session musicians where like the guitarist is charging $500 a day for, $500 a track just to create their layer for like the song, right? Just to track their stuff. And so, I mean, real session musicians in Nashville and stuff like that, they're expensive. I know what I charge as a session musician. It's not that expensive, but it's expensive, man. If I'm going to learn a song, learn the progression, I'm going to set up my amp, I'm going to dial in tone, I'm going to like learn or create from scratch a riff for a song, and then like double track it, layer it, add some like that. That takes a day, it takes hours, it takes whatever, and so you got to get paid for that. And it's typically a pretty good price, right? So it's expensive. It's expensive to create like real organic, instrumentation like that. But what I would probably do if you don't want if you want to create like work with a producer that can do like basic stuff, and then just hire like one or two session musicians for like the foundational things. Like maybe you work with a producer that can do a day you'll take multiple days. Well, I mean, that depends on the song. It depends on the song and how many layers are on it. Yeah, that very much depends on if it's session stuff. Session stuff, sometimes it takes 3 hours. Sometimes it takes a week because there's a bunch of different, layers to it and stuff like that. Dan the Band, welcome in, man. Thank you for the Go Popular in the Heart Me. I appreciate it so much. But yeah, that's what we're talking about here. So what I would focus on is maybe start working with a producer directly that you have control over. Not control over the producer, but control over your sound, so on and so on. Oh yeah, full production sometimes, I mean, it could take months sometimes, depending on what the production is and what we're doing, how I'm working with the artist, what they want out of it, and how it's in my session flow and stuff like that. But as far as like, yeah, just session stuff is typically not nearly. Yeah, I'm like, no, let's be honest. But anyways, what you might want to do, get back to my point. What you might want to do is work with like a core producer to get foundational stuff done for you. Let's say you get someone who can program drums well, they can do the synths and the layers in the background, and maybe they can even mix decently well, right? And you pay them $150 for like a foundational track that is gonna like the drums and the bass and like the chords on the piano are gonna be pretty clean. And then hire a session musician for the day. And let's say you get a cheap session musician for a track to do a couple different layers, maybe let's say $300 or something like that for like a cheaper session musician to do the layers, and have them track acoustic and electric guitars for the song. And then your main structure is going to sound really clean and really, really good. Now, obviously you can go crazy with session musicians and spend a lot more than that. But I think like right now you basically spent, $300, $250, whatever, for a generated track, which you weren't trying to do. And so you're limited in the access, you're limited in revisions, you're limited in quality and all of that stuff. And now you're running into issues. You're going to have limitations limitations with publishing, limitations with the labels and agencies, and you know, getting access to libraries and stuff like that. Right now we're running into some ceilings when if you just even if you like saved up a little bit longer, got a foundational track of like drums and bass and a few other little things maybe in there for like $100 to $150, and then hired a great session musician who's still trying to, you know, build their catalog for $250, $300, and got like great double tracked acoustic guitars, some slide and some electric guitars tracked, even if they're simple and they looped them over and whatever like that, then you can have like a phenomenal sounding track that you have full publishing rights to, full, you know, mechanical rights to, you have full control over. They can change the bridge, we can move some things around, you can get some revisions and build your catalog, and have like a really fantastic sounding track. So anyways, I know that's a deep dive into that. You can get Torvik to, I mean, that is literally what I do for a living. So if you ever need that, you can. I've got the full setup here. I've got the bass amps. I've got the guitar amps. I've got all the guitars on the wall and stuff over here. Yeah, I do play guitar. Yeah, I play guitar since I was like 8 years old. And so, yeah, I mean, if anyone ever needs that, yeah, I've got the full setup here for whatever different genres. I've got metal guitars. I've got the Gretches for like, you know, your like bluesy, jazzy stuff. I've got the Stratocaster for the country, you know, whatever stuff. I have a random like old like 90s Dean on the other side of the wall over there too. If we need some like, I don't know, if we need some like 2000s, you know, late 90s, 2000s metal stuff, it's fun. And Triangle, of course. But anyways, y'all, please show some love to Adrian. Show some love to Adrian. Now, I know that's kind of an interesting breakdown, being that you have no control over some of those, you know, those elements. There's less corrective there outside of really just honing in on making sure that when you're getting what you're getting, you have as much control over those elements as possible. As much control over those elements as possible. Especially if you're going to still be paying a lot of money. If you're still going to pay, you know, spend $250. But like, you have a good vocal production, like you have good energy and good, you know, like a good aesthetic to the way that you're vocalizing. Like you have, you know, I mean, it's a solid song structure. It's got energy. I could see it in a commercial. I could see it in a, you know, I mean, there's a lot of different places that I could see that working well for you and it doing well. I mean, you put Jelly Roll or something like that on a song similar to that and it'd be great, right? So it's like, I think you're in a space where like you're doing what you're doing really well. It just comes down to making sure you have control, making sure you have rights, and then the quality can really shine as much as possible, man. I appreciate you so much, Adrian. Thank you so much for hopping in with that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Let's keep it rolling here really, really quick. Let me just double check something really, really briefly. Give me just one moment. Soul Delete, appreciate you so much. Thanks for tapping in. I appreciate it. Okay, so really quick, we're going to dive into the other line. So let's give me just one moment. This will just take 2 minutes. Just heard some of Jelly Rolls. Yeah, I think I saw the same clip, Libby. It's kind of funny. Okay, let's get to it really quick. So let me see. Nick, let me know if you're in the building. Nick Snipes, let me know if you're in the building. Or written by me. Nick Snipes or written by me. Let me know if you're in the chat. Let me know if you're in the chat, and then we're gonna keep it rolling here. Or Rovain, let me know. No, Rovain's been chilling too. Rovain, I know Rovain's been super supportive, man. They've been showing love. I want to see if they're in here. Rovain's in the building. Rovain, let's run it. We got up to 2 minutes right now. Quick note at the end. This is Bounce featuring Vice by Rovain Emerald right here in the chat. Let's get it. And then we're straight back into the line, y'all. Any details you want me to have, Rovain? Drop it in the chat now. Let people know who you are so we can pin it. It's time. What's up, Dizzy? Welcome in. I'm well, man. I'm doing well. There's that early introduction to the vocal we talk about.
Girl, just bounce with it. If it was mine for a week, then I know what I would do with it. I just wanna see it bounce, bounce, bounce.
Chill.
Bounce to it.
Smooth.
These melodies are meant for you, girl. I'm just one for you to know, girl. Said I wanna see you bounce, 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 girl. Bounce with it.
Let's chill.
Can't be playing without ass, go make it full, girl. I got rhythm for it.
Hey.
You do too much, you got me creeping, I'm here fiending. I got deeps for it. Shows on shows every morning, girl. We gon' do it till the morning, girl. Make it mine for the whole weekend, girl. These melodies are meant for you, girl. I'm just one for you to know.
I would go straight hook right here. From a production standpoint, yeah, that's good. Just keep a really, really consistent hook there. Good layering, good support.
Fresh out of the shower. You remind me
There's
of
Vice,
time
right?
when I look at your face. Yes, I can make a friend.
Yo, show some love, man. Show some love, show some love. That is Rovane Emerald right here in the chat. That is Vice right there on the feature right there. That's Bounce featuring Vice. I don't think this is out on platforms yet. If it is, let people know, of course, in the chat where they can find you. For the most part, man, like smooth flow, good layering, good like ad-libs in the background too. I think your positioning is great. Support is great. On your lead vocal, the only note that I would say, what's up, Waves? Good to see you, brother. Only note that I would say until we get back into the other line. The only note that I would say is as far as building structure for your vocal, you have like really good flow, really good expression on the vocal. Good, like really, really smooth, just recorded last week beautifully. Really smooth vocal performance as far as compression goes, saturation goes. Everything is really, really smooth and really well established. The only time that I would maybe back off a little bit on the over process side would be there's definitely some high-end excitement in there. I'm nearly positive you got some fresh air on there and it's cranked up a little bit. Waves, thank you for the heart me and thank you for the hand heart, man. I appreciate you so much, brother. Thanks for tapping in. We definitely got some fresh air on there or some just high-end excitement. A big 10K, 12K push at the top right there, you know, a good chunk of decibels, which is giving you a lot of this hiss and a lot of this high-end excitement that's a little bit distracting. It gives this fuzz at the top of the mix that we'll have to just mitigate just a little bit. I don't mind a bright, airy, open vocal. Perfect, especially in this genre that's very typical. I definitely want that in there, but just be careful to not over exaggerate where the main thing that I'm hearing then is like high-end frequency and high-end excitement. We got that fresh air turned up quite a bit. Dial it back by, you know, fresh air is one of those things where establish a bright, clean vocal and then like 5%. Like max 5%. Keep it really, really subtle as that extra shimmer, extra shine and polish at the top. Beyond that, if you need to go back, re-EQ, re-control, re-control dynamics through compression, whatever you need to do. But if you find yourself pushing 15, 20+% on fresh air, you're crushing that vocal and you're going to hear all of that hiss at the top end right there. But y'all definitely show some love, man. That's Rovane. Rovane, I appreciate the love, man. Thank you so much for tapping in today. You're a good artist, man. Good performance. I like the vibe. I like the aesthetic, man. You're doing some great stuff. Let's keep it rolling. We got Soul Delete in the building. I'm going to try to move at a good pace so we can get through some more music today. And y'all show some love to Waves too. Waves, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for tapping in. MGK313, thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate that a lot. We got Soul Delete in the building. This is Captive, the official music video. Let's dive into it. If you would like to submit for the consultation side, which are 20 to 30 minute, multiple listen, deep dives into the structure of your music, it's at the link in my bio. At that same place, you can always submit for the free line, which is up to 2 minutes and a quick note at the end. But for most of the people, if you're wanting to get into the details like we're about to, or you've heard with some of our previous artists where we spend too much time on it and we lock in, then that's on the consultation side if you want to submit there as well. Let's get it. This is Soul Delete, Captive. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Hey, thank you, man. You as well. I mean, I'm glad you're in here. All right. Let's see. And then let me know, Soul Delete. Hop in the chat. Let me know where you're at. I'm pulling it up now. It's time. How fast you go? Oh, that's Nate. Beautiful. Soul Delete sounds familiar. Have I heard your music before? Have I heard it before? Or is this the first time? Let me know. Yeah, the difference is how fast you go. So if you want to go faster, you can. It's up to you. Or you can kind of sit in your spot. That's what a lot of these other people are doing is they're just paying more so they can go a little bit faster as well. We are a local band from Massachusetts. Let's get it. This is Captive by Soul Delete. I'm watching the music video. Y'all can go check it out as well. Let's get into it. Let's go. Vocals, are you? Yeah, any details you want me to have, drop it in the chat. Yeah, let's go. Great fry. Video's great too. Great quality. James, welcome in. Sir, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. It's a good mix on this too. What's up, Chef? Welcome in. Great fry, man. Beautiful double track. Beautiful double track on the electrics as well. Everything, Rovain. Everything. Sick. Yeah, cool video too. Cool video. The whole structure there feels great. He's saying everything. Everything. Y'all, please show some love. Show some love. Sycamore Treasy, if you want to use PayPal, here's this is not where I would typically whatever. If you want to use PayPal or your card or anything else or anything like that, what you can do is submit to the free line and then send it through the other link that says skip in my website as well. So there's another link right there where you can send through our through the old website right there, and there, if you scroll down, then there's they haven't even been that bad with stuff like that. Yeah, so just submit it for free. And I'll find your name and I'll add to it to get it up there, depending on what you sent through the website. And then we should have whatever other stuff in there as well. But man, show some love. That is "Captive" by Soul Delete. The music video is sick. I mean, especially for like the core stuff that you're doing, budget stuff that you're doing. Y'all are doing a great job, man. I love the whole like basement energy, the whole vibe, the whole structure there. Y'all are doing a great job. So please show some love to Soul Delete, who's right here in the chat. Let's get into it. I like it. I think y'all are doing some great stuff. It's a great mix as well. Great vocal technique. I mean, like I think you said you've been singing for 17 years, like metal vocals for 17 years. You can tell. 17 years. It's great control on that fry, especially for long form. If you're doing, I don't know if y'all are doing shows, performances, stuff like that, but great control all the way through. Great breath control. Great technique all the way through. A beautiful double tracks on the electric guitars as well. I'm assuming it's, I can't even remember from the video, but like a 7-string, because it's down all the way, like core root notes are all the way down to the A. So we're either detuned to all shit, or it's all the way down to the A on the 7-string as well, from like the B down to the A. But you have this great low chug, this really heavy line that's double tracked in an absolute beautiful way. It's a great mix on that. Great stereo spreading. Sounds fantastic. Y'all are doing a great job. Let's get into it. Let's get to 20K. Let's go. Yeah, sounds beautiful. Let's run it from the top. Let's dive into it. Y'all go check out the video as well. Killer. Got you, Sycamore. It went through. I mean, this is a great example. I don't know who engineered this record. I can't remember if you said in the chat or not, but I don't remember exactly who. Yeah, it went through, Sycamore. I got you, man. I got you up on the board. You're ready to go. I don't remember who you said engineered it or what that process looked like for y'all, if it was someone in the band. Our guitarist is not. Okay, that makes sense. I was going to say, it's a beautiful mix. There's, I've worked with so many bands, especially watching the music video. It's killer, isn't it? I've worked with a lot of metal bands. I've worked with a lot of metal artists and vocalists that are like self-engineering and stuff like that. And there's some lines that sometimes are crossed in some unflattering ways when it comes to mixing metal. It's a wall wall of sound, it's heavy vocals, it's distinct layering. That's really difficult to do if you don't know what you're doing. When you're quad tracking rhythm electric guitars with lead harmonics over the top, you have low guttural fry vocals with another layer on the top and like whisper screams on the side double tracked. Like, and then all these, 9 mics on the drum set. And it's not easy. It's not easy to do if you don't know what you're doing. So that's one of the things I was curious about. I was like, obviously your engineer, I think you said they're in the band, like you said, you're a guitarist. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Cause this is not like, no offense to anybody at all, but it's not like an R&B 2-track with a singular vocal with a harmony. There's a lot of things that go into creating separation and distinction in this style that not everyone has experience with, man. So it's honestly fantastic. It's a fantastic mix on a structure like this. Great double tracking at least double tracking on the guitar right there with the low 7 string. It sounds clean. It sounds driven. It sounds really, really wide. Nothing is stepping, even with a huge drum mix, a really open, wide drum mix. Nothing is stepping on the toes of that lead vocal. The lead vocal cuts through, beautiful, gorgeous, for a bunch of chumps, 100%. Dude, that's why I love it. Like it still has this, underground, grungy, nasty feel to it, at the same time as having the polish of a great mix. And this is what I try to talk to people, like, even if you're going to do things that are like weird and quirky, and whether you're a rapper, you're an R&B artist, you're a country singer, you're in metal, you do more progressive alternative stuff like EDM, whatever. If you're going to do stuff that is like underground and interesting and has some nastiness to it, having just that little bit of shine and polish at like the main large form structure of the mix is so important. It's so important, having that energy there. It makes the biggest difference. So it's not just noisy. It's still really beautiful to listen to, even though it's heavy and it's crazy. Maple, you have an amazing radio voice. Maple, thank you. I think that might be the first time. I think it might be the first time I've heard that, but thank you. I appreciate it. All right, let's keep it going. This is a great song. Please go check it out. Chase, thank you for the follow. And thank the Lord for as many blessings and the drummer's perspective mix on the toms. It's so, I love it. Sycamore, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that so much. Aiden, welcome into the stream. I absolutely, there's nothing that bothers me more, even though it is a viable and valid, it is a very valid take to have an audience perspective drum mix. I just hate it with every fiber of my being. I've been drumming since I was 4 years old. I've been playing music my whole life, but I've been drumming since I was 4 years old. And there's nothing that drives me nuts than listening to a song and it being backwards in my head. There's just there's no reason to do that. When you're hearing a stereo mix in a venue off of a stack of arrays, you're still hearing like the natural perspective of the drums left to right. Like there's no reason. You are still hearing it from the drummer's perspective because you're just hearing the natural mix in there and the placement of the guitars. There's no reason. There's no reason to anyways. I know there's people with Grammys that mix it the other way, so I don't care. It's just I don't take a lot of hard stances on here. It's one of my hard stances, where we gotta be locked in. We gotta be locked in on the drummer's perspective. Our drummer's the same way, been playing since he was 7. Yeah, it's like you got to. In fact, I just sold. My drums are out of here right now. I just sold a couple of my drum sets. I'm getting a new one in. Hopefully this next week. All things will. I need to put in the order, so I'm still fine tuning what I'm getting. But new cymbals, new drums coming in this week. I'm so excited. I can't wait. All right, let's get into it. Anyways, I love when I hear a drummer's perspective mix. It just makes me very happy because I feel like I can settle into the drum production here a little bit. How do you feel about DistroKid for distribution? I've used DistroKid for like 15 years or longer. I don't know. Probably longer than 20. I don't know. Yeah, 15 years, something like that. And I have no issues with them. Some people have issues with them. They're more expensive. They have a lot of fees. I don't like that. I have to pay $1 for every song every year in order to like keep them on all the new platforms and stuff like that are popping up all the time. If you got 50 songs on platforms, that's $50 extra a year. So before you know it, I have a label, whatever distribution thing with them. So before you know it, you're spending $200 a year on distribution and stuff like that. So, it's to each their own. It's to each their own. You know what I mean? Like I know there's Symphonic out there. Some people like them. Some people don't like them for other reasons. They have some limitations for singular artists. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot out there. I think you just got to see what I think you just have to kind of see what, you CD Baby, TuneCore, whatever, Lander, everyone, BandLab has distribution. Everyone fucking has distribution now. So, I mean, to me, it really just depends on what has like the tools and the interface and the things that the utilities that you're gonna use long form and make it happen. But I've used DistroKid for 15 years or plus, probably longer. I don't want to do the math right now. And I've had zero issues. So I think you're safe with them. But there's a lot out there now you can play around with. Yeah, of course. Let me get into the B section. Yeah, dude, this is beautiful. Like I said, I mean, one of the main things, distro haven't had any issues. Yeah, that's most people. DistroKid, I think, is probably the most prolific. They're probably where most people are. And so because of a numbers thing, right? If all of these other distributors have like 100,000, 200,000 people on them, and they have whatever a number of issues that people had with it, and then DistroKid comes in with like 1.6 million artists on it, the number of issues that are there are going to be amplified by the fact that there's more people using it, more payout issues. I will say this, last thing I'll say on this, and we'll move on, of course. 100% of the issues I've ever heard of happening with DistroKid were self-inflicted. Every single one. I have probably talked to 15 different people that had issues with DistroKid, and it's because they wanted to change their artist name. They tried to like change some random shit. They tried to move some things around. They tried to put it under a different name over here. They tried to like add this feature in the wrong way. They tried to do a bunch of stuff after the fact and like re-upload a file that didn't work. Their ISRC codes weren't linked. Like 100% of the times that I've ever heard of someone having an issue with distribution or an issue with payouts or anything like that, every single time it has been their fault, which sucks, and it sucks. And hopefully it gets easier to correct those things in the future. But you got to keep in mind when they're distributing to 200 platforms. You know what I mean? Like they're distributing to all these random social sites. They're distributing to all these different random DSPs. They're distributing to, literally to so many different things. So they can't just like, oh, can you just unwind that really quick so I can like change the last letter of the song because I wrote the wrong name in there, or like I wrote the wrong word, I misspelled something and then I put it out there. It's like, it's not that simple. They got to unwind all of like the financial, parts of all of that. It's not that easy. So anyways, all I will say is like most of the time it's people's own issue. Is it Gremlins? Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. All right. Let's keep it rolling. Love this mix, man. Love this mix. This is so in line with what you're supposed to be doing, man. It's really I'm always can't help but laugh. I mean, yeah, obviously everyone's got different tastes. That's the beauty of music, man. That's the beauty of music. Everyone's got different taste. Everyone has a different reason why they enjoy what they enjoy, and so on and so on. This is exactly what like when you are listening to this style of music, if you enjoy it, this is what you're looking for. You know what I mean? Like it's well executed, good musicianship, solid vocal performance, very solid. I mean, very professional vocal performance, a beautiful mix. I'm really enjoying the mix because to me, this is like, again, wall of sound, heavy, crazy. It's absolutely nuts as far as like the energy behind the performance here, but the mix is still easy to listen to. The thing that I always ask people, and that I think everyone should ask themselves when they're mixing, is how loud can you turn your music up before it hurts? And this is a really well balanced mix to the point where I could crank this in the gym, I could crank it in the car, I could crank it in the whatever, in the surround stereo, whatever shit you're using, and it'll still sound good at every level of amplitude. But if you have sibilant issues, you've got like resonance issues, you've got plosive issues, you have low end buildup, you have high frequency brittleness and harshness. Like if you have all that, you can make it kind of loud, but eventually it's going to start to ring. It's going to start to hurt. It's going to become really, really brittle to listen to. You can crush this. You can absolutely crush this. I don't think there's any triggers on this. I don't think so. It's super, super dynamic, and there's a lot of different timbre changes in the drums. I don't think that makes sense. It's it's mic'd up. It's at least on the key, it's an old Tama kit. It sounds great. It's like a star. Yeah, it can be aligned. Yeah, it can be aligned. And pretty much any DAW beat. what is it? Beat identity. Beat identifier in Pro Tools is great for time alignment for like real drums and stuff like that. Studio One has some great quantizing for waveforms. Even using Project 5 vocal line to match sampling can be great for quantizing live drums. There's a lot of options now for quantizing live drums, especially if you're multi-tracking everything out and you've got like a kick in and out. You got a snare top and bottom. You can just gate that really tight, and it's really easy to align them from there because you're not dealing with the whole mic outside of like your overheads. You got to line that up too. Yeah, no, he's crushing it. I mean, I'm a fan. Let's get into the outro here. I gotta move faster. So good. It's so good. Y'all, please show some love. Nate, y'all are amazing. I mean, fantastic. I can't wait to hear more from y'all. Y'all are creative. You're executing at a high level. It's polished, but it still feels raw. It still feels grungy. It's not like over commercial. You know what I mean? There's a sweet spot there. It's not overly commercial, but it's very polished from a quality standpoint, very raw from an execution standpoint. That to me is the sweet spot of any style of music, where it still feels authentic. It still feels you. You still have your tone, but the mix, the balance feels very polished. So man, y'all, all props to you, all flowers to y'all. That's Captive by Soul Delete. It is out on all platforms. Show it some love, show it some support. Go stream it, go like the track, go add it to your playlist, so on and so on. Y'all are absolutely crushing it. Give it up one more time. Let's move on. I'm going to be closing the line here in just a little bit as well. Let me just refresh a couple things, and then we're going to get into it. Now I'm nervous. I record on Logic in my home studio. I record, mix, and master. Sycamore, the first 3 songs of the live were recorded on GarageBand. Really simply and really basically. Some people straight into their phones, some people with condenser mics, some people just started mixing for the first time. This was a polished record, no doubt about it. This is a very polished record, but a lot of people come in with very raw stuff. I quite literally, I say this all the time, but quite literally within the same live, we had someone send in a voice memo of them humming a melody at a Starbucks booth, and said, "Hey, can you help me build chords over this? I just don't know what to do with this melody." So we helped them build chords over the structure of the song with a voice memo of them humming a melody in Starbucks. In the same live, we had a Grammy-winning musician that is playing on like a beautiful jazz record. So it's going to be all over the place. We love music. We love people that love music. So to me, as much as we'll celebrate when things are really good, there's not harsh judgment on what's not good. Hopefully, only just tools to improve it. And that's the whole structure. It's the whole kind of air, the whole aesthetic of the stream. So, anyways, we might hear some Grammy-winning streams. We might hear some million stream songs and stuff like that. But that's not what it's about. Like the goal of the stream is not to like get the best song. The goal of the stream is just to focus on the music, dive into the music, and consult on it and really get into the details of it. So I don't want anyone to feel like they're going to be roasted, trashed, or anything like that. That's never my goal. The goal is to talk about the quality, talk about the structure. If we can improve, hell yeah. If it's already beautiful like it just was, we can talk about why it is and draw attention to it. But yeah, anyways, let's keep it going. We got Slurv in the building. Slurv is in the building. We're going to keep it running. I'm trying to move at a good pace. Pineapple, I see you. Sycamore, I see you. I think I'm going to close the line. Let me see here really quick. Dylan, I see you as well. Thank you so much. I see Agatha. I see you. And Tep. I see you. Yeah, I got to close up the line now. So we're going to go to close submissions. Spides, thanks for tapping in. If you are in the line, you're getting heard. So please do not go anywhere. If you have to leave, I can recall up the next live. I'll be live again tomorrow. So if I need to leave, I can recall it from that live and put you back up there. But what we have on here, we're locking in. So if you are on that list, then stay put. We're going to get to your song. I am closing submissions though. So let's get into it. We got Slurv in the building. I'm gonna try to keep moving through these. Of course, if you are in the line, if you're already on the board and you would like to move faster, you want to go faster, you want to skip people, you can. That's up to you. That's what people are doing right now. You definitely can still do that. That's just completely up to you. But that no new people will be able to come into the line. This is Deadlight Savings, the demo by Slurv. Bedroom demo for a new project I'm stoked to launch soon from New York City. Let's go. New York City, y'all are just getting everything right now. I'm jealous. All right, let's from someone, Slurv, from someone who is in San Antonio and is born and raised in San Antonio. I got to give y'all flowers. Y'all are doing some things right up there. Y'all are doing some things right up there. I'm a little bit jealous. A little bit jealous, but y'all are fucking crushing it. Y'all are crushing it. Spurs just hired a bad coach. Tep, I honestly, this is not a sports live. It's not a sports live, but to say that someone went from like a 30-win season to a 62-win or whatever or more win season and to the finals their first year of being a head coach, I think it's pretty tough to say that's bad. I think they've made some stupid decisions. Again, not a sports life, but I think I think it'd be kind of silly to be like your first year ever being the head coach, season to season, like start to finish, and you go to the finals. It's kind of hard to say you said it's a bad decision. What's up, dope? Anyways, that's way besides the point. But anyway, Slurv, I'm jealous of y'all. Deadlight Savings, the demo. Slurv, give me all the details. All the details. Nixon 5, still. Anyways, y'all are doing some stuff right. Spurs are like the Buffalo Bills. That's crazy. All right, let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. This is Slurv. Any other details you want me to have? You said, I know it's a bedroom demo, but as far as production, as far as, mixing and things like that, give me some details on kind of what's going on with the song, the role that you play in it. Let's dive in. Are those your drums?
This card has been a long path. I just need a little time.
Let's go, Slurv. Cool feel. Cool feel. I like it.
Everyone's they talk a little loud.
Love the saturation. Super crunchy.
American Psycho in my mouth. Show me your eyes, baby. I wanna see the whole wide world through your little lens. Save a little daylight for me before I lose myself. Pull me back into the sun. Just pull me back into the sun. Time change.
Yeah, this is great.
Chase the sun, spin into the void of the world you love. 'Cause you wanna feel the earth shake. So show me your eyes, baby. I wanna see the whole wide world through your little lens. Save a little daylight for me before I lose myself. Pull me back into the sun. Just pull me back into the sun. Save a little daylight for me. Just pull me back into the sun.
Really well done, man. Really well done. Production's awesome. So good. What's up, D Busy? What's up? What's up, man? I hope you're doing well. Welcome in.
It's hard to sleep.
Love the panning on the percussion there. Bedroom. Tep. Yeah, quitting at 500 million streams. Love the crunch. Great saturation. Great dynamics too. Come on. Structure is phenomenal. I love it. It's a great sing song. Like some end of a Netflix show. drones going out away from the college or something, you know what I mean? I love the noise. I love the noise. Y'all show some love. Show some love, show some love, show some love. That is Slurv as a band right here in the chat. Dead Life Savings, the demo. The demo. You sure this song is not normally song from 95? I know, right, man? I love it. I love it, man. It's such a great song structure, beautiful dynamic range, good performances, like everything that you are doing as far as musicianship, structure, songwriting, chef's kiss, beautiful. 11 out of 10. So good. I think I'm talented. I hear stuff like that. You are. We're all talented in different ways. We all have strengths and weaknesses. But let's get into it, man. And we're all on a journey. The journey in music, the journey with art in general is not linear. It's not like you start at this good and end at this good. You know what I mean? Like there's people who are like barely instrumentalists, but like just vibe like crazy. And they're like some of the top musicians in the world. And then there's other people that are like have doctorates in music theory that can't make a song for shit. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like it's not a linear journey when it comes to like music quality, when it comes to like artistic expression and stuff like that. Anyways, that's besides the point. Slurv, let's get back into it. I just want to address like one quick little thing on the vocal. You have, again, like I said, you're crushing it, man. Great production structure. Everything sounds absolutely beautiful. One of the things, Sycamore, I appreciate you. One of the things is just vocal separation in this mix. That's one of the few things. Once the energy of your track comes into the mix, right? Once your hook kicks in, once the big, heavy, distorted, overdriven, saturated, kick and snare comes into the mix, once the fuzzy guitars are there, once the harmonies are expressed in the stereo field outside, nice and wide, that vocal just dives in the mix by a couple dB and you just lose the separation again. I don't know if you already have some of this on there, but I would highly recommend having some mid-side processing from your vocal to most of your production, specifically guitars and drums, most likely. If you want to leave the bass in its space, bass and maybe some low synths and stuff in its space, of course you can, but I would highly recommend doing some, and if you need me to explain anything in the realm, of course, let me know, but you're crushing a lot of these other elements. Sounds so good. And we can talk a little bit about how and where and like how I would do that. But there's so many things that you're doing right in this record. I got you. Let's run back through it. We'll talk through a couple things so I can kind of tell you where that's happening so you can kind of feel it out. But mid-side EQ from vocal to most of the production, particularly like your probably your drum bus and guitar bus, I think would be really, if you're not already bussing there, I would. And then affect those accordingly. And it'll give you so much better clarity because that's the one thing. The mix gets crazy, it gets distorted, it gets wide, it gets fuzzy, all good things. But the counter to that and kind of the result of that, the consequence of that is that, the vocal dives in the mix and then you lose your lyrics, you lose your clarity, you lose your separation, which is still, to me, a big part of this mix. And then what happens is in tandem to that, there's a little bit of sibilance on the vocal. So, the S's and T's are a little bit sharp, which you can control through de-essing a little bit more. But what happens is when that vocal dives in the mix, all you start to hear is the harshness when it cuts through because you're not getting like the full vocal expression. I just start hearing, those S's and T's kind of cutting into the mix. So if you can mitigate the S's and T's a little bit through your sibilant control, de-essing, whatever you want to do with that, lower that threshold just a hair, just like 2 dB, just so it's back. But what would happen is you'd completely lose the vocal if you did that now, but then we need to get it back, back forward in the mix. So anyways, let's run it from the top, man. This is beautiful. I'm a big fan of the sound. I'm a big fan of the tone, of the aesthetic of your music, man. You're a beast. Tracked as I wrote it in like 3 hours. Mix you're hearing probably like an hour. So yeah, you're crushing it, man. Sounds good, man. Honestly, to me, the instinct matters more than anything. I'll tell everyone this from someone who does mix professionally. Like the mix is like fifth on the tier list of what matters. The song has to be good. The energy has to be good. The performance has to be good. The instincts of you as a musician, as a composer of the record has to be good. There's songs that can go viral and go crazy. And it's literally someone like sitting in their bedroom with an acoustic guitar and their iPhone mic. And it's people just fall in love with it. And then sometimes they don't even like the studio record. They remake it with the studio because they went viral and people don't like it anymore. Like there's people that just blow up because the song was so good. Like the lyrics, the energy behind the structure of the song, I think is so good. And then there's other people where they write really shitty songs. What's up, Banner? Good to see you, man. They write really shitty songs. They put no effort behind their lyrics. They just structurally, it's really lacking. It's really, mediocre as far as the way that they approach building their song structure. and then they think that they just like pay $800 for a Grammy-winning mix from a great engineer, or like a Billboard charting engineer or something like that, that it's gonna like make their song do well. And they have like 280 streams. You know what I mean? Song matters more than anything. Song matters more than anything. Also, I have to say, I don't believe it. I think it's AI. Tep just says that for every song. You know, a clock. You know what's the phrase? A clock is right twice. A clock is right at least twice a day, or what? I don't know. I'm so bad at phrasing. The clock is right twice a day. A broken clock is right twice a day. Forget it. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I sit at my kitchen table to write and record, as long as you get a result that you love. Exactly. A broken clock is right twice a day. Hey Torvik, first time here. Is the music you're reviewing from people in the chat? Yeah, it's people that are here in the chat. The submission is at the link, which is closed right now. It's at the link in my bio, but it is all people that are right here in the chat as well. All right, let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. And then, we will be live again tomorrow afternoon as well. So let's get this rolling. Let's run it from the top. I love the raw feel of this. I love it. Sometimes, especially when you get into your tom hits and some of the kick hits here, a little boomy, 100 to 300 hertz. It's a little bit muddy, a little bit boomy there. I think you'll get more space for your bass, like especially like a nice punchy, distorted like P bass in the middle of the mix. I think you'll get a little bit more energy out of that bass and have more room to facilitate it in the mix if you carve a little bit of that space out of where like those toms and those drums, like kick and toms, maybe a little bit in the snare. I want it snappy, I want it distorted, I want it saturated, but 100 to 300 hertz is a little bit boomy right there. Just a little sharp, but rest of the production structure, the aesthetic, the sonics, I think is beautiful. I think it's really, really well done. Of course, I appreciate you.
This card is moving on past. I just need a little time.
So like even here, we have this tremolo guitar on the left, really, really shiny in the mids. We have a double track of a different, guitar phrasing on the right side, really high in the mids and the high mids. And then powerful drums, powerful bass kind of in the middle of the mix. And even early in the verses, we lose that expression of the vocal right there. So that's where, the thing that I'll say as far as, Brian, thanks for the follow. The thing I'll say as far as mid side goes, if you don't already have this, I would have maybe a drum bus. If you want to keep the bass where it is, you can. But maybe a drum bus and a guitar bus that you can kind of compartmentalize, send all of your guitars to one, send all of your drums to one, so you can process them accordingly, glue them together. You might already be doing some of this. On that, I would have a mid-side EQ. I use Fab Filter. That's what I use. And actually, I can show you really quick, just so you can kind of get an idea of what I'm talking about. Let me pull up one right here. So here we are. Boom. Here we are in Pro Tools. So this is what I use. You don't have to use this. You can use anything that has a mid-side, a mid-side EQ. This is typically what I use. There's other ones out there, but for the most part, this is where I land. And basically what you're going to do, you're going to add this EQ, guitars to make room for the vocals only in, so this is where mid-side will come in, only in center channel, and then regaining on the outside. So what I would do is mid-side is not just a stereo EQ. So most EQ, it's affecting the full stereo spectrum. So if I pull out, 800 hertz, 540 hertz here in the middle here, it's gonna do that everywhere in the mix. If you do it with mid-side, you can actually compartmentalize where in your stereo image you're pulling that information from. And that's gonna offer you so much clarity. So most of your vocal, like the fundamental frequencies of your vocal, lie between 600 to 1200 hertz. Depends on the vocal, depends on the source, depends on some other factors, but between 600 and 1200 hertz, 600 and 1000 hertz, a lot of the fundamental presence of your vocal lies right there. So if you want that vocal to stand out a little bit more, what I'll typically do, let's say I have this, in this case, this Fab Filter Pro Q3, there's like 4 or 5 now, but I use 3 and I'm fine with it. You have a mid-side EQ on that guitar bus. So you send all of your guitars right there, and on that guitar bus, you affect all of them. I'm gonna pull out just a little bit of that space, right? So if I'm gonna go 6 to 1200 hertz-ish, I might pull out around 800 hertz or so, which is right about right here. Live is unoriginal or reproduced content. No, I'm not doing unoriginal or reproduced content. It does this when I switch to Pro Tools sometimes. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. It does not contain the content. So now they're limiting the live, of course. Okay, hopefully that appeal goes through. It never does. Quite literally never does, but hopefully it does. Anyways, so right here, we're pulling down this information right here. So let's say at about 800 hertz-ish, I'm gonna pull down, let's say like 3 dB, but I'm gonna go here, and this is just in this plugin, it's how it works. It might be different on a different one. And I'm gonna go just to mid. So this 600 to 1200 hertz or 600 to 1000 hertz is only going to come down in mono in the middle channel. It's only going to come down where the vocal lies. It's not going to affect its stereo image. And if I feel like it's actually reducing a little bit of energy in the guitar, so again, I'm creating a pocket only in the center channel, in the middle channel, for that vocal to sit where the guitar is now lacking some energy. If I need to regain that energy elsewhere, what I can do is add another scoop right here. I'm going to boost it a little bit in this way, in this place, and I'm going to go to side. So if I need to, I could literally do this, right? I could have these stacked on top of each other just like that, and a little bit of an oval right here. But I'm scooping out the middle channel for the vocal to sit right there. And then I'm adding that channel, or I'm adding the frequencies that I scooped out in the middle channel into the side profile. So now the guitars feel super wide. So that middle energy right there, right? That 800 hertz or so is now pushed to the outside only in the side channel. It's not touching the middle channel. So there's now space for the vocal and width to the guitars. Now, sometimes what I'll do is I'll offset a little bit just so, I can open up the mix a little bit more, and I can carve space out of the middle. I might do this on the drums. I might do this only on the snare. Whatever I feel like is interrupting the lead vocal. It might be a set of synths. It might be a lead guitar line. It might be, a snare and maybe some overheads for the drums. I'll carve some space out of that middle so the vocal shines and it has its place in the middle of the mix. And then I'll regain it a little bit higher. So now I'm going to boost the highs of the guitars so they feel really wide, but I'm only boosting from 1000 to 5000 hertz only in the side channel. So it feels really open. It feels really vibrant on the outside. Anyways, that's kind of what I'm talking about here. That's what I'm talking about when we're talking about mid-side, is creating space in the middle of the mix for that vocal to exist, and then regaining that energy if necessary or as necessary on the outside of the mix. So there's a little bit better separation and clarity. Right now, everything's everywhere, and sonically it sounds good. I like it a lot. Sonically, it sounds cool and it sounds good. But the drums are wide and distorted. The vocals are wide and distorted. The guitars are wide and distorted. The bass is in the middle, but it's distorted. So we have this big punch of energy right here, but not a lot of separation of being able to kind of distinguish different elements and regain a bit of clarity in the middle of the mix. That's kind of the one thing, honestly, the one thing that, like I said, maybe a little bit of sibilant control, sure, not a huge deal, but it'll help give you some space to kind of push it forward. But I think I think to me that's one of the main things that I'm missing, because the production itself, the performance itself, I love everything that I'm hearing. Let me get into the middle of the mix here, and then we'll see if there's anything else. But largely speaking, that was the one thing that stood out to me. If you can create a little bit of better control and separation, low mud in the drums, and maybe drums and percussion a little bit, better sibilant control and clarity for the vocals, separation through mid-side. You just do like that alone, and this sounds way more polished and way more punchy. Okay. Pineapple, you're up next. I would love for that to push forward. You might even find out that once you clarify a couple things, that you might be able to push that vocal forward 2 or 3 dB too. Depending on your headroom, depending on where you're at in the mix, you might be able to just get it louder too. That's obviously another option too. We can dig and we can create space and move some stuff around, but you can also just make it louder. That will also help, depending on how that works with the headroom that you have, and so on and so on. It's not Tep. There's some little. Listen to this vote. It's quiet right now, so it's hard to hear. It's hard to hear. It's not Melodyne like crazy. There's a lot of, and I don't mean this in a negative way. It's fairly raw. This it's hard to hear this low vocal right here. It's not really tuned that much. I don't know necessarily what you're hearing. It's definitely not tuned to perfection. And I don't even necessarily mean that in a negative way. I like how raw it is. But it's definitely not. There's a little bit of a drop in modulation right underneath the vocal right there. It's natural flow down. Maybe a couple little sweet spots in there, but yeah, it's a fairly raw vocal, nothing too crazy. Listen to that vocal right there. There's definitely some modulation and pitch in a good way. I like it. It's always say you can hear some changes in pitch. Yeah, it's definitely not melodyne to perfect. It's not like pristine, precise pop editing or anything like that. It's still, I mean, for one, they're a good vocalist. They're a good vocalist. That helps, that helps. But yeah, it's definitely not polished. Yeah. Nothing too crazy though. The chorus is way easier. The chorus is way easier because of the register. Like it's just easier to have like power behind it. Like the low da 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 da. Sometimes it's like harder to like lock in those low melodies. There's going to be more scoops, more dips coming back into the melody. When you have like a higher register on a rock song like this, like it's easier to project and target, and a little bit, even just like 30 milliseconds, 40 milliseconds of auto-tune on there of a retune speed will just. We'll just grab something slightly off, 10 to 20 cents off and drag it into place. But yeah, that's easy. That's a lot easier for the auto-tune to target than those lower registers where there's like more shakiness in the vocal. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. Dude. If we can get that vocal to punch, this is so good. You should get placements. If you can get this mix like in a place where it feels really polished and really balanced while still like the last band, still raw, still grungy, dude, you're gonna crush it. It's really, really good. It's a great song, great structure. So good, so good. Yeah, it's so good, man. Y'all, please give it up one time for the family. Slurv is a band right here in the chat. Show them some love and support. If you have other music out, please let people know in the chat as well. Or if this is a fresh project for you, of course, let them know as well. If they do have music, definitely go stream it, go like it, go add it to playlists, all that fun stuff. But man, please show some love to Slurv. I'm such a fan, man. I really like your approach to music. I really like your creativity. I like the aesthetic. I like the sonics, man. You're doing some really, really fun stuff. It feels interesting. It feels nostalgic. It feels classic. So I'm proud of the work that you're putting into what you do, man. It sounds really, really cool. So give it up one more time. We got Pineapple Daryl in the building. Total fresh project. Should be a follow and y'all can join the ride once we start dropping songs. Let's go. Let's go. I can't wait, man. I can't wait. I'll definitely, once I get off the live and I see the follow list, I'll definitely follow you back too, man. Or actually, I might be able to do it from here. Boom. Followed. Love it, man. Love it. Y'all show some love. We got Come Closer by Pineapple Daryl in the building. Give me all of the details, Daryl. You finally made it. Give me all of the details. Give me context. I have no notes on here. So yeah, give me all of the details so we can dive into the song structure. Let's move it. I'm going to try to move faster, y'all. I promise I'm going to try to move faster. We got about 5 more songs left before we get out of here, and I will be live again tomorrow afternoon. So definitely tap in. My friend on guitar, me on vocals, mixed by me, and edited by me on BandLab and FL. You're good, Tep. I know. I do like to answer questions. I do like to respond to stuff. So I don't want to take that away. But I also know that if I spend, if I spend 35 minutes, 40 minutes on every song and we have 5 songs left, I'm going to be here for another 3 hours for 5 songs. I'm trying to, I can do it in 15 to 20 minutes if I lock in. I just don't lock in very well. Shout out to ADHD, but let's get it. This is Pineapple Daryl right here in the chat. Let's get it going. Come Closer. It's a lot. They've been long. Last couple of days have been long days, just workload as well as like doing the lives too. My friend on guitars and vocals. Okay, and then the rest of the production structure. Let me know where that's from. And then we'll let's get into it. This one is also out on Spotify, so let's get it.
Come here, you're too far. I'm freezing without your body heat. Stop playing innocent like that. I see that smile, you know what you do to me. Come closer, let me feel your skin. That warmth got me losing it. You moving slow, killing me slow, acting like you don't feel this tension. Got me acting all stupid and desperate. One touch and I forget my own name. Come closer, let me feel your
Who did the rest of the production?
got me losing it. Come closer, whisper in my ear.
Got you.
With that voice that fucks me up, my dear. Come closer, yeah. Come closer. I don't bite much. I'm trying to act cool, but I'm feeling bad. Just come here already. Don't make me beg. Come closer, let me feel your skin. That warmth got me losing it. Come closer, talk right in my ear. With that voice I wanna feel everywhere. Come closer, yeah.
Do you have any content of you singing or of your friend playing the guitar?
Baby.
Yo, show some love. That is Pineapple Daryl right here in the chat. Went a little eager on the vocal effects, but whatever. My friend's solo, so good. Yeah. Do you have any content of you singing this song or any song, or your friend who plays the guitar, of them playing guitar? But let's dive into it, man. Let's run it from the top. I'm gonna listen for a couple things here. Actually, I'm gonna run the last couple seconds here really quick. I'm listening for something specific. All right, let's run it from the top. Yeah, let me know. Let's run it from the top, though. We'll dive into a couple details here. Anything, this is like around take 30, and we was pretty tired.
Hey, come here, you're too far. I'm freezing without your body heat. Stop playing innocent like that. I see that smile, you know what you do to me.
Yeah, I mean, we hear a lot of stuff, to each their own, and I can choose to go along with whatever anyone says. I'm assuming you're running your vocals through at the very least, because this is also a tool that people have access to. I'm assuming you're running your vocals through AI, either in order to mix or to fine tune your melody or whatever. But it's definitely aliasing. There's definitely high frequency hiss and difficulty there. There's definitely instrument blending on the guitars in the background. The guitars are also quantized and auto tuned while still having like portamento synth like bends. It's definitely so. Yeah, and again, That's up to whatever. And like to be honest, if it is just say like I don't care. Just just say it. But it's definitely there. So that's what I'm curious about. If you're like running it through it to mix, if you're running through it to or like the some of the production that you're doing individually and then separating in order to like polish them a little bit and like make them a little bit tighter, whatever it is. But it's definitely there. I mean, it's definitely there. Like those bends, it's not effects though. It's not effects. I'm talking about AI. Those bends on the guitar, those. I mean, I have 8 guitars on the wall right here. I play guitar. I know. Like I've listened to some phenomenal Grammy-winning guitarists and stuff like that. I know guitar. I know production stuff like that. Those bends are like 6, 8 semitone bends, which you can't boomer bend 8 semitones, and it without you'd pop all of your strings and they'd all be doing some stuff, or it would have to be a whammy bend, and it's not slid through, and it's not using one of these. The only other option would be to use this. This is a steel slide. The only other option here would be that. Thought you talked about you're talking about the vocals. Apologies. Oh, so the production is AI. Yeah, and again, like here's the thing. Tep might. I won't. I'm not here to like. Again, if you just end up saying, yeah, dude, it is AI, I'm not here to say fuck it. And that's not what I'm here to do. All it does for me is it allows me to listen keenly for what is actually there and know that it's the case. And not come with some kind of, you know what I mean? Like, and not have to come against this like thing where like I'm hearing the thing that's actually happening, but I'm being told it's not. Like, it's just easier. It's path of least resistance to just be like, dude, it is. Yeah, fuck it. You know what I mean? Like, it's AI. It's AI. I did it. The guitar is AI. My friend doesn't exist. And whatever. To me, it doesn't necessarily matter. I'm not here to like tear you down if it is the case. You don't have to prove anything here. I just know I know what we're all hearing, and what's happening on the guitar that's your friend who's soloing so crazy is not a guitarist, and the production's all generated in the vocal. And the vocal at the very minimum has been run through generative AI in order to polish it. And so that's what I'm talking about. Again, I just want to know what I'm listening to so I can approach it correctly and talk about the song accordingly. I'm not here to tear you down for it. So, that's the way I want to approach it. But anyways, it just makes it harder when people are like, no. I had a guy come in here, Tep might remember, but anyways, I had a guy come, I don't think Tep was here. I had a guy come in here and tell me their AI piano that was obviously generated. You could hear it. They were a classically trained pianist and like stuff like that. And I'm like, I am a classically trained pianist. And so I was hearing all the things that they were doing, but like, hey dude, this is AI, obviously. And they were like, no, it's like real. I played for hours and hours and hours. I played piano for 4.5 hours and tracked it. And this is what I did. And I was like, no, this is quite literally what I've done. And I've done since I was 6 years old. I know what piano sounds like. I know what generated piano sounds like. And this is, and this is whatever. And this is not it. And they tried to tell me the plugin that they used. They're like, oh, it's the East West piano. And I was like, oh, I have that piano. I'll pull it up. And it sounded nothing like it. I can actually, I know all this stuff. So anyways, that's my spiel. I'll listen to this last little part of the song here, but I would, it's just easier. It's just easier to know. It's easier to know. Extra, we're closed. We're closed, Extra. I appreciate you 10 minutes. You hear all the at the top right there? You're fine, Tep. You hear at the top of the mix right there. That's the aliasing. That's that difficulty in processing high frequency right there. That kind of that hiss, that excitement at the top end right there.
Don't make me beg.
Perfectly quantized, right on the grid, kind of right in the structure. Yeah, Extra. I'll be live again tomorrow afternoon. I'll be on tomorrow afternoon, definitely. So yeah, definitely tap in if you can. Extra tone. I might even open up early submissions. So if you want to get in your song, you can make sure you get in your song early. That way, I can have some people that are already ready to go, and we can kind of lock into the the music as soon as we hop on. Yeah, I just like to know. I like to know. Like I said, man, I'm a nice guy. I'm not. I mean, y'all have been here this whole life. I'm not roasting people. I'm not tearing people down. No matter how good your music is or how objectively it needs work. Like, I'm not here roasting people, tearing people down, tearing them apart, or anything like that. I care about the music, so I appreciate knowing where it's from and appreciating kind of what the structure is, so I can help. If that were a real vocal and it has a shit ton of like crazy high end excitement. Let's talk about how much fresh air you're using. Let's talk about mic proximity and diffusion. Let's talk about these different things. But obviously that's difficult if you're not getting like the correct information. I'm just not interested in proving and defending against the AI allegations. Well, and Pineapple again. I know, and again, like I said, Pineapple in the chat. There might be some separation in what I'm trying to do and what the chat wants to do as well. And I hope you can hear that. My goal, as it has been this whole live, is to be as valuable as possible. To be as informative, as valuable. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I want to be as valuable as possible. I want to be as informative as possible. And I can be more of that if I have a really direct, line to understand. Tep Island. If I can understand really clearly, like where someone is for, and obviously you're gonna get more, because the thing is, like, if there are any elements of it that are, and you can say they're not, and that's fine. But if there are any elements that are, that limits your publishing, that limits your mechanical payouts, that limits your ability to get placement for songs that could be really good, right? That limits a lot of other factors, right? The control over things that if I had an idea of something maybe that could be helpful to fix, your ability to fix that at all. And so that's where my approach to it. I did use a voice mod. You can never sign a song. Yeah, you couldn't sign it. You couldn't place it. Stuff like that, right? And so mine is more from a place of care of, like, if this is something that you're doing or you're running it through it, or you're struggling to mix and you're trying to pause the mix with AI, and it's generating some stuff and it's adding all of this artifact, then that is that's the stuff that I'm talking about, right? And I want to make sure that everyone's getting as much support as possible. As much support as possible.
Come closer, let me feel your skin. That warmth got me losing it. Come closer, look right here.
100%. That's valid.
That voice I wanna feel everywhere. Come closer, yeah. Come closer, just like that, baby.
I appreciate you sending this in, man. I appreciate you sending it in. Regardless of what anyone thinks, regardless of what, regardless of whatever the background is, regardless of kind of the approach to it and stuff like that. I appreciate you sending in, man. It's a vulnerable thing no matter what you do in music, to send in your music. Just wanted some constructive criticism. Yeah. So, okay, here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say. If it's not, so we can be direct, right? Okay. If it's not, let's lose that line right there. If it's not AI and it's not generated, it's not run through stuff like that, and it is just, you produce this whole thing and your friend played the guitar and that's what the guitar sounded like, whatever. If it's not at all, then what you're running into, at the very least, is the perception that it is. Okay? So if you want constructive criticism and things to improve, one is high-end excitement. It's sure, right? But like, as far as your approach, let's say, yeah. But if you were asking for the constructive criticism, and we're going to go with what you're saying, if we're going to go with what you're saying, then there's a crazy amount of artifact. There's high-end aliasing on the vocal like crazy. So it's completely destroying the top end of your vocal and making this really harsh hiss, right? And this fuzziness at the top. You have all of this high-end artifact in there. You get getting gating in the background of the instruments because of the effects that are on them, going with your line, right? All of this stuff, right? Yeah. Voice mod, sure, right? And stuff like that, right? All of this stuff. And then on the other side, if it's real, then show people. That's it. I don't know a single, and I know hundreds and hundreds of musicians. I don't know a single one that does, not a single one, no matter their age. I mean, I don't know 70-year-olds that are musicians. I don't know a single one that does not have proof of them doing what they're doing out there somewhere, especially if they're halfway good, right? Now, some people, maybe they're not very good and so they don't post their stuff. If you're decent, you're out there somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Answer me, damn it. What was the scale in your, oh, wait, hold on, dude. Ways versus interest. You never posted. Yes, I did. That's from like 3 years ago. Is it Safi? It's from like 3 years ago. The next video is the result. The next video is the result. It's just pinned. It's the next video. It's a pinned video, but I literally posted the video the next day. It's a pinned post. So it's not in that order right there, but it is, it's literally the next post. Yeah. I don't remember, dude, it's literally a video from like 3 years ago. So I don't remember. I don't know. I think A was Antares. I can't remember. It was literally a video from like 2 or 3 years ago. But the next video is the right one, but it's out of order because of TikTok's weird stuff with the pin videos. But anyways, if you want to find the result officially, you got to scroll back like 2 years, and I post a lot of content, so good luck. But I don't remember exactly which one it is. But I would never do that. I posted it literally the next day for people to be able to see which one it is. It is close though. It is close. Y'all please show some love, man. Show some love. Pineapple, I appreciate you, man. Like I said, whatever you want to do with your music, I don't care, man. Do what you want to do with your music. As far as like mitigating these issues, right? Where like people encounter your music and they have this reaction to it, but you're paying for distribution. You say you're making it for yourself. I say this for everyone. Yeah, I am. Yeah, that's what I do for a living, Safi. I work full-time as an engineer, producer, and session musician. You do it for yourself. It's for your own enjoyment, and you're doing it for your to impress yourself and just have fun with the music, right? But then you're also paying to get exposure for it, and also paying for distribution. That means you want people to hear it. You want people to hear it. You want to get a kickback from it, right? Like, obviously, if you're paying for distribution, you want people to enjoy your music. So if that is the case, right? I just know, because I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people like do. I just do it for fun, but then they spend $1,000 a year trying to get their people out there. Yeah, you want attention. You want money. You want exposure. You want, you're paying for distribution. You want people to enjoy your music. You want people to put it out there. If that is the case, you got to show people what you do. No way around it. There's no way around it. No matter how you make your music. Yeah, we all want attention and exposure for our music. Everybody does, right? If you are paying for distribution, then if you're paying for distribution, you want people to hear your music. We all do. We all want people to enjoy our music. We all would probably love, to make a living doing music. I mean, if it's the thing that you really enjoy, right? So if that's the case, show people what you do, and no matter what it is, show people what you do. That way you're not fighting with that all the time. Anyways, y'all show some love. Agatha, we're in San Antonio, Texas. I appreciate you, Daryl. Thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate you coming in and even just fighting through what you're doing today. You know what I mean? I know it's not always the most fun, feeling like you need to defend yourself and whatever, no matter what the source of it is, whatever. It's not always the most positive experience, but I do appreciate you coming in. I do appreciate you, just you've been involved with the live, man. You've been in here, man. I appreciate it. I genuinely appreciate you coming in, showing love, and engaging with people over the course of the live as well, man. Seriously, genuinely appreciate it. Maybe your protege. It's a really, really good song. Hold on. I got a song I mixed and I'm scared to ruin it, but there's one thing badly wrong. It's a really, really good song. If you want, I'll be live again tomorrow. I'm not taking any more consultations today. I'm not taking any more consultations today, but I will tomorrow. I'll be open again tomorrow. So just make sure y'all are following. We'll open up the lines again tomorrow. Tep is a little bit of a, I gotta give it to you too. Like, Tep is a little bit of a troll. I love Tep. Tep is great, but at the same time, he's a bit of a troll, so he will push more than is like necessary. But it's anyways. Okay. I appreciate y'all tapping in. Yeah, make sure y'all are tapped in. We'll open up consultations again tomorrow afternoon. I'm gonna finish up these last couple of songs in here. We've got Sycamore in the building. I haven't been to San Antonio yet, but hoping to get back to Texas next year. Let's go. Where are y'all located, Agatha? Where are y'all located? I'm a tattoo unfiltered. Sometimes it happens. It happens, man. But yeah, where are y'all, Agatha? Where are y'all located? we were in Dallas for 2.5 years, and and I had a small studio up there, and then we moved back to San Antonio last year, almost exactly a year ago. Okay, we'll be here for a little bit. Wyoming, bro, and Razor, dude, let's go. Wyoming's beautiful. I've never been, or I did when I was like 9 months old. But it's sick. We're from Berlin, Germany, but played at South by, so got to see Austin and Mark. Oh, that's crazy. That's amazing. I would love to visit Germany. Absolutely would love to visit Germany. All right, Sycamore in the building. Let's go. Colorado's in the building. Been to Colorado many times. Love Colorado. I don't know if I don't know if it's a vibe I want to live in, but it's absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful there. All right, Sycamore Treasy, just a fun, quirky summertime vibe. Interested in input on overall production and vibe. It's a good song. Sycamore Treasy, talk to me about what you do in your music. You've been here. You understand what's going on. Talk to me about what you do as far as like the role that you play in your music, production, mix, music, all that stuff, vocals. All right, it's on Spotify, so let's open it up. Open it up. Boom. All right, this is Feel Good by Sycamore. Let's dive in.
Man, y'all worry too much. I have a few very important things that I'm focusing on. I call it the core 4. It goes like this. I'm trying to look good, feel good, fight good, fuck good. Y'all just sit around and watch like a cuck would. Bad attitude, I'm my bitch, butter butt good. Y'all trying to get on my nerves. I'm like, what? Good?
Heavy production.
I'm cutting off loose ends. You're the next to go. You can go nice and quiet. Don't be a spectacle. Too many rappers get fruity. Go eat some vegetables. My flow's hot as July. Up in Mexico, El Pendejo. I'm just trying to make the pesos.
Let's go.
I'm talking major cheese, so go and get the queso. I only deal with fuego. You try to rock the cradle. I'm top dog, bitch. Why would I ever lay low? Fine wine, motherfucker, trying to age like J-Lo. Shot shooter, give me a chance, spit some game of J-Lo. Poker face, fuck you mean? I'm about to flip the table. A good dude, but sometimes I forget the halo. Look good, feel good, fight good, fuck good. Y'all just sit around.
Good distinct hook. Production I like a lot though. It's heavy, crunchy, distorted. Yeah, every single VOD is saved to YouTube. If you go to the link in my bio, you'll see the YouTube channel there. There's a playlist called Track Talk Livestream. It is. I could see this in like a Fast and Furious or something like that. You know what I mean? Car pulls up. It's got all kinds of crazy shit on it.
You're too basic, so face it, you get your room taken. I'm changing up the feng shui. I'm at the new station. Ooh, say it one more time. I'll get the mood changing, booth raging back on my shit and using crude language. Fucking cunt. They let off with a sucker punch. Such a rush to kill my vibe. I'm still running punk. Pucker up to kiss my ass. You know such and such said this and that. Considered a fact. I don't give a fuck. Looking such, you powder puffs, need clown with such. Me and greatness planned a date, and she's down to fuck. Living with me, ran free.
Let's go.
We're now in love. You should always shoot your shot. You know you brave enough. Look good, feel good, fight good, fuck good. Y'all just sit around and watch like a cuck would. Bad attitude, I'm my bitch, butter butt good. Y'all trying to get on my nerves. I'm like, look good, feel good, fight good, fuck good. Y'all just sit around and watch like a cuck would. Bad attitude, I'm my bitch, butter butt good. Y'all trying to get on my nerves.
Do you have the file of the song close to you? Yeah, nice production. Production's heavy. Let's go. Y'all show some love. Okay, really quick. I'm curious about something. This won't take very long. At the other link in my bio, where it's like another submission form right there, where you can like skip and stuff like that. It's like underneath. I forget what it says. It says like skip it says skip or something. I can't remember exactly. Go there. There's an email there. Can you send the file to that email? If you don't want to, obviously you don't have to. I want to drop it into Pro Tools. I want to listen for something really quick. I'm just curious. About it. If you don't feel like doing that, no worries at all. You don't have. There's no reason that you have to. But I'm curious about looking at something in Pro Tools, and then I would need the file to be able to drop that in there. But y'all, please show some love. Show some love. Yeah, of course. I'll start running from the top. We'll start talking about some stuff. But yeah, drop it in there whenever you get a chance. It should be Track Talk Submission. Actually, let me make sure that I pull up the email. tracktalksubmission@gmail.com. And then let me see. Just the file. Just like even like the MP3. Even the MP3 is fine. Like whatever's easier, like whatever will be the easiest to send. Okay, but I'll run it from the top, and we'll dive into some of the details here really quick. But yeah, I'm listening for some pacing things that I'm kind of interested in. It. I don't know if it's what Tep's talking about, but it might be in line with what Tep is talking about. I'm curious about. I'm not saying it's good or bad or right or wrong. I'm just curious about one little sonic thing, and I want to drop it in there. But let's run it from the top, y'all. This song is out everywhere, so if you like what you hear, go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist, go support them, go follow on DSPs, go follow here on social media, here on TikTok, show them some love and support. Let's run it from the top. It is Feel Good by Sycamore Treasy. It's out on all platforms. Let's get into it. Yeah, it's not a long song. 312. I mean, it's 312 or 308. That's not a long song. That's nothing too crazy.
Man.
I think sometimes you can have more to do with simplicity of production structure and like pacing of a song or dynamic range of a song than it even has to do with length, right? Like there's songs that are slow and 6 minutes long, but because of dynamic range, changes in production structure, stuff like that, you know what I mean? Like back and forth, that make it feel more, there's more psychological interest over the course of the song because there's different things that kind of come in and out of the mix more often that make a longer song feel more concise, right? Yeah, 3-minute song, but only 2 verses, right? And so I think that what they're hearing might not even be that the song is long. It's not. Objectively, it's not long. 3 minutes is not a long song. 4.5 maybe is getting into a longer space. I just go to 100% chocolate. Yeah, I'm not worried about the time. It's not a long song. But I think the thing I want to listen for is some other structures that can make it feel longer, even if it's not. And that's kind of what I'm listening for. But let's get into it.
Y'all worry too much. I have a few very important things that I'm focusing on. I call it the core 4. It goes like this. I'm trying to look good, feel good, fight good, fuck good. Y'all just sit around.
I mean, it has this like old boombox like whole. I mean, it's got like this really, really cool, distorted, really punchy feel to it. I mean, I like the whole aesthetic of it right there. That feels fantastic. Hey, let me know if you need me to pause I'll pause for a second, man. So you can take your time. Yeah, take your time. Let me know when you hit send. You're good, man. No rush. Do what you need to do. I got you. I don't want you to feel like you're missing anything. Oops, don't do that. Let's see. I know, I feel like it's like an NPR station, right? You're listening to. I know I need to have like a radio voice come in or something. Okay, and then really quick, so far, once we get through this song, I've got Dylan in the building. I got you. Of course, Agatha, I've got you. And Tep. Tep, you're closing us out today, it looks like. Unless that line changes order because one of y'all moves around. Otherwise, those are our final three of the night. Did mine disappear? Hold on, let me adjust this here. Did you have a consultation? Just so I know, so I can make sure I have it in the right spot. How's it go, Vanilla Lovers? Anima's in the building. Your guitar got here, Anima? Was it a consultation or a free? I brought up a couple frees that were in line, as many as I could over the course of this live, but I only have time for 3 more tracks on here, so it'll be the 3 paid consultations since they've paid to go. Yeah, probably. I pulled. Did you send it to that link? So go to the. When you go to the link in my bio, there's another link right there that says like skip or something like that. Send a skip or something like that. It's like underneath the submission. Oh, you did submit? Oh, you did send it to the link? Or wait, no. Sorry, I'm talking to Sycamore. Sorry. At that link, you'll see an email that you can copy over. It's Track Talks. It says Track Talk Submission at gmail.com. Send it to that. If you can't find the link, try that, but just make sure it goes to the right email. But it's Track Talk Submission at gmail.com. Yeah. Send it there, and that way it's one of the few things I want to talk about on the pacing side. Guitar Rig Pro 7 plus my Affinity Strat we're about to play. Tuning took ages though. Tune all the strings and bam, the thick ones were out of tune. Again, I had to do 4 passes of tuning. Yeah, they might be slick. And if it's a stock strings, I'd probably replace them quick. If you want a recommendation, I'm not saying you necessarily do, but if you I think it's these. Yeah, these are the just in case anyone wants a recommendation. I don't know, I'm not sponsored or anything. But these NYXLs, these are the electric strings that I use, and I love them. I've used these for years. They're pretty much all I put on my electric guitars, maybe in different forms, but pretty much all I put on the electric guitars, and I love them. They're great. Use those too. Yeah, I love them. I was doing slinkies for a while, of course. I use slinkies on bass sometimes still. I use them on bass sometimes too, but I skipped dinner because I thought I was on board. Have a good day. Wait, hold on. So just so I make sure, if we were doing more of the free right there, if we were doing more of the free, there would still be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 6 or 7, actually 9 people in front of you either way, and I wouldn't have time to get through that many, even if I was just like straight going through the free line and the ones that I already have on there. So yeah, it would be, yeah, don't skip dinner. Don't do that. I mean, I appreciate you hanging out so much. Yeah, just keep that in mind, right? That we have the free listen right there that we pull up every couple tracks until we get at the end. And then we have all the paid consultations that are skipping as well. I of course I appreciate the love so much, man. I appreciate you being here. Hey, no worries, man. No worries. I appreciate you hanging out either way. Yeah, I didn't know regardless, but I appreciate you in there. It's Track Talk Submit. Actually, I can put it right here. Hold on. I got you. It might not let me. Hopefully you get the idea. Hopefully that comes through. Let me know if that comes through. That's it essentially. That's it essentially right there. Let me know if it shows up in the chat. Just sometimes they block it. Yeah, it's closed. That's why. It's closed. I mean, I think the timer might have run out on it too. But yeah, it's the submissions are closed. That's probably why, Anima. But it should let you know. But yeah, we're on our last 3. All right. Let's see. Hopefully it pops up. Hopefully it pops up with without too many issues. First time. Sounds good, Anima. Appreciate you so much. Of course. I mean, I'm asking you to do something outside of the norm. There we go. I think it just came in. All right. Sycamore right here. Beautiful. Let's get it downloaded. And again, all this, I mean, this might even just be for like a very small reason that I'm just curious about. So I want to see what happens when we do this. I'm going to drop it in Pro Tools. I'm not going to switch over to Pro Tools because Pro Tools keeps knocking me, or I'm sorry, TikTok keeps knocking me for it. They keep kicking me and like giving me issues and stuff because of it. So what I'm going to do though is I want to mess with, I'm going to look at something here. So let's play it. I'm going to unmaster it for a second. So we're going to bring down the volume a bit.
Man, y'all worry too much. I have a few very important things that I'm focusing on. I call it
of course.
It goes like this. I'm trying to look good, feel good, fight good, fuck good. Y'all just sit around and watch like a cuck would. Bad attitude, I'm my bitch, butter butt good. Y'all trying to get on my nerves. I'm like, what could?
Okay. I'm gonna mess with something here. Let's go here. And I never said it's a bad thing. Okay. Let's see.
It goes like this. I'm trying to look good, feel good, fight good, fuck good. Y'all just sit around and watch like a cuck would. Bad attitude, I'm my bitch, butter butt good. Y'all trying to get on.
That's better. Let's try again.
It goes like this. I'm trying to look good, feel good, fight good, fuck good. Y'all just sit around and watch like a cuck would. Bad attitude, I'm my bitch, butter butt good.
Okay.
Y'all trying to get
this is what I'm hearing.
Nerves. I'm like, what could? I'm cutting off loose ends. You're the next to go.
I'm gonna push it a little more. I'm gonna push it a little bit more. Okay, so that's that line. Let's see. Hold on. So this goes to. Let's zoom in a little bit here, and then I'll let you know what's happening, and I'll give you my 2 cents on it, obviously. So we're at like 71. 71. Okay, let's see. Let's try 69. Pause.
It goes like this. I'm trying to look good, feel good, fight good, fuck good. Y'all just sit around and watch like a cuckwood. Bad attitude, I'm my bitch, butter butt good. Y'all trying to get on my nerves. I'm like, what?
Okay.
I'm
I'm doing tempo adjustments. That's all I'm doing. I'm just speeding up the track. I'm using Elastic Audio and Pro Tools to keep it like sounding still really clean. I'm speeding up the track, a fair amount. The reason why is I think part of it is, like we talked about a little bit before, simplicity of production structure. Nothing wrong with that, right? That's very classic, especially within the genre. The lock-in rhythmic elements of the vocal, dun, 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 dun. So we have the, and we also have bum, 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 bum. That's the vocal structure with bum, 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 bum. It's very like lined up. And so we're kind of constantly hearing this dun, 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 dun. That rhythm right there so consistently at the same dynamic range where it doesn't really, and again, it doesn't sound bad. It really doesn't sound bad, but it doesn't grow far beyond that dynamically or lose a lot of energy dynamically to where it has those twists and turns that keep you really locked into that. So here's like, again,
I'm trying to look good, feel good.
this is the pacing that I personally kind of like a little bit. The energy feels like strong. I still get the punch. Like if I heard this for the first time like this, I would still get the energy from your vocal. I would still get the punch. I'd get the drive. I'd feel the energy right here. Like
I'm trying to look good, feel good, fight good, fuck good.
Yeah.
Y'all just sit around and watch like a cuckwood. Bad attitude.
bass line sounds kind of nasty. Bum, ba, da, 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 dum, bum, ba, da, 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 da.
Cuckwood, bad attitude. I'm my bitch, butter butt good. Y'all trying to get on my.
Original
It goes like this. I'm trying to.
is here. Wait, hold on. Where did it go? Hold on. Let me see.
I'm trying to look good, feel good, fight good, fuck good. Y'all just sit around and watch like a cuckwood. Bad attitude. I'm my bitch, butter butt good. Y'all trying to get on my nerves. I'm like, what could? I'm cutting off loose ends. You're
This is the
next to
original,
go.
right?
You can go nice and
Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. But here's what I'm
trying to get on my nerves. I'm like, what could? I'm cutting off loose ends. You're the next to go. You can go
It's
nice
subtle.
and quiet. Don't be
It's
a
so
spectacle.
subtle.
Too many rappers get fruity. Go eat some vegetables.
It's subtle. It's a small move, but to me, what this shows me is the power of pacing, the power of tempo. Because I actually think your vocal, like, so I'm speeding this up by, let's say, like 8 BPM, 6 to 8 BPM, something like that, right? I think your vocal performance is actually really solid. Like, I think you're actually, I'm gonna go, no, it's fine right there. I think your vocal performance is pretty solid. I think the bass line is actually sick. I think the distorted drums are absolutely killer. I think what is making the song feel so like stretched out, right? And like, even like Tep was saying, like, it's too long. Well, it's not too long, right? It's a 3-minute song, 3 minutes and 8 seconds. That's nothing. That's not that long of a song. But what I think the audience will feel is it just lags a little bit. It just takes a while to like get through the hook. It takes a little while because of the consistency of the bass line. It takes a little while because of the rhythmic structure of the vocal with that drum that's really simple. It's not that any of those things are actually wrong. I think all of those things sound good. I think they're just too slow. I think that's kind of what I'm hearing. And what this also does is that took your song from 308 to about 350. I'm sorry, 308 to 250. 250, 252. Now it's like more viable for playlists. Now it's a little faster. Now it's got better energy. Now it has better retention, better replay value, right? It's as simple as like literally speeding up the song just by 6 to 8 BPM, shortens the song by default because it's faster, right? The whole pacing of the song is a little bit faster. And for me, it's giving me a completely different feel of like the vibe of the song because it just feels like it drives a little bit more. It takes me on that journey a little bit faster. That's just something I'd be interested. That's why I wanted to drop it into It's why I wanted to spend some time to drop it into Pro Tools, because I wanted to hear it in good quality, not like all, it sounds like kind of like, chipmunks and whatever, you speed it up too fast and stuff like that. I wanted to hear it with like Verispeed. I wanted to hear it with elastic, movements in Pro Tools, so we could actually hear it sounding good. And that's why I wanted to do that, because like I'm curious. So here's the thing that I just want everyone can kind of figure out for their own as well, is the key of your song and the tempo of your song makes a bigger difference than you think. And it could be quite literally the difference between people falling in love with the energy of your track or getting bored. It could be the difference between you being in a register of your vocal key wise that is powerful and present and projected, and it being too easy and the vocal sounding lazy, right? Like the key and the tempo of your song, it's something we don't think about once we start producing. Like we produce the song, or we download the beat, we lease it, or we get a producer, and we just let it be what it is. And then we start writing a song. And what I want more people to do is be more picky with their own music, even if you're working with a producer. Like if you're working with a producer closely, like in your case, Sycamore, what I would do is like get into a song, start writing over it, and I want you to train your own ears, and everyone to train their own ears to be like, okay, I'm working closely with the producer. I know them. We're right here. We're working through a song, and be like, ooh, this is a cool flow. I love the sound. You start rapping. You're like, I'm not feeling it as much. Can you take it from 90 to 96 and see what happens? And then they put it to 96 and like, oh fuck. You know what I mean? Like now it's working. Like now we're really, really getting into the, into the energy of it. And I think you'll find that just the smallest changes in like tempo, the smallest changes in like key, so that your voice is supported well, can completely change the way that people encounter your song. Right? I'm gonna get into the middle of the song here at the faster pace.
This is it, the moment that I finally send it. Y'all thought I was cooking before, I was just pretending. I'm done with microwaving.
Let me go back. Slower.
This is it, the moment that I finally send it. Y'all thought I...
You hear how now it kind of feels slow motion?
This is it, the moment that I finally send it. Y'all thought I was cooking before, I was just pretending. I'm done with microwaving.
Back.
This is it, the moment that I finally send it.
There's more anticipation. I'm waiting for the next moment.
I'm done with microwaving. Let's get this souffle. I really talk that shit. The fuck is you saying?
And now I'm waiting for it. It's such a different feel. It's literally changing nothing about not. This is not changing your performance. It's not changing the beat. It's not changing the mix. I just sped up the master. You know what I mean? That's the difference. I'm gonna try for the hell of it. Excuse me, for the hell of it. I'm gonna go a little bit faster. Just for no reason at all. A little bit faster, just to see if we could push it even farther.
This is it, the moment that I finally send it. Y'all thought I was cooking before, I was just pretending. I'm done with microwaving. Let's get this souffle. I really talk that shit. The fuck is you saying? I'm too flagrant. I'm soothsaying. The roof shaking. You want a cannibal bass? I'm bringing 2 cases. You made it too dumb to rap. You fucking true layman's bitch. It's return of the Mac.
That's so different.
I'm punching through faces. You're too basic, so face it. You get your room taken.
That's so different. Dude. That is a different level of energy. That's a different level of energy.
I'm too flagrant. I'm soothsaying. The roof shaking. You want a cannibal bass?
Nothing wrong.
I'm bringing 2 cases. You made it too dumb.
It's fine. Like it's this sounds like a slowed down version of the other one now. Back here.
I'm too flagrant. I'm soothsaying. The roof shaking. You want a cannibal bass? I'm bringing 2 cases. You made it too dumb to rap. You fucking true layman's bitch.
It's a different song. That's a different song. Let's push.
They let off with a sucker vibe. I'm still running punk, pucker up to kiss my ass. You know such and such said this and that, considered a fact. I don't give a fuck.
It's a different song.
Looking such, you powder puffs, sneak clout with such. Me and greatness planted.
Different song. It's a different song. That now we're probably 10, 12 BPM. Now we're quite a bit faster. Now the song is 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Now we knocked another 6 seconds off the song, right? Now we're 2 minutes and 45 seconds. The song is moving. Like, dude, that completely changed the way, I'm not going to harp on this anymore. We'll get back to the original. But like, it completely changes the way that I like interact with the song, right? This is now like a song that I'm engaged with. It's a song that I'm, like you said, you got my head knocking. Like, then now it's a song that I'm like, I feel invested in. I'm moving with. I'm cranking it in the car, as opposed to a. It's like I'm settled back, which is a totally different vibe, right? Totally different. It's a different song for a different reason when you slow it down, right? The faster pace sounds like the actual track. I like it, man, 100%, right? So anyways, the reason why I bring this up, even though the song is largely finished, right? The song is out, it's on platforms, and it's at the pace that it is. I don't want you to feel like you need to like, hey, dude, we need to go speed up the whole thing and re-record everything. It's not why I'm saying that necessarily. What I am saying is, pacing matters more what you think. And I think even though Tep said the song's too long, the reality of it is pacing is too slow, and the tempo is causing some monotony, even though the timestamp of the song is not too long. 3 minutes and 8 seconds isn't a long song. 2:45 is way more, right? So sometimes that's why I like to like read between the lines of what people are saying, because sometimes someone will be like, dude, the auto-tune's too crazy. And I'm like, actually, what I think they're saying is that the high end is too bright, so it's exaggerating the tuning structure, right? In this case, where it's like, song's too long, but it's more that, yeah, it's dragging. The pacing is too slow. So your lyric structure doesn't hit with the beat as much. The lyrics don't punch as much because it's so slow and it wallows a little bit, right? So that's why, like, man, so all of this to say, and then we'll move on to the next song. All of this to say, beyond mix, sure, there's some elements of the vocal, like, high end can be a little bit crispy. Sometimes there's some sibilant control we can do, but the biggest thing I want you to go home with as far as like what you're doing in your music is that listen and try stuff. Listen keenly to your tracks with your producer, go back and forth, revise things. Like, a little bit of push and pull is really healthy with producers, man, especially if you're not making your own beats. Go back and forth a little bit and try stuff. Take the whole song and pitch it up like 2 semitones and be like, okay, well, my vocal's weird now, but I wonder if this would be different if the 808 was a little bit lower. Or in this case, like, hey, let's try slowing it down a little bit and be like, oh, that's too slow, but maybe we should do a slowed down reverb version that's super slow and like nasty and glitchy. And that's like a whole other thing we can promote for content. It could be a viral version of the song. It's just a slowed down version that's really nasty feeling. It's super dragged out. And then have the normal version that's like super fast, a fast pace and it punches and it hits really hard. The whole point is that like all of those pacing ideas matter, right? To me, my enjoyment of the song is like 5x. You know what I mean? Like it's so much like, so anyways, mess around with stuff, man. Make a beat, work with the producer, record your vocals, and then be like, it's there, it sounds fine, nothing wrong with the sound, but I'm not feeling it right now. And see if there's any way that you can kind of dig into it and bring it to life a little bit. To me, that just like brought the song to, I mean, you might want to just like, release a fast version of it and see what happens. Like just promote them both and see which one, you might find which one hits, you know what I mean? Which one connects a little bit more, since I know this one's already out. But I mean, overall, like I said, I think like your energy on the mic is great. I think you're like most of your lyric structure, it's hard hitting, it's nasty, right? Like you've got some stuff in there. It's hard hitting. Maybe you could release, for the sake of commercial viability, right? You've got this slowed down kind of, drugged out version, right? Where it's everything feels, now that we've listened to it faster, it feels slow. It feels, it's got this really cool feel to it, man. It's very, very laid back, very, very chill. Keep this one as is. Keep it as it is. And then maybe for the sake of commercial viability, release a radio edit. And release a radio edit that's 10 BPM faster on the whole production. If you just want to do it the way I did it, you could. Release a radio edit, change, cut some of the lyrics, right? You say some stuff in there that obviously for radio and for like, satellite play and for sync placement is not going to fly. So I don't necessarily care, but as far as like those paid, massively paid, versions and stuff like that, the ones that are going to get you the money, the ones that are getting you like the real money, those you're going to want to cut some lyrics and do some tape stops and do some like, cursing cuts and stuff like that. Do that, do a faster version with cuts, push it out there to where anybody can listen to it. Any company is going to be able to sync it. You can get it in shows, get it on satellite, get it placed and stuff like that. And just see what happens. I can almost assure you that you'll get so much more movement for a faster, clean version, even though this one's still fine. Faster, clean version as far as movement for the song that will still lead people to the other version. If you do a faster version with some strategic cuts, dude, it could be crazy. It could be a completely different world for you, man. Man, y'all show some love. I know we talked a lot there. I talked a lot about the same thing there too. But man, please show some love to Sycamore. Sycamore, you're talented, man. I mean, that's the baseline. That's the thing we're talking about here. You're talented. You've got a good voice. You got a good energy behind your performances. You're getting, fairly clean track. And there's some noise in there. There's some things, you know what I mean? There's some things in there that you can polish. Some high end is a little bit harsh. Just some noise in the background we can mitigate. NS1, RX11. Those are great plugins for stuff like that. Easy. That's easy. The hardest part is the song itself, the structure, the pacing. So that's why I wanted to hammer on that a little bit more, just because that's more challenging thing for people to train their ear on than it is to be like, yeah, throw a de-esser on there or whatever, stuff like that's a little bit easier. But dude, yeah, you obviously have talent. You have good creative lyric structure in there. You have a good distinct hook as well. Great song structure, great formatting. So for me, it's just like, yeah, this is less of like correct this, and more of like try some, have some fun with the music and try some weird stuff. Try going crazy with the structure of your music and see what happens, man. But you obviously got the skill. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. You definitely got the skill. But man, please show some love, man. Everybody in the chat right here. I know we're on a couple platforms. Everybody in the chat, definitely show some love to Sycamore Treasy. The song you heard, the slowed down reverb version, is out on platforms. So go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist, go follow on DSPs, go follow on social media here. Show them some love and support, man. Sycamore, I appreciate you so much, man. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for sending that in. Let's get into these last couple tracks here. I said I was going to go faster, and I'm not. It's fine. Dylan, hop in the chat. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you more than you know, man. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. Thank you, of course, for your generosity, man. I appreciate it a lot. Let me know if Dylan's in the chat. We got Dylan, Agatha, and Tep are going to be closing us up today. Dylan, let me know if you're in the building. Let's get into these last couple tracks. I will try to go faster. As soon as I start pulling up Pro Tools, shit hits the fan, and I can't. I start going too slow. I start ranting on things in a loop. Let's see. We'll give it a moment. And just to double check as we're getting in these last through, Agatha. Yeah, you better do it, sick. Do it, man. Tep knows. Tep's a troll. Tep's great. Tep has like 500 million streams to his name, so he's great. But Tep also knows. Agatha's in the building. Okay, so we got Agatha. I know Tep's in the building. I'm gonna go ahead and move straight. I'm gonna try to. I don't want to waste too much time. So let's go straight to Agatha is Dead. I think I've heard your music before. I think. Please correct me if I'm wrong. The name at least seems super familiar, but maybe I still haven't. Maybe I haven't. But this is a band from Berlin. Would love to hear your thoughts on our song. Let's get into it. Maybe it's the first time. But I appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all for tapping in today. Let's run it. This is on Spotify as well. Not from me, I don't think. Okay, beautiful. Let's go. If I have maybe from someone else, then I'm excited to hear it. But either way, this is Agatha is Dead right here in the chat. No Love to Prove by Agatha is Dead. Let's get into it. I'm so glad y'all are here. Nice. Great tone.
I'm determined not to lose. I'm done fighting over you. Find yourself someone new to play these games 'cause I'm through. Throwing the cards, fuck it, throw the whole day. Made up my mind whilst you're made of regret. I'm determined not to lose, so I won't cry with you. Wipe your tears yourself, darling. Wipe your tears yourself, darling.
Nice.
Wipe your tears yourself, darling. Wipe your tears yourself, my darling. I have wasted so much time fretting over miseries that never were mine. I have given too much life to someone who doesn't even want me by their side. And yet there's something
Awesome voice.
that you
Awesome
gotta
voice.
say. The way you love into your bidding just to keep you safe. The way you're asking for forgiveness that you never stay. The way you drown them in your sorrows, bathing in your shame. But now the time has come for you to move along. There's no more holding on, no more being strong. There's no more room for two, now it's all on you. I got a love to prove. Wipe your tears yourself, darling. Wipe your tears yourself, darling.
kind of stroke style with like the lead guitar doubles and the harmonies. It's great.
Wipe your tears yourself, darling. Wipe your tears yourself, darling. Wipe your tears yourself, darling. Wipe your tears yourself, my darling.
So good, so good, so good. Y'all show some love. Agatha's Dead right here in the chat. Y'all are crushing it. For those of you who don't know, the song is released. It is out on platforms. If you like what you hear, and you should, it sounds great, then you can stream it. You can add it to your playlist. You can like the track. You can follow on DSPs, of course, here on social platforms. Y'all have 90,000 monthly listeners. Y'all are absolutely killing it. You got songs with millions of streams. You're doing all the right stuff. Band photo looks beautiful. Great production structure. Really good balance on most of the elements that we're hearing here. Y'all are doing an amazing job. Seriously, fantastic, fantastic job. It feels raw. It feels punchy. It feels really organic, feels natural. It still feels underground and grungy where it's supposed to, and polished in a lot of elements as well. Absolutely killing it. Absolutely, absolutely killing it. So let's run it from the top. Let's get into some details. And then I believe we're going to close it up with Tep, because I don't think Dylan's in here. I think they were maybe waiting for the VOP, so I'll hold theirs for tomorrow. Yeah, 100%. Tep, you can't claim this one. You can't claim this one as AI. Okay, let's run it. Let's run it from the top. Yeah, beautifully done. Beautifully done. We'll talk. There's one thing I'm listening for, and again, I always want to preface this because I'm just me. I'm just little old me in my studio. To me, we don't have with AI facts. What I want to say is I'm just me, right? You could send stems and multi-tracks to a bunch of different Grammy-winning engineers and get different mixes back, right? Everyone has a different perspective on why you want things a certain way and where things are positioned and stuff like that. So I'll give you my 2 cents on one thing that I'm hearing that I kind of wish was positioned differently. That doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't mean that I don't like it or anything like that. I think y'all are amazing. Genuinely, great band, great structure. I love the mix, but I'll say it because I'm hearing it when we get into it. I don't have an ego in this, so I don't ever want it to feel like I'm trying to find something wrong, or I'm just like, I've got to say something that's bad about it or whatever. Y'all are fantastic. Y'all are fantastic. There's a couple moments where some things feel a little bit inflated, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't like the perfect decision for the song by the other engineer or anything like that. I think y'all are awesome. Of course. So I always just want to say that because I don't know. I just know like what this world is like on TikTok too. And there's a lot of people with a lot of ego, and just they have to find something wrong with everything. And it's just not the way that I am. I mean, there's been several songs today where I've just praised the things that are happening. I just never want to feel like I hear something because I think I would do it different or better. It's just something. If I hear it, I'll say it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's wrong. Anyways, I just always want to preface that. Let's get into it. No Love to Prove. Agatha is Dead. Y'all are crushing it, man. 90,000 monthly listeners. Y'all are traveling, you're touring, you're performing, you're doing all the right stuff. So seriously, starter pack, just like keep doing what y'all are doing. Keep doing what y'all are doing. Y'all are crushing it. Great. I mean, just great tone. Great tone. I love it. I love it. Nice fuzzy bass. Whoever's in the chat, let me know what instrument you play or what role you have in the band. It does. Great voice, great positioning in the guitars. Really nice chorusing on the stereo guitars there too. Love the tone, love the bends, love that energy and the vocal right there as well. It's very, 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 very well done. Yeah, I love it a lot. I love it a lot. Yeah, let me know whoever, and I hope it's not getting blocked in the chat. I think it might be getting blocked in the chat. It's super annoying. My name is Noah. Of course, dude. Of course, it sounds great. Yeah, I think it blocked what you do just put it in a single word. I guess. I don't know. Put it in a single word, the instrument that you play or something like that. I don't know why it's blocking some of your responses. I can tell because some of the guitar. Okay, cool. I can tell because it's like some things will like pop in the chat and they like don't quite add up with the last thing that you said. And so backing vocals, guitar, perfect. Okay, awesome. Okay, here's what I'm hearing. And again, it's just strictly my perspective and kind of what I'm curious about in here. And overall production. Okay, beautiful. From a drum standpoint, let me get into the hook first. I'm going to get into the hook so we can kind of hear what's happening here. There's kind of two things that are kind of playing off of each other. And again, y'all are doing fantastic, right? You're promoting well, you're performing well, you're doing well on the streaming side. What you're doing is working. So this is not to any way take away anything that you're doing, because what you're doing, the sound that you have, the energy of your music is obviously connecting to people. And it's not because, it's not because of the thing that I'm talking about. So I just want to make sure that's clear, but let me get into the hook here. Okay. Okay, so two things that are kind of happening at the same time, right? One is a big mid push on the guitars. Tone is beautiful. It sounds absolutely gorgeous. Double tracking is also beautiful. So it's ultra wide. It's super, super energetic. Those guitars come in really hot. Don't mind it. It's a rock song. Should be. It's a wall of sound. They're noisy. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They come in really hot. What happens though is on the percussion side, I feel like those get kind of lost in the back of the mix a little bit, partially because there's not a lot of like attack on the kick and also on the snare. On the snare, now overheads I feel pretty good. It's still a fairly narrow mix on the drums. I don't mind it. It doesn't have to be all 100% wide. Fairly narrow mix on the drums, which is fine. But kick and snare to me, they feel a little filtered. They feel a little dull. And I think what's happening is they're not really cutting through sometimes, or is like energetically the transients, they're not really slicing in the way that I think drives the song the way that it could. And again, personal preference, right? So also just taste. Where I wish there was a little bit more attack, a little bit more like batter head attack, like on like kick in maybe, on the drums. And then on the snare, I'm actually going to pull it back to the verse for a second. On the snare, I feel like I am hearing, and it could still be direct, it could just be the way that it was mic'd, but on the snare, I feel like I'm hearing more rooms, not more necessarily, but I'm hearing a lot of room or overhead, but maybe room, as opposed to direct signal on the snare. So I feel a little separate now. The guitars are super clean and super direct, right? So when those single and double track guitars come in, I know exactly where they are. They feel close, they feel intimate, they feel like they're right there and they're loud and they're doing what they're supposed to do. Bass, same thing. It's fuzzy, it's distorted right in the middle of the mix, and mono feels great. Vocal, same thing. Clean, clear, mono. And then the drums I feel a little separated from, and I think it's the rooms. I'm pretty sure. It feels like it's either like the rooms or some farther overheads, where the drums feel like there's a little bit of distance there. Again, I don't get necessarily the attack from the kick. Drums on this track work great. Yeah, I've been thinking about this a lot lately. Drums on this track work great in the verse, but less in the hook. Exactly, right? When there's less energy in there, the drums are like fine. They kind of like, they exist there and they're fine, nothing wrong with them. They sound good. But once this high energy and this high mid energy from all of those guitars and the higher lead vocals and vocal layers come in, now all of a sudden they're kind of suppressed by all of these elements that are living in a similar space. So I kind of wish on the drum side, there was a little bit more of the attack. So kick and snare mainly, I wish there was less room and a little bit more direct, maybe higher, tighter compression, maybe even a little bit more, 8K, 9K on the snare. So a little bit more transients, a little bit more attack, maybe like 1176 style snappy snare, a little bit more cut on the snare, less of the room that we're hearing kind of in the background that's coming in and out. I'll play it on the verse here real quick. So you can hear that stereo from the room, right? From those, like from the more distant mics, that cuts into the mix and it gives you that little kind of gate right there that kind of hits in the middle of the mix, and not as much snap right from the middle. That's honestly one of like the only things in this whole mix that in my personal preference, I wish I had a little bit more of, just selfishly. That way we felt that percussion a little bit more on the hook specifically, even on the verses, but on the hook specifically, and just snap it through like crazy. If I had to send you a new one, track talk submission at Gmail should do the trick. Just exactly that, track talk submission. It's not going to be on the VOD yet. I called your name a second ago because you were up next, but I still have it saved on there. So if you're going to be here for a second, I won't listen without you. I won't listen without you unless you want me to listen and do the breakdown, and you can just find it on the VOD. Then I'll play it or whatever later, and I can, and then we'll go through it. Otherwise, I'll typically, if you're not here, I'll typically save it for you. Here, ready to go? Okay, perfect. Yeah, we'll finish the last 2 songs here. But anyways, that's the last thing. Last thing for me that I would say on this track is I wanted a little bit more snap, a little bit more cut on the kick and snare. Beyond that, vocals are edgy and alternative and phenomenal. I love everything about it. Guitar tone is gorgeous. It's beautiful. It's wide. It's vibrant. And most of the drum structure is, pretty punchy. It's got a good weight to it. Bass is fuzzy, exactly where I want it to be. Like the vast majority of this sounds gorgeous. Really, and even the drums, awesome. Awesome. It's like, for me, that's just like taking the drums from like a 9.9 to a 10. You know what I mean? It's like that last little 0.5%, a little 0.1, where I'm like, yeah, it could have this. Otherwise, who cares? You know what I mean? Like, especially if a big chunk of what you're doing is live performing, it's going to work. It's going to work. And also, something else that can be said too is like, if you have a great translation from live to studio, then this doesn't matter as much. Not as much as it is if you're a studio rock band. If you're a studio rock band and you're doing like progressive metal stuff and it's like really, really locked in, a little higher produced, more synthesis, stuff like that, that maybe matters more if you're like triggering and that's locked in. In this case, where I'm assuming you're performing a good amount, very much alive. That makes all the sense. That makes all of the sense in the world. Makes all the sense in the world. But then in that context, this is almost better, right? Because what you do live and the translation of what people hear in the studio performance is more raw. It's a little bit more edgy. It's not over finessed. It's not over polished, and vice versa. When they hear the song, they're like, yeah, fuck yeah, this is great. This sounds awesome. And they go see you live and it has the same energy and the same aesthetic and vibe. That's beautiful. That's a great thing to have. What kills a lot of rock bands is people see them live and they sound nuts and they're crazy. And then they hear the studio record and it sounds sterile. And it sounds lifeless, right? Or they hear a killer studio record, like, dude, this is such a great studio record, and they see them live and they're like, oof, dude, they can barely even play together. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that contrast is nasty for rock bands, right? And that's different for a lot of rappers and a lot of like R&B singers and like modern pop singers, where they have like a background track or like a great gospel band behind them or something like that. That's very different, where you have a lot of stuff sitting behind you and then you just hopefully have a decent lead vocal with auto-tune on it. In this case, you gotta convert from live to studio. I think y'all are doing a beautiful job of that. Okay, let me close out the end of the song. Y'all are crushing it. Absolutely crushing it. I'm not worried about it. Not worried about it at all. Of course. I appreciate y'all. So good. Let me get into the outro here really quick. Yeah, killing it. Great.
Darling.
So good. Go stream. Excuse me. No Love to Prove. It's got 770,000 streams. Y'all are crushing it. 90,000 monthly listeners. Go stream No Love to Prove by Agatha Is Dead. Go stream it. Go like it. Go add it to your playlist. Go enjoy the music. They have a ton more on platforms. I also know, and I'm very confident that you are going to love and enjoy as well. Please show some love and support. Definitely show them some love over here on TikTok as well. Dylan, let's get straight into it. Last couple. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. 90.1 thousand monthly listeners. I mean, Begs Me to Dance, 2 million streams. I called and left a message, 1.5 million streams. You're doing it. You're doing the thing. I'm going to try to quickly go through these last couple songs here. We got Dylan McRae in the building. Let's get into it. Love and Life. This is on Spotify as well, so you know the deal. Go stream it. Go show us some love and support. Next March, so hoping to make it to Texas. Please let us know when you do. Please let us know. At the very least, we can support y'all. Come to a show, something like that. It'd be so fun. Y'all show some love to Agatha Is Dead right here in the chat as well. This is Love and Life by Dylan McRae. Let's get it. Last 2 songs, and then Tep, you're going to close us out. You know the deal. Give me all the details. Give me all the R&B track from Toronto. Oh yeah, you're right next door to Tep. You're closing out with some Toronto tracks in here. Let's go. Most instruments recorded in my apartment living room. Beautiful. Nice. We need to visit. We need to visit Canada. Well, I like those drums. Some like AJ Hall drum breaks. Tape saturated. Of course, man. All love.
Don't know what to do, saying that I'm rude, trying to make the move to make it up to you. Don't wanna waste time.
Love the bass.
Said enough, made it rough. Wanna tell you too. Wanted all of your heart.
Okay, so the one you sent me on the email is the track you want me to play, Tep?
Fall in love with you, girl. Yeah. Ain't nobody else could touch what you bring.
Perfect.
I just wanna fall in love with you, girl. Yeah. But you don't want nothing more from me, so no more try, don't want nothing to do with me. Anybody that might change, but now that we're through, I made it for you. Where you wanna go, I'll say you were mine. Just taking your time, yeah. I just wanna fall in love with you, girl. Yeah. Ain't nobody else can touch what you bring.
Super vibey, man.
I just wanna fall in love with you, girl. Yeah. Sorta makes you dull, just taking my time. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm just taking my time, I'm just taking my time.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Man, y'all so short and sweet. Or felt short and sweet. It moved fast, 2.5 minutes. It's not that short, but I mean, it's a pretty quick song. Dylan McRae, right here in the building, man. Y'all please show some love to Dylan McRae. Let's dive into, man. Let's run it from the top. We'll move at a good pace here. I love your production. I love your, crispy, crunchy drums. Nice, a little swing on the drums a little bit and little flams on the, ghost notes at the end there. A nice little swing to the bass line there as well. The boom, 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 boom. Like really great movement on the bass. The drums and bass to me, drums and bass to me are chef's kiss. Beautiful, ready to go. The rest of your production sounds really nice as well, man. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Most instruments recorded in my apartment living room, man. That's so fire. So I'm assuming all the acoustic guitar is you as well. Like I'm assuming bass and acoustic guitar as you playing, those progressions feel real. You get some of that fret noise and stuff in there as well. You're crushing it, man. Honestly, I genuinely like it. It feels natural. It feels cool. Let's get into, I think the main thing I want to break down is vocal production, like vocal mix. Vocal production, vocal mix. That to me is the one area that we can like soften this and warm it up and make it just so incredibly easy to listen to. And then you're ready to go. You got a really cool instinct on the production side. I love the space of this track a lot as well. But that's Dylan McRae, Love and Life. It's out on all platforms. Please go stream it. Show some love and support to every artist that gets on the stage. But you're crushing it, man. Absolutely crushing it. Quality is much higher than the streams and the monthly listeners would suggest. So great job, man. Seriously, you should be proud of the work that you're putting in. Let's get into it. Yeah, percussion's great. I love the auto pan on the shaker, some rain stick in the background. Like we got some great stuff going on the production side. I still need to check them out, Tep. I still need to check them out. I mentioned this earlier. I'll mention it again just briefly. Just keep in mind, you don't have to, but keep in mind the thresholds for streaming here. We have ad libs starting at your like 28-second mark, right? So and then main vocal structure comes in like in the 30s, like 35, right? There's a 30-second threshold to people streaming your music and it counting and getting paid for it. So I would suggest having something earlier. it could be nice. It could be very, very simple. Light a lighter, take a deep breath. Have a couple of these lines earlier. And then I almost just wish, personally speaking, I almost just wish when the beat came in, you came in right off the bat. And this is a structure thing. That has less to do with like the quality of the song, right? I like your sound design a lot. I like your production structure and vocal structure a lot. But I kind of wish that it was, let me hear what your vocal does when it comes in real quick.
Waited up for you.
Waited, I feel. Okay, so that first little pocket here. So I kind of wish that this all happened. And you did some of your ad libs here. Oh, no, 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 no. Da, 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 da. And let this be your free flowing. And waited, I feel. Dun, 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 dun. Way this I feel. That's like in my brain as far as like consolidating song structure and like making sure that there's like as much beneficial information in the song as possible. It would be nice to just like cut in right there. Like use that first 28 seconds or whatever it is, right? First 28 to 30 seconds to do a couple of your ad libs at the end. Like give some space, right? Like let this all breathe here. Let this breathe. Let it feel open. Maybe the full first two progressions. Like deep breaths, like, it could be so random, dude, so random. And then as soon as it builds up, wait that I feel is and you're right in the pot, like immediately as the song kicks in, and that's in this case like 26 seconds. 26 seconds, the song, we've already been introduced to you as a vocal. We've already heard that you can sing, so we're going to stick around. You're going to get paid more. You're going to get more streams. Your monthly listeners are going to 10x because of just the amount of translation of people actually staying, right? Like I said, like with 21 monthly listeners, you probably have, and depending on your marketing, you probably have at the very least a couple hundred, if not even a couple thousand people coming across your music. Whether that's just on Spotify, if it's on Discovery, whether it's on social media, then a lot of people that just don't stay. They just don't stick around. They don't meet that 30-second threshold. So you can optimize that pretty simply by just having your vocal structure start right with the beat, having your ad-libs come in a little bit earlier while still leaving space in the intro for that first 10, 15 seconds to float and feel interesting and feel ethereal, let the bass do what it does, and then come in a little bit sharper. Not necessary. It's not something you have to do, obviously, creatively. That's up to you. But as far as like structure goes, I think it would be nice to have that a little bit sharper. And I just feel like we'd get to the meat of the song a little bit sooner and fall in love with what you're doing vocally a little bit sooner too and a little bit sharper. That to me would be helpful to just, especially as an early artist, as a new artist that doesn't have a lot of momentum yet, to introduce people to your voice sooner so you get as much exposure for what you're doing as possible. That to me, and you also get a stronger intro. Your intro is even harder hitting because your vocal comes in with the beat when it comes in. It makes it super, super punchy. Anyways, I won't hammer that home anymore. You've got a great voice. I like your voice a lot. It's smooth. Love the rasp. I love that little bit of fry and texture in the vocal. Layers and your falsettos are also beautiful. You're doing a lot of things well. Love those walk downs. Production's sick, dude. You crushed the production. Keep chipping away at that, man. You're a really, really good producer. I could definitely see you selling beats. I could definitely see you producing for other people as well if you're ever interested in that. Maybe you do already. I think you're doing a lot of stuff on the production side beautifully. Really well done. And then really quick on there's not a ton because your vocal structure is very simple outside of your ad-libs and stuff. On the vocal production side, I just want to soften some of the production on your vocal. Right now, it's a little thin, a little bright. So you get this kind of like crispy, kind of not necessarily harsh, but I would call it brittle, kind of glassy, brittle top end from maybe some like multi-band compression or just really sharp, like pretty high gain reduction on your compression. And then it's a little bit thinned out, on your high pass, maybe a little higher than 100 or 120 hertz and a little thinned out between 100 and 400 hertz. So because of those two things happening and a high push and, a good chunk of compression on there, the vocal just comes through a little thin and a little tinny. And I would love for it to feel, again, this is a warm, chill, laid back, moody production. I'm obsessed with the production. I love it. Drums are great. Bass is awesome. The guitar in the background's fantastic. Samples are nice. Like there's so much about it that it's just easy to listen to. I love it. I love it. I love it. And then the vocal comes in feeling very processed. And again, not against, auto-tune everything. I don't care. Like, have high processing. It's not a negative thing in any way. But I am hearing the processing. So I'm like hearing the compression kick in. I'm hearing the EQ curve as opposed to it sounding more what I would call transparent, where it's like, obviously it's compressed maybe 3 times. It's got EQs, it's got, auto-tune, it's got all of this stuff, but it feels more transparent in the mix where you're not noticing it, but it's there. I mean, this is even like even Chris Brown is like a good example of this, where like he auto-tunes his vocal like crazy. His engineer auto-tunes his vocal like crazy, but it's not the first thing that you hear. It's not, you hear Chris Brown, you hear his vocal runs, but it's not the thing that you're noticing because of the way that they saturate and the way that they compress and mix, and obviously how good he is as a vocalist, is you're not like hearing auto-tune first. It's there and you might notice it later on, but it's not like the first part of this, right? And this, I'm hearing some of that crunch out of the vocal a little bit more. First, I'm hearing the snappiness of that compression. I'm hearing the EQ changes right there kind of first. What I would love to do is reintroduce a little bit more of those low mids. So like, 300 to 800 hertz and warm up the vocal a little bit more right there so it doesn't sound too thin. High pass at the max at like 90 hertz. You have a lower vocal structure here. It's chill. There's a low fry. I don't want to carve out a lot of space in the vocal. I want it to be present. I want it to be forward. I want it to be warm and easy to listen to. So high pass at like 90 hertz at the top. And then if you need to control some mud, I wish I could see Treasy. Hey, you could try your hand, Treasy. You never know. I don't know based on the song you sent, but maybe, you never know if it's in there. But 100 to 400 hertz, you can cover some mud right there if you want to. But past that 400 hertz, reintroduce a little bit of warmth back into that vocal so it doesn't feel like you've carved out too much space of that vocal. And if you're compressing, you can loosen it up a little. I mean, obviously you are compressing, but on your compressors, you can loosen it up just a hair. Right now, you're definitely getting, 6 to 8 dB of reduction on maybe a couple stages of compression. Loosen that up a little bit and let that vocal breathe a little bit more in the mix. Let it be still controlled, still compressed, still bright, still airy, all these things that you want. Without being like tinny or too brittle, and let it breathe a little bit in the mix. Because I'm hearing natural guitars. I'm hearing real acoustic drum breaks. They'll sound like AJ Hall, even if they're like splice samples, right? But it's this natural acoustic drum break with some saturation. It's crunchy, it's saturated. And you have a real, P bass walk down, whatever it may be. You got an acoustic guitar in the background. Like, it's very natural. It feels really easy to listen to. So on the vocal, try to mirror some of that same processing. Still controlled, still tuned, maybe still, still highly compressed, maybe still 2 or 3 stages of compression, but very tasteful, like 3 or 4 dB on each one, just to give it control, push it forward in the mix, but you're not snapping the vocal. You're not hearing that transient as much. It feels a little smoother, a little easier, a little bit more even. I think if you can smooth out that vocal production right there on the compression side and maybe a little bit on the EQ side, it will just let this vocal shine in the mix because it'll feel more forward. It'll feel a little bit like there's more life to it. It doesn't feel like it's always being told to sit down, but it'll actually feel like there's some life and some vibrancy in the vocal mix again. I think that would sound amazing because, again, I really like your vocal structure. I love your layers and your ad-libs. I think the production is fantastic. I think it's really, really well done.
Where you wanna go, I'll say you were mine.
It's great. Great natural vibrato as well. I also think that if you loosen up, if you're using Antares, it's the same on the Waves and some other pitch programs, but if you're using Antares, your vibrato is also getting caught by the autotune a little bit, which is not, that happens, even like with big artists. But if you wanted it to be just a little bit more natural sounding, just increase the flex tune just a little bit more, like increase flex tune and humanize a little bit more, just another like 10% or something like that, and maybe even lower your retune speed by like 5 milliseconds. Like if you're at 20 or 15 or 20 milliseconds or something like that, drop it down to like 30, 25, 30, 35 even, and you'll catch your notes. Think like Frank Ocean, you know what I mean? Think of like a more natural, Chance the Rapper, Frank Ocean, kind of in the realm where it's like it hits the notes and it tunes it to the note and it kind of gets it there. But you're not necessarily hearing the auto-tune kick in, especially on the vibratos. It's a lot more natural sounding, but still corrects it where it needs to be, right? The bass isn't perfectly in tune. The guitars have, the electric guitars have chorusing on them, so they're out of tune, they're modulating, the acoustic is moving in a way, and that's all great. I love all of that. But then if a vocal's too rigid, too compressed, too EQ'd, then it's like almost like too sterile compared to the nice warmth, the natural feel of the production. So those, half of what I'm telling you is kind of like make the vocal worse, in some ways, in a more subjective way, like make it a little bit worse, a little bit more natural, so that it matches the vibe and the energy of the production while still feeling, like I said,
compressed, tuned, EQ'd, saturated really, really well. I think if you can get that vibe down, man, you'll have some great music on your hits, great music on your hand, man. You're crushing it. Seriously talented. Seriously talented.
I just wanna fall in love with you, girl. Sort of makes you dull, just taking my time.
Yeah, you get that vocal nice and warm, that's game over. Good music, man. Good structure.
I'm just taking my time, I'm just taking my time.
I love the sound design too. I love the like Roland space echo in the background too. Like, you're crushing it, man. It's so good. It's so good. Y'all, please show some love to Dylan McCrae. The song's out on platforms. Stream it, like it, add it to your playlist. Show it some love and support. Of course, follow them here on TikTok as well. I see you over on YouTube as well. But man, please show them some love and support. You're really, really talented, man. The vibe is there, the aesthetic and the mood is there. It's just going to come down to like matching vibe of production with vibe of vocal production as well, right? Vocal structure versus instrumental, and making sure that they point in the same direction, that they lead to the same place. But yeah, absolutely killing it, man. Please show some love to Dylan. Please show some love. We're going to close it up right now with Tep in the building. This is Sadly Say. Found the guitar loop in Splice last night and made a song out of the loop. Let me pull it up from the email. This is Sadly Say by Tep No in the building. This is going to be our last song of the day. Let's get into it. Let me get the weed transfer real quick. Even though apparently Tep is training AI right now with his weed transfers right now, but it's fine. We're not worried about it. Let's go, Tep. Let me get it downloaded real quick. This is our last one, y'all. We're gonna get out of here after this. No, you're good, Tep. I don't care. This is funny. I'm just referencing that from yesterday. Okay, and we'll be live again tomorrow as well. So definitely tap in. Make sure that you're following on TikTok. Make sure that you're subscribed on Twitch and YouTube. We'll open up the lines again tomorrow afternoon. Let's get into it. And let me go ahead and complete it over here. Here's the thing. I think it's true everywhere. I think it's just not unique to WeTransfer. That's what I would say. I think it's probably an Apple, because Apple has Siri with AI and whatever now. Like, I think it's just everywhere. So I think it's like your phone is probably training AI. I just don't know if it's training Suno or something. You know what I mean? Like, I think everyone, everywhere, constantly, is doing it. I mean, literally me being on, I can almost assure you that me being on this live stream right now, talking to y'all and putting my face out there and listening to music, I'm sure this is training ByteDance and Oracle's AI. I'm sure it is. I'm positive it is. That's what they have. AIs coming in here, reading the chats and blocking things and whatever it be like. I'm sure it is. So everything we do is training. That's why they need all the, these fucking data centers and shit. Okay, let's run it, man. Let's run it. We're not going to get into that. We're not going to get into the weeds with data centers and stuff. Let's get it. We got it downloaded. Let's get into it, man. Anything you want me to break down, let's get into it. A little beachy vibe here. Is this more like your beach house staple aesthetic?
It's time.
Sycamore, they blocked the. That's what I'm talking about with TikTok. Their bots are blocking it. I didn't hear the joke.
Damn it.
I'm assuming you joked that it was AI. No, shot in the dark right here. I'm assuming you joke. I'm assuming that you joked it's AI because Tep No's been saying that everything's AI today. All right, let's go, Tep. I like the simpler vocal structure. It works really well with your house stuff. That's how a lot of Tep stuff is. That's his sweet spot. Music to paint to study to chill to. The music that's in like the background of a Nobu or something like that. Not that I've ever been. Not that I would know. Hey. Did this last night. Not even mixed. Vocal cuts are really nice. Love the vocal cuts. Yeah, this is unmixed, just done last night. RE20, that's all I use lately. Yeah, you've been liking the RE20 a lot lately. I get it. I mean, it's a great mic. I've used them. I don't own one, but I've used them before. They are great. Let's go. Y'all show some love. Show some love. That is Tep No in the building. We're going straight back into it. We're not going to waste any time because I got to get out of here. I got to eat. I'm hungry as hell. I like that it's isolated and it sounds sharp. Yeah, I mean, and you're also coming from like a C800 too. Tep's used a bunch of different mics before. I think he's had some of the Lewitts and stuff like that. He's had the C800G. Are you still running with the RE20? Are you going more direct these days with like the RE20? Are you still running it into like the CL? I know you have a CL1B as well. Are you still running it through a CL1B and kissing it with compression, or are you going a little bit more direct with the RE20? Yeah, I still use the C800G, and yes. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously the C800 is such a bright, saturative mic that obviously is great for specific use cases. But if it's just not working for specific styles, specific forms of vocal, then you got to do what you got to do. RE20 into the CL1B. Beautiful. Yeah, you're still getting some of that saturation. You're still getting some of that softness and the smoothness from the CL1B. RE20 into Neve pre into CL1B. I might be getting a Neve this week. I might be getting the, right now I'm using the voice channel, the ART voice channel, but if all things go to plan and I can do what I need to do, I should be getting, yeah, I've used them a ton, man. I've worked with tons of artists that have them and I've used them in studio before. But I've always just used my ART voice channel, which, it's fine, but it's like a $700 preamp and, tube preamp and whatever. But I'm either going to be getting the SPX or the BAE. It just depends on budget. It just depends on kind of what happens. I use the Aurora audio preamp, not Neve, but it's yeah. I get it. But yeah, hopefully, if all things go to plan, this I don't know if it'll come in this week, but this week or next week, I'll have a couple new synths in here. I'll have a couple new pieces of gear in here. It'll be fun. It'll be some new toys in here. All right, but let's get it, man. Let's sort it back from the top. Let's dive into some details. Sycamore, I appreciate you so much, man. I appreciate it. Appreciate you so much. Thank you for tapping in. Thank you for the love, man. For the music, man. For the community, you've been great. I appreciate you so much. Hopefully we'll see you around soon, man. All right, let's run it. Let's close it out. Quick note, as you're just early balancing your mix, 808 super hot. Just bring that down like 3 or 4 dB. It'll give you better clarity for everything else that you have. I know it's early, so I'm annoying and even saying that. I don't even want to touch the mix too much because you just did it like last night, but you get the idea. I'll say it because it's here. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's oftentimes like I do. I have an SM7B as well with a Triton Fathead that I use for my inline preamp. I have the SM7B. Same thing. Like if I just need to like throw something on, if I just need to like do some scratch vocals or get a demo out to an artist, or like get a demo out to like there's a producer that I was working with too. Yeah, the Fathead's great. I love it. I like it better than it's a half the price of a Cloud Lifter, just the same thing, if not cleaner sometimes. Anyways, I use the SM7B with the Fathead for that reason. If I just need to like toss something on, like get a demo out to a library to see if they want to go a specific direction with the producer for like a sync library or something like that, it's just easier to like toss stuff out than like worry about like my proximity and like whatever the tube angle and like whatever stuff like that. Sometimes if I just don't want to deal with like the sensitivity of like a tube condenser like this or a C800 in your case, like it's easier to just like toss something up. Love the early aesthetic. Like I said, vocal chops are beautiful. Love the early aesthetic. Hot in the bass. Not worried about that at all. I feel that, dude. I feel that so much. The reason why I'm getting some new gear in here too, new preamps. I'm getting some. I'm getting a patch bay, which I don't have right now because I only record myself. So, and lots of different instruments, but it's all pretty plug and play. But I want to be able to reroute with some different stuff. Like if I do get the SPX, the Neve, then I want to be able to route it with different stuff and use it with different instruments and whatever like that. And use the EQ and whatever. And so I want to get a patch bay because I'm going to get a couple other. I'm getting some Audioscape like compressors and some other stuff in here that I want to be able to like switch some things around. So I'll get a patch bay and that'll help. But I want to be able to have everything on all the time. All of the synths routed constantly. Plug into the patch bay. I can just go normal if I want to go straight through, or I can like patch it into a chorus. I have a vintage ART chorus from the 80s down here, and so I can just like randomly patch a guitar or a synth into this like gated reverb down there and then compress it to shit on the 1176. Like I want to be able to crush some stuff like that. And then even like tracking drums live. I just feel like speed is the key. And 100%. Speed, for me, it's not even the speed of processing or mixing. It's the speed of executing the idea. If it's too hard or too long, it takes too long or it's too hard for me to execute the idea, then the idea just won't happen. I'm fine spending days mixing something and digging into it and fine tuning it as much as I need to. But if I can't get the idea out there, I'll move on. I'm like, yeah, I'll just never do it again. Yeah, exactly. It makes sense. And if you felt like it, if all of a sudden a label was like, you posted a clip of the song or something like that, and someone's like, hey, we want to put this in a Sprite commercial. It'll be like a $25,000 sync fee. We're going to be running it for 2.5 months. Blah, 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 blah. You might re-record it with the C800 and be like, okay, yeah, let's dig in here or something like that. But, getting the ideas out is so important. That's true. Beautiful. What I would say, what's up, Derek Bennett? Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well. You're catching us right at the end here. One of the only things I would say is like, and I know you're early. I'm keeping that in mind. I would love for you to switch. Yeah, I need to add some stuff, but also I just think we need to switch out the guitar or re-chop the guitar for the breakdown. So when you're done with you have your A and B section, vocal is in A section for that hook right there, kind of right there. B section, something else just needs to happen. Whether you like, I think one thing you could do is maybe like pitch the guitar up an octave and put it at the very, very top and support it by a synth. Boom, 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 boom. It sounds like a different song, but like support it underneath it with the same melody, but get the guitar up an octave. Hearing the exact same loop, even if the bass and drums shift a little bit, hearing the exact same loop just gets monotonous over time. Just finished up my workout. Wanted to say, hey, appreciate you so much, Derek. I hope you're doing well. Hope life is treating you okay. Yeah, it's just too repetitive, but it's easy fix. You chop it a little different, a little alter boy, pitch it up an octave, whatever you want to do. That's easy stuff. What's up, DK? Welcome in. Again, like the chops. There's like that little synth in the background. You could probably even like layer that underneath or push that forward a little bit again, so it becomes more of the main elephant. Boom, boom. I like that. Those little like sevenths in there are really nice. Yeah, you do it so well, man. It's one of the things that's like, it's easy to, in your case, obviously, I'm not saying for everybody, but in your case, it comes to you naturally. It's easy to produce. You can pump out a lot of them. You can really like, it's easy to engage in the marketing for stuff like this. Everybody loves it. You know what I mean? Like this is and I mean this in a positive way. It's low stakes music where it's like not too many people will be like, I hate this style of music. It's like screamo is very opera is very polarizing. Country music is very polarizing. Like, UK drill rap, that's polarizing. You like it or you don't, or appreciate it or you don't. And this is like, it's easy listen, low stakes music. You can study to it. You can work it. It could be in the background of a restaurant. It could be the background of a show. It can be just chill. You could be working to it. You know what I mean? As opposed to too many people are positive about it sometimes. I mean, pros and cons, right? Pros are you're going to get 500 million streams from it. Pros are you're going to get paid. And then cons are like creatively, do you feel like you're executing what you want to? And is there any tension to creating it? Or is it all just like so easy and nonchalant that nobody cares? Like you said, nobody cares necessarily. And everyone's just like happy about it, right? And so that's where I think like you just have to kind of dig in and be like, okay, what can I do to kind of flex? 100% Tep. what can I do to flex this a little bit and re-trop the guitar? Maybe take the guitar, change the, the melody a little bit in Melodyne. So like go to the minor chord again and boom, 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 like change the melody a little bit through Melodyne or graph mode or something like that. Have a little bit more fun with it so you can mess it up a little bit when you get into the breakdown here. But for the most part, to me, it's like bass structure, changing structure for the guitars, and then maybe relayering underneath those guitars on your second section of the hook so it sounds a little bit more interesting. It's so smooth though. I like it. Like I said, easy listen. I like the automation there too. Like what if like in this portion right here, you went up an octave and then literally, and it's also the sound of my voice that's, and 100%. I think you could push the guitar an octave higher and then add a synth, depending on what you're using. You could do an audio to MIDI translation where it'll read the notes and change it to MIDI. I don't know if you can do that, but I think I can do it in Pro Tools. I think Ableton does it. I can't remember exactly, but take the audio file of that guitar, change it to MIDI, and then add a synth to it. Yeah, find it. And then obviously add a VST and put a synth there and literally take that guitar's exact melody and create your own melody with it with like an interesting sounding synth with some chorus, some reverb on it, and layer it with the guitar so that the guitar is no longer the main thing, but it's actually the synth. And then the guitar is the high octave over the top. That'd be fun. I think that'd be a good way to break it up a little bit. You could chop it, you could chop it up a little bit too. Boom, 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 boom. The vibe is really clean, Tep. Super smooth. I like the simplicity of the percussion. Again, B section, you do your breakdown with the, and then maybe, B section of the hook, you do the layering, you do the synth, maybe some chops to the vocal, and then you add in another shaker, right? An additional, you have the, and then add that, just a little bit more texture in there, like some fun stuff like that. Auto pan it a little bit, the deal. I will break it down with small switch ups. I know you will, man. I've no doubts. You're gonna crush it. It's already smooth, man. It's already super chill. Just on the B section, on the second section. I love your voice on this one, man. I love the voice on this one. Dang, Anima. Sorry to hear that, man. I love it, man. Yeah, smooth. Really like your delay automations here. Such a chill vibe. Yeah, it's important. I mean, you know it, man. Whether that's like me with synths, you with like chill house stuff, like having just that core identity of your sounds, like people know what to expect when they go to Tep. They know exactly what to expect as far as their music. You might branch a little bit outside of it. You know what I mean? Like even like you did the other day with like having like a little bit of a rap section or whatever. Like you can branch out of it, but the core structure, the core of even that song, is still this kind of chill house, right? And I think that identity is so important for people just knowing what to expect and also being able to fall in love with like an identity in your music. You also show some love to the family. That's Tep No in the building. Tep, we love and adore what you do, man. You're very, very talented, man. Obviously, you're doing some great work. And the foundation of your tracks are always so easy, so chill, and so it's so natural to fall in love with, man, because there's nothing abrasive about what you're doing, man. Guitar snaps and shakers, dude. It works. It works. Y'all, please show some love to Tep No. He's got streams, but give him more. Go show some love and support to him on Spotify and other DSPs, and make sure that you follow right here on social media as well. I'm going to go eat. Facts. I'm going to go eat. I love and appreciate y'all. Y'all have an amazing rest of your day. We'll be live again tomorrow, so definitely